Chapter 2471. Earth Sword Falling Thunder was a secret technique, and it was a secret technique that Yang Kai knew. This secret technique was divided into 3 moves: Human Sword Revolving Annihilation, Earth Sword Falling Thunder, and Heaven Sword Star Shattering. Each move was stronger than the last, and the combined power of the 3 moves was infinite. And the one who cultivated this secret technique was Xiao Bai Yi of Azure Sun Temple. Yang Kai had fought with Xiao Bai Yi in the Flowing Time Temple of the Four Seasons realm and had experienced the power of this secret technique, so it was still fresh in his memory. Now that he saw someone using this secret technique in the Origin Sea, his attention was immediately drawn to it. When he turned his head, a figure in white fluttering in the chaotic battlefield suddenly came into view. Who else could it be but Xiao Bai Yi? This guy had always been wearing a white robe since Yang Kai met him, looking chic and cold, but at this moment he seemed to be in a bad situation and was being besieged. His white robe was stained with red blood, which was very dazzling. And with him was another figure that Yang Kai was familiar with, Murong Xiao Xiao. These 2 elite disciples of Azure Sun Temple were standing on top of a small island at this moment, back to back, each casting a secret technique to resist the attacks coming from all directions. The island they were on was not big, just enough for the 2 of them to settle down. Both of them were elites among elites. After not seeing each other for a few years, both of them had reached the peak of the 3rd Order Dao Source Realm, but they were outnumbered and in an extremely difficult situation. Xiao Bai Yi's body spurted blood from time to time, while Murong Xiao Xiao's hair was messy and her clothes were wet with sweat, clinging to her exquisite and plump body. When Yang Kai saw this scene, he found that the people besieging them did not block the space. In other words, Xiao Bai Yi and Murong Xiao Xiao still had a chance to escape. However, the 2 of them had no intention of escaping. One of them looked cold and determined, while the other looked angry and indignant. They stood their ground and unleashed their power. They were fighting for territory. Yang Kai could tell at a glance that the territories occupied by Xiao Bai Yi and Murong Xiao Xiao had obviously been targeted by this group of people, so these people had come to snatch them. Yang Kai guessed that they wanted to rely on their numbers to bully Murong Xiao Xiao, but after fighting, they realized that Xiao Bai Yi and Murong Xiao Xiao were not easy to provoke. The gap that was deliberately left open was for Xiao Bai Yi and Murong Xiao Xiao to escape. Besieging a city was a necessity, so they did not want to engage in a life or death battle and only wanted to force the 2 of them away. Unfortunately, Xiao Bai Yi and Murong Xiao Xiao had no intention of escaping, causing the battle to reach its climax. Yang Kai quickly turned around and ran in that direction. He was, after all, a registered disciple of the Azure Sun Temple. When Zishan and Gao Shueting had taken care of him in every possible way, and he had some friendship with Xiao Bai Yi and Murong Xiao Xiao, so how could they not help him when he encountered such a situation? Seemingly aware of Yang Kai's actions, one of the long-faced old men who was besieging Xiao Bai Yi and Murong Xiao Xiao said, "I'll give you one last chance. Leave or not." Murong Xiao Xiao gritted her teeth. She shouted, "You want to take our place? Unless you kill us." Xiao Bai Yi did not say a word, but the long sword in his hand blossomed like a flower, his fierce, murderous intent giving a silent answer. "Good. There is a path to heaven, but you don't want to take it. There is no door to hell, but you want to throw yourself into it. In that case, don't blame us for being ruthless." While speaking, the long-faced old man gestured to the others with a gloomy expression on his face, obviously not willing to delay any longer. It was time to end this quickly. The others understood tacitly. Their momentum changed, and their attacks became much more decisive and fierce. Both Xiao Bai Yi and Murong Xiao Xiao's faces sank as they felt immense pressure. The long-faced old man himself flickered and greeted Yang Kai, cupping his fists from afar and saying, The Western Territories Pointed Star Sect is handling some matters, friend. Please give us some face and take a deeder. Oh, you're from Pointed Star Sect? Yang Kai not only did not stop, but also sped up with a look of joy on his face. Yes, your excellency is? When the long-faced old man heard Yang Kai say this, he thought that Yang Kai was also a cultivator from the Western Territory and could not help but look at him suspiciously, wanting to know which sect he came from. Yang Kai said with a smile, I'm from King of Hell's Palace. King of Hell's Palace? The long-faced old man had a suspicious look on his face because no matter how he thought about it, there was no sect called King of Hell's Palace in the Western Territory. But soon he reacted and his face sank. Your Excellency, are you playing with this old master? How could a sect use a name like King of Hell's Palace that could easily provoke hatred? Obviously, Yang Kai was just making things up. Yang Kai grinned and said, How could that be? I'm really from King of Hell's Palace. At this point, his face sank, and he said in a deep voice, King of Hell sent me to take your dog lives. The long-faced old man's face changed, and he shouted, You're courting death, boy. He urged the source chi in his body and quickly formed a mysterious seal with his hands. He stretched out his hand and grabbed Yang Kai. It seemed that he wanted to give Yang Kai a show of strength, but to his horror, Yang Kai suddenly disappeared in front of his eyes. This strange scene shocked the old man because he did not know how Yang Kai disappeared at all. In an instant, a chill came from the soles of his feet, and he could not help but wonder if he had really seen a ghost. But before he could finish this thought, Yang Kai's face appeared in front of him again. But at this time, Yang Kai was only 3 inches away from him, and their faces were almost touching. See, the long-faced old man sucked in a breath of cold air, and without even thinking about it, he quickly retreated. At the same time, source chi surged out from his body, turning into a visible barrier that lingered around his body as a form of protection. Yang Kai's lips curled into a sly grin as a white lotus bud appeared in his left eye and disappeared in a flash. Blossoming lotus. Over the past year and a half, Yang Kai's divine sense had greatly increased while subduing the mountains and river's bell. Now he could use this soul secret technique more skillfully and freely, and its power seemed to be much greater than before. The white lotus bud instantly turned into a mysterious force that tore through the long-faced old man's divine sense defenses and rushed into his knowledge sea. The long-faced old man, who was rapidly retreating, suddenly froze in place, his eyes glazing over as a look of pain appeared on his face. In his vision, all that was left was the white lotus bud, which quickly bloomed and swallowed his body and mind. Yang Kai suddenly threw a punch, and under the violent eruption of power, the long-faced old man directly burst into a cloud of blood mist, leaving no trace of his body behind as he fell towards the source seat. Ah! Exclamations suddenly sounded as the people who were besieging Xiaobai, Yi, and Murong Xiao were all horrified when they saw this scene. Although the long-faced old man was a little older, his strength was not to be underestimated. Among the Western Territories Pointed Star Sect's Tao Source Realm Cultivator, he was ranked in the top 3, but such a person was defeated by a young man who appeared out of nowhere with a single punch, seemingly unable to fight back at all. Just now, he told them to end this quickly, so how did he suddenly die? Could the person who killed him be from the Emperor Realm? Although there were not many people from the Emperor Realm in the Shattered Star Sea, there were still quite a few of them. The bloody scene of the old man's death scared the Pointed Star Sect disciples out of their wits, and the suspicion in their hearts made them tremble in fear. Seeing Yang Kai rushing towards them with a cold smile on his face, how could they dare to continue staying in place? They all left Xiaobai Yi and Murong Xiao and turned to flee. At this moment, they did not even have the courage to avenge the old man, and only wanted to escape from this place to save their lives. Condense! Yang Kai stretched out his hand and clenched it, and under the surge of space principles, the space in front of him instantly solidified. The few people who were fleeing in a hurry widened their eyes in horror. only to find that their speed was as slow as a turtle's crawl. They were so anxious that their foreheads were sweating and their bodies were cold. Xiao, Bai Yi, and Morong Xiao Xiao were overjoyed when they saw this scene. The two of them still did not know who secretly helped them, and they did not have time to check the appearance of the person who came. The anger they had been suppressing at the hands of these pointed star sect disciples could finally be released at this moment. Human sword, revolving annihilation, earth sword, falling thunder, heavenly sword, shattering star, Xiao, Bai Yi's long sword suddenly unleashed 3 secret techniques at the same time, and when the 3 swords combined into one, the ferocious power caused even the world to tremble. Although Morong Xiao Xiao was a woman and gave Yang Kai the impression of gentleness and elegance, she showed no mercy at this moment. She summoned a pair of heavenly feather rings, and in an instant 1 divided into 2, 2 divided into 4, and 4 divided into 8, layer by layer, shrouding the pointed star sect disciples. Screams rang out one after another. The pointed star sect disciples only wanted to escape and had no fighting spirit, so after being suddenly bound by Yang Kai, they could not even resist. As soon as the 2 great disciples of Azure Sun Temple attacked, these people fell like straws. In an instant, the sky was filled with blood, flesh, and broken limbs. In less than 10 breaths, several pointed star sect disciples died on the spot, and their bodies fell into the source sea. Star seals shot out from the backs of these people's hands, flying toward Xiao Bai Yi and Morong Xiao Xiao, and were quickly divided up by the 2. "Thank you, brother, for your help. Hey, it's Brother Yang." Morong Xiao Xiao turned around and wanted to thank him, but when she saw Yang Kai's face, she immediately cried out in joy. She was still wondering who had helped her in Xiao Bai Yi, but she did not expect it to be Yang Kai. Xiao Bai Yi didn't say a word, just turning his head to look at Yang Kai with an expression that seemed to say, "I've already guessed it." After all, when he fought with Yang Kai in the Flowing Time Temple, Yang Kai used his Space Force, so when he noticed the fluctuation of Space Force just now, Xiao Bai Yi guessed that Yang Kai had come. Now that he turned his head, he found that he was right. "Miss Morong, I haven't seen you for a few years, but you've become even more beautiful." Yang Kai flew in front of the 2 with a smile and greeted Morong Xiao Xiao. Morong Xiao Xiao blushed and stomped her feet. "Brother Yang, you're making fun of me." "I'm not making fun of you. I'm just telling the truth," Yang Kai said solemnly. Morong Xiao Xiao's face turned even redder. Chapter 2472. Xiao Bai Yi suddenly snorted coldly, "Flirting with my junior sister in front of me. Do you think I'm deaf or blind?" Yang Kai turned his head with a smile and said, "Xiao Bai, long time no see." Xiao Bai Yi's face went black as he said, "I said, my name is Xiao Bai Yi." Xiao Bai Yi, not Xiao Bai. The veins on his forehead bulged, obviously extremely annoyed by the name of Xiao Bai. After a pause, he said with a sullen face, "I heard that you are also a disciple of the temple. Although you entered the temple late, on the road of martial Dao, those who have reached the top are first. If you don't want to call me by my full name, you can call me Junior Brother Xiao. I don't want to hear the words Xiao Bai again." "I know, Junior Brother Xiao Bai." Yang Kai grinned. Xiao Bai Yi's face suddenly turned white with anger. Morong Xiao Xiao pursed her lips and snickered. "Brother Yang, did you come to help because you saw our message?" "Message?" Yang Kai frowned and looked at her suspiciously. Morong Xiao Xiao asked curiously, "Brother Yang didn't see it?" Yang Kai said, "I don't have your communication beads or communication artifacts. How could I see?" Speaking of this, he suddenly remembered something and quickly took it out of his space ring. This was a golden token. It was the Azure Sun golden token that Gao Shueting had given him in Maplewood City. The holder of this Azure Sun golden token was an elite disciple of Azure Sun Temple. In the entire Azure Sun Temple, there were only a few disciples who possessed such a token. However, Yang Kai had never used this Azure Sun golden token since he obtained it, nor did he have the opportunity to use it. He probed it with his divine sense. Only then did he understand what Morong Xiao Xiao meant. This Azure Sun golden token had the function of a communication artifact. It allowed the disciples to communicate with each other because, at this moment, there was only one message left in the token. It was the message that Morong Xiao Xiao had sent not long ago. Seeing his expression, Morong Xiao Xiao knew that this was the first time he had heard of such a thing. Pursing her lips, she smiled and said, "Brother Yang, you should check the information in the golden token more often in the future because you never know when you will come across a message left behind by your junior brother or junior sister. I'll remember it." Yang Kai nodded and put away the Azure Sun golden token. Although he did not receive Morong Xiao Xiao's message in time, he did not receive it. However, he had come here by accident and saved her, and Xiao Bai Yi. Where is Xia Sheng? Why don't I see him? Yang Kai looked around and asked suspiciously. Since Xiao Bai Yi and Morong Xiao Xiao were together, there was no reason for Xia Sheng not to be here, but there was no trace of Xia Sheng here, and no one knew where he had gone. Xiao Bai Yi said, "Big brother separated from us 2 months ago, saying that he was looking for a place to break through." Yang Kai raised his brow and said, "Oh, Xia Sheng is going to break through to the Emperor realm?" Morong Xiao Xiao said with a worried expression, "And Big Brother's cultivation has already reached the peak of the Tao Source realm. It's just that he hasn't had an opportunity. This time, he finally came to the Shattered Star Sea and hurriedly went to prepare." "Then, why didn't you follow him?" Yang Kai frowned. Since Xia Sheng wanted to break through to the Emperor realm, he definitely needed someone to protect him. Otherwise, if he encountered a sneak attack, he would not be able to resist. Xiao Bai Yi sighed. "He wouldn't let us. We secretly followed him for a few days, but he managed to get rid of us using the cicada shedding carapace." "Got rid of?" Yang Kai's face darkened. But thinking about Xia Sheng's character, it was possible that he would do such a thing. It seemed that Xia Sheng did not have much confidence in breaking through to the Emperor realm. If he really had a lot of confidence, he would not have secretly prepared by himself and left his junior brother and junior sister behind. It was precisely because he was not sure that he would fall under the world energy baptism that he did not want Xiao Bai Yi and Morong Xiao Xiao to follow him, lest they see a shadow in their hearts. Xiao Bai Yi and Morong Xiao Xiao were also in the third order Tao Source realm. If they really had a shadow in their hearts because of Xia Sheng, it was very likely that they would never be able to break through in the future. Yang Kai thought of this, and Xiao Bai Yi and Morong Xiao Xiao undoubtedly also thought of this. So both of them looked anxious and uneasy. Seeing this, Yang Kai quickly comforted them. Xia Sheng has a strong foundation, so there shouldn't be much of a problem for him to break through. Along the way, I have already met people who have successfully broken through, since others can do it. So, can Xia Sheng? You don't have to worry too much. I hope so. Xiao Bai Yi also knew that there was nothing he could do at the moment, so he could only pray that Xia Sheng would be blessed. Brother Yang, you came here to find a place to refine source strength, right? Morong Xiao Xiao asked. Yes, I happened to pass by here and found that the situation here was strange, so I came to have a look. Morong Xiao Xiao smiled and said, "This is the famous source C. Once you find this place, you don't have to go anywhere else to find source strength. Brother Yang, you can stay here and absorb the source strength with Brother Xiao. This place is just enough for 2 people. What about you?" Yang Kai asked. This island was not big, only enough for 2 people. If Yang Kai stayed, there would definitely be no space for Morong Xiao Xiao. Morong Xiao Xiao smiled gently and said, "I'll stand guard for you." Xiao Bai Yi said, "The 3 of us can take turns. It just so happens that one of us can watch from the side to avoid being sneak attacked." Yang Kai thought for a while but shook his head and said, "No, it's hard to find such an opportunity. You two just stay here and absorb the source strength. I'll go somewhere else to look for it. If there are any blind people looking for trouble, remember to send me a message, and I'll rush over as soon as possible." Morong Xiao Xiao said, "But there are no other places here. So many people are fighting for territory." "No place?" Yang Kai's face turned black when he heard this. Xiao Bai also said, "Basically, there's no place left. We also searched for a long time before we found a place to settle down, but we were targeted by those people before we could even find a place to stay. It's useless for you to continue looking, unless what?" Yang Kai looked at him in amazement. Morong Xiao Xiao bit her red lips and said, "Unless Brother Yang has the Emperor Realm's cultivation, why does it have to be the Emperor Realm's cultivation?" Yang Kai's expression became strange. Xiao Bai explained, "In this source sea, the deeper you go, the richer the source strength is and the easier it is to absorb and refine it. So, the deeper you go, the higher the cultivator's cultivation. Haven't you noticed along the way that the cultivator's cultivation at the edge is not very high?" Yang Kai heard this, thought about it carefully, and found that it was indeed as he said, but he still asked curiously, "What does this have to do with the Emperor Realm?" Xiao Bai said, "Because in the deepest part, where the source strength is the richest, there are several cultivators from the Emperor Realm who occupy a large area. People who are not from the Emperor Realm are not allowed to get close. Many people who accidentally wandered and were killed by them. So overbearing." Yang Kai's face darkened when he heard this. Morong Xiao Xiao said, "Although there are many places to settle down there, and the source strength is relatively richer, no one dares to go there. Brother Yang, you must not go there, or your life will be in danger." "I'll remember." Yang Kai nodded and did not explain too much to her. He was really not afraid of the newly promoted cultivators from the Emperor Realm. Even Feng Xian, who used soul descent, was killed by him. So how could these newly promoted cultivators from the Emperor Realm in the Shattered Star Sea make him afraid? "But I still want to look for them. If I really can't find them—" Yang Kai pondered for a moment before grinning sinisterly. "I can go and snatch one." Morong Xiao Xiao and Xiao Bai broke out in cold sweat when they heard this, but thinking about the strength Yang Kai just showed, they were not too worried. Yang Kai's strength seemed to have surpassed the level of the Tao Source Realm. Otherwise, he would not have been able to blow up the long-faced old man from Pointed Star Sect with one punch. Anyway, you just have to be careful. Xiao Bai saw that he could not dissuade him, so he could only exhort, "You have to be careful too. If there is any trouble, remember to send me a message." Yang Kai said, then cupped his fist to the two, turned around, and flew towards the deepest part of the source sea. Looking at his back, Xiao Bai and Morong Xiao Xiao were silent. After a long time, Xiao Bai said, "Hurry up and refine it. Don't miss this opportunity." Morong Xiao Xiao nodded, and the two immediately sat down cross-legged. While flying, Yang Kai took out his Azure Sun Golden token from his space ring and kept it close to him. This way, he could sense the fluctuations of a message immediately. Before, he had been keeping it in his space ring, so he could not detect it at all. Along the way, the source strength became richer and richer. Yang Kai did not know how far he had flown, but he knew that along the way he could see many Tao Source Realm cultivators sitting cross-legged on the islands below, refining and absorbing source strength. However, after a certain moment, no one could be seen anymore. Even if there were some empty islands below, there was no one occupying them. Instead, on those empty islands, there were some extremely miserable corpses lying there, as if they were a warning to those who came later. Yang Kai understood that these should be the masterpieces of the few people from the Emperor Realm who occupied the best spots. Although this method was bloody, it was extremely effective because the people who died were the top Tao Source realm cultivators in the star boundary. Even their corpses were left here, so those who came later would definitely have to weigh their own abilities. If it were anyone else, they would have turned around and left immediately after seeing such a scene, but Yang Kai turned a blind eye and continued to rumble forward, not intending to hide at all. At a certain moment, a burst of emperor intent suddenly shrouded him from somewhere below. Although this emperor intent was not too pure or surging, it was still emperor intent, which coincided with the heavenly way. Yang Kai's flying body paused slightly, and his breathing became a little irregular. A Tao source realm trash dares to come here? It seems that you don't know how to write the word death. A low voice sounded, and immediately, from somewhere in the source sea below, a huge blood-red palm slapped towards Yang Kai. This palm was not only huge, but it also exuded a very strong bloody smell, as if it was formed from blood. It was extremely fierce and nauseating. Chapter 2473. Seeing that the blood-red palm was about to reach him, Yang Kai raised his hand and pushed the source chi in his body, sending out a similarly huge palm print to meet it. Asterisk Hong Long Long. Asterisk with a loud explosion. The wind and clouds changed, and energy overflowed. In just a moment, the two palms disappeared, as if they had never existed. Yang Kai stood still like a mountain, quietly standing in place. Somewhere down below, there was a soft sound of surprise. A pure divine sense swept over and scanned Yang Kai back and forth, probably trying to see if he was hiding his cultivation. But no matter what, Yang Kai was still a Tao source realm cultivator. This shocked the man from the Emperor realm who attacked Yang Kai. He really hadn't met a Tao source realm cultivator who could take a palm strike from him. Although it hadn't been long since he broke through to the Emperor realm, he had already killed 7 or 8 Tao source realm cultivators in the depths of the source sea. No matter who it was, they were all killed by a single palm strike from him. The difference in strength between an Emperor realm and a Tao source realm cultivator was like heaven and earth. But when it came to Yang Kai, it did not work. Not only did it not hurt him, it did not even make him move. The man was secretly shocked. He did not know where Yang Kai came from to have such terrifying strength. He was not this strong when he was in the Tao source realm. Yang Kai grinned and said, "This one is just passing by and just wants to find a place to stay. Friend, you don't have to be so enthusiastic, do you?" His divine sense also swept over the man from the Emperor realm who attacked him. This guy had red hair, as if it was made of blood. His whole body exuded an extremely violent and bloody aura. Yang Kai did not know which sect he came from or what kind of evil arts he cultivated. Although Yang Kai was not afraid of him, there was no hatred between them, so Yang Kai did not want to fight if he could. The red-haired young man looked up at Yang Kai and was silent for a long time before saying, "Go, don't appear within 1,000 kilometers of me. Many thanks." Yang Kai chuckled. He cupped his fists at him and left. However, after listening to this man, Yang Kai also understood why several people from the Emperor realm could occupy a large area with the richest source strength. This guy alone occupied 1,000 kilometers. So if there were a few more from the Emperor realm like him, where else would there be a place for others? However, there was no reason in this world. If you were strong, you could be unscrupulous. If any Tao source realm cultivator who dared to disobey him, they would end up like the corpses on the island. Half an hour later, Yang Kai was already more than 2,000 kilometers away from the red-haired youth, but he still couldn't find a place to settle down because he discovered that some of the small islands that originally existed in the depths of this place had been destroyed by the Emperor realm masters who came here first. They obviously didn't want to leave a place for the latecomers to absorb the source energy, so they did such a tyrannical thing. An earth-shattering spear light suddenly rumbled from below. It pierced through the void. Ignoring the barriers of space, It instantly arrived in front of Yang Kai. The piercing cold spear intent pierced through Yang Kai's skin, causing him to feel pain. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes. Sensing the power of this spear intent, he didn't dare to be careless. He raised his hand and took out the myriad sword, slashing it out. The dazzling sword ray came across and collided with the spear ray, creating a loud sound. A trivial Dao Source Realm cultivator can actually take this young master's blow. How strange. Only then did someone's voice come out from below. Like the red-haired young man from before, he was a little surprised. Yang Kai said with a dark face, "You people from the Emperor Realm, it's fine if you occupy such a large area, but why do you have to sneak up on everyone? Do you have any shame?" The man laughed. "Those who dare to come here without strength can only die." He paused for a moment, then said, "You can come here. Did you pass Chigui's test?" Yang Kai's heart moved. "You mean that red-haired young man?" "Yes. He was the same as you, despicably sneak attacking me, but I blocked it and let me go." Yang Kai snorted unhappily. "No wonder." The man nodded lightly, but after a moment waved his hand and said, "You can go. Since Chi Gui let you in, it means you are a promising talent. I won't attack you." Yang Kai curled his lips when he heard this. This man spoke as if letting him in was a special favor. He even boasted shamelessly that he was a promising talent. His tone was bigger than the heavens. "How many more from the Emperor Realm are there? Are they all going to attack me?" Yang Kai asked with a sullen face. If that was the case, then he didn't have to hide his strength. He could just fight his way through and avoid trouble. Unexpectedly, this man's face changed faster than flipping a book, coldly saying, "Boy, you talk too much. If I tell you to go, then go. If you don't want to, then I'll make you stay." Yang Kai snorted and didn't bother to argue with him. He turned around and flew deeper into the Origin Sea. But this time, he changed his previous low-key attitude and directly stimulated his source chi, making it extremely eye-catching. He believed that as long as those from the Emperor Realm were not too focused on absorbing source chi, they should be able to sense his existence from far away. Perhaps it was because Yang Kai was so confident and high-profile, but along the way, although he felt the aura of 2 more people from the Emperor Realm, they did not attack him again. They just used their divine sense to scan him and then ignored him. Yang Kai was happy to see this. Half an hour later, his eyes lit up and he flew down to a certain place. Below it, there was a good place to rest. Furthermore, it was extremely spacious, with a radius of about 1,000 feet. It was rare to see such a large place to settle down in the Source Sea, because the islets here were not really islets. For some unknown reason, they were not only few in number, but also small in size. For example, the place that Kai Yang had found could accommodate up to 100 people and not feel crowded. After Yang Kai landed, he glanced around and was very satisfied with this place. He wanted to ask Xiao Bai, Yi, and Morong Xiao Xiao to come and join him, but thinking about the methods of those from the Emperor Realm before, Yang Kai decided against it. Unless he went out and brought them in with Xiao Bai, Yi, and Morong Xiao Xiao's current strength, there was no way they could pass. After sitting down cross-legged, Yang Kai tried to absorb the source chi here, and was soon overjoyed, because the source chi here was much purer and richer than in other places. It seemed to be easier to absorb. For any cultivator, this was simply a blessed place for cultivation. He did not rush to refine and absorb the source chi, but instead released his divine sense to check the surroundings. Within a radius of 1,000 kilometers, there was no one. With a wave of his hand, a behemoth appeared beside him. The huge figure seemed to be holding up the sky and stepping on the ground. The moment it appeared, the small island sank slightly. Embodiment. Yang Kai generally did not summon his embodiment out of the small sealed world because the embodiment's body was too big, and it was not very convenient to move around. Summoning it required too much divine sense, but now was a good time to summon it out. There was no one here, so there was no need to worry about the strange existence of the embodiment being discovered. Moreover, there was so much source chi here that Yang Kai could not absorb it all by himself. Summoning the embodiment would also give him some benefits. Previously, the embodiment told him that his cultivation seemed to have reached a bottleneck, and this bottleneck may be related to the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle law he cultivated. Now that he was here to absorb and refine the source chi, he might have a chance to break through that bottleneck. There was no need to communicate with him. As soon as the embodiment came out, it knew what Yang Kai was thinking. It carefully sat down cross-legged and silently circulated its secret art. The embodiment also knew the star refining art. In the past, he used the star refining art to refine the source chi of the floating continent, and thus merged with the floating continent to form a huge body. The star refining art was a secret art that specialized in refining source chi, while the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle law devoured everything. When these two heaven-defying secret arts collided, Yang Kai was very much looking forward to seeing what kind of amazing sparks would be created. After summoning the embodiment, Yang Kai did not stop. He formed a few seals with his hands and pointed at the sealed world bead, opening a gap in the small sealed world so that the sealed world bead could absorb the source chi here to its heart's content. He wanted to make up for the world principles of the sealed world bead, so he could only pin his hopes on source chi. After observing silently for a moment, Yang Kai found that the source chi in the source sea was being crazily devoured by the small sealed world. Only then did he close his eyes and concentrate, urging the star refining art to refine the source chi himself. In an instant, this vast island seemed to have become a source of source chi devouring. The embodiment urged the star refining art, and its huge body was like a bottomless pit. No matter how much source chi came, it could quickly absorb, refine, and absorb it. Needless to say, the sealed world bead was even more terrifying than the embodiment when it came to devouring source chi. Compared with them, Yang Kai's movements were like a small wizard meeting a great wizard. However, the speed at which he refined source chi with the star refining art was not comparable to that of an ordinary cultivator. As time passed, the commotion here grew larger and more terrifying. Constant rumbling sounds could be heard as the source strength in the source sea was sucked into the source sea and then disappeared. The vast source sea was driven by this magical force and slowly flowed towards the island where Yang Kai was located. The movements here seemed to have affected the entire source sea, but Yang Kai, the initiator, seemed to be unaware of it. Slowly, the cultivator absorbing and refining at the edge of the source sea found that something was wrong, because they were surprised to see that the source sea seemed to be getting smaller. They were still a little distance away from the edge, but gradually the distance was getting closer and closer until the source sea was completely away from them. It was as if the entire origin sea was receding, leaving them on the beach even if they did not move from their origin sea. This discovery surprised many martial artists. They did not know why this was the case. Chapter 2474. The decrease in the size of the source sea also caused many cultivators to fight for territory again. For a time, the scene at the edge of the source sea was chaotic. Although this situation had not spread to the depths, it was conceivable that as time passed, the cultivator who was originally in the depths would encounter similar situations and eventually be unable to stay out of it. At the same time, on a broken star far away from the source sea, it seemed that a great battle had just taken place here. The surface of the cold star was in a mess, and the chaotic energy fluctuations had not subsided for a long time. A man and a woman were lying on the ground. Although they were not dead, they could not move. Their eyes were wide open as they stared in horror at a middle-aged man standing not far in front of them. This middle-aged man was burly and had a bold appearance. He exuded an extremely uncomfortable aura, and his eyes were shining with a divine light that made people shudder. There were also several deep wounds on his body. His flesh was torn open, revealing his white bones. Blood flowed all over the ground, looking extremely shocking. However, this middle-aged man did not feel any pain at all. Not only that, he even seemed to enjoy this feeling very much as he grinned hideously. Who the hell are you? The man lying on the ground was pale as he exclaimed in horror. The middle-aged man glanced sideways at him and snorted, "Why do you know so much when you're about to die? You want to kill us?" The man was shocked when he heard this and said angrily, "My brother and sister have no grievances with you. Why are you doing this?" Originally, the two of them were absorbing the origin energy here and were doing well. They did not expect this middle-aged man to suddenly descend from the sky and attack them without saying a word. The two of them relied on their advantage in numbers, so they weren't too afraid and began to fight with him. Who would have thought that the result would be extremely unexpected? Their brother and sister were no match for this guy at all. Although this middle-aged man was only in the third-order Tao Source realm and had not broken through to the Emperor realm. However, this young man's strength was not at the level of a Tao Source realm cultivator at all. In just a few moves, he had knocked them to the ground and used some kind of strange, secret technique to render him and his junior sister completely immobile. "You're wrong." The middle-aged man smiled strangely. That smile made one's hair stand on end. He said indifferently, "I'm not going to kill you." "You won't kill us." The woman's heart relaxed upon hearing this, and she squeezed out a smile as she said, "Mister, please don't kill us. As long as you don't kill us, everything is negotiable." When the man from before heard this, his eyes bulged as he looked at her in astonishment, whispering, "Junior sister, It was as if this was the first time he had met his junior sister. He had never thought that she would actually say such words to a strange man. There was a sharp pain in the depths of his heart. Anything is negotiable. The middle-aged man smiled. His gaze shifted to the woman. The woman forced a smile and said, "Mister, you can do anything you want as long as you don't kill me." When that brother heard this, he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Anger surged in his heart, but he didn't dare to say a word. The middle-aged man laughed evilly. "What if I want to eat you?" When that brother heard this, his face turned pale. What he was afraid of really happened, but he also knew that he had to lower his head under the eaves. If his junior sister was willing to sell her body and appearance so that they could live, it was not unacceptable. After all, it was most important to live. If they died, there would be nothing left. Thinking of this, he gritted his teeth and closed his eyes. Out of sight, out of mind, eat me. A trace of blush appeared on the woman's face as she said hesitantly, "Then you have to be gentle." The middle-aged man's eyes lit up and he seemed to be extremely excited. He nodded and said, "Don't worry. Don't be fooled by this king's appearance. This king is a gentle person." As he spoke, he walked towards the woman step by step. Seeing this, the woman hurriedly said, "Not here. Can we find a more remote place?" Although she was willing to give herself to him, she was still under the eyes of her brother after all, so she was a little embarrassed. She just wanted this middle-aged man to take her to a place where there was no one. As long as she could survive, she would let him do whatever he wanted. The middle-aged man chuckled and said, "It's the same wherever we are." He seemed to have some perverted hobbies and insisted on doing what he wanted to do in front of her brother. The woman understood tacitly and couldn't help but glance at the senior brother worriedly, only to find that her senior brother had his eyes closed and his head turned to the side, but his body was trembling incessantly, seeming to be extremely angry. The woman knew that her brother must be in a bad mood, but now that their lives were at stake, she couldn't comfort him and could only grit her teeth and accept her fate. The middle-aged man walked in front of her and looked down at her condescendingly. His fiery eyes were not concealed in the slightest, as if he wanted to melt this woman. The woman's heart trembled, knowing that it was useless to say anything now that things had come to this. "Children, don't look, close your eyes," the middle-aged man ordered lightly. The woman sighed and obediently closed her eyes, but she felt funny in her heart. Although she looked young, she was not a child. It was not like she didn't understand the matters between men and women. This man's hobbies were really strange. Only then did the middle-aged man reach out and suck her over. He directly wrapped his arms around her soft and boneless waist and hugged her tightly. The woman was a little breathless in an instant and couldn't help but moan. She could clearly feel that the middle-aged man's breathing had become hurried, and that boiling hot air was blowing on her neck, causing her body to go soft and her cheeks to burn for no reason. But at this moment, she suddenly heard a voice that made her hair stand on end. Heaven-devouring great emperor's battle technique. The next moment, she felt a sharp pain in her neck, as if she had been bitten by a fierce beast. The woman's beautiful face suddenly turned pale, and she quickly opened her eyes and turned her head. The scene of being molested and desecrated didn't happen, as expected. Instead, the middle-aged man's eyes turned red, his head tilted, and his mouth bit his own neck, swallowing his own blood, with gurgling sounds. Not only that, the middle-aged man seemed to have used some strange secret art, and the woman clearly felt that her vitality and cultivation were quickly draining away. "Ah!" The woman screamed in fright. Only now did she know that the middle-aged man's words before were not what she thought. He was really going to eat people. "Senior Marshal Brother, save me!" she cried out in terror. On the other side, her brother, who had closed his eyes and endured the shame in his heart, also noticed the abnormality and quickly turned his head. What he saw shocked him, because at this moment, the man was biting his junior sister's pink and slender neck, and his Adam's apple was constantly squirming as he swallowed her blood at a speed visible to the naked eye. His junior sister's beautiful face was rapidly aging, and even her beautiful hair was turning white. "Brother, save me!" the woman shouted again. Lying on the ground, her brother was so frightened that his soul almost left his body. He did not respond at all. Staring at this horrible scene in a daze, he only felt cold all over. "Senior, brother!" In less than 5 breaths of time, the woman looked haggard, and her whole body was surrounded by death chi. After spitting out these 2 words with difficulty, the light in her eyes became cloudy and lifeless. She died just like that. The middle-aged man waved his hand and pushed her body aside. Reaching out, he touched the corner of his mouth and took a deep breath, revealing a look of ecstasy. The terrible wounds on his body were healing at a speed visible to the naked eye, and in the blink of an eye, they had been restored to their original state. His skin became even better than a newborn baby's. The brother had been scared silly by the scene just now, and had no idea what he had just seen. Seeing the middle-aged man looking at him, he hurriedly said, "Master, please spare me, Master!" The tragic death of his junior sister kept flashing in front of his eyes, and he did not want to die like that. The middle-aged man coldly snorted, and just stretched out a hand toward him from afar, shouting in a low voice, heaven-devouring great emperor technique, circulating his secret art. An extremely terrifying suction force came from the palm of the middle-aged man's hand. The brother lying on the ground felt as if he had been struck by lightning. He could not help but cry out loudly, but the vitality and strength in his body uncontrollably rushed toward the middle-aged man and was absorbed by him. "If you kill me, my eldest brother will not let you go. My eldest brother has already advanced to the emperor realm," the man lying on the ground shouted, trying to make the middle-aged man hesitate. Unexpectedly, the middle-aged man sneered and said, "The emperor realm? So what? This king has not eaten the emperor realm yet. If your eldest brother really comes to avenge you, this king doesn't mind sending him to meet you." "You madman, "Madman, you will die a horrible death." The man was grief-stricken. After gritting his teeth and cursing a few times, his voice gradually weakened, and he followed in his junior sister's footsteps. 2 star seals flew out from the 2 corpses and imprinted on the back of the middle-aged man's hand. The star seal of this middle-aged man was the same 7-pointed one as Yang Kai's, but its light was even stronger than Yang Kai's. It seemed to be showing signs of being promoted to an 8-pointed star seal, which showed how many people he had killed in the Shattered Star Sea. After killing the 2, the middle-aged man stood in place and silently sensed for a while. Suddenly, his expression became violent. He raised his hands high and roared to the sky, not feeling the slightest joy after killing, but furious. After a long time, the roar subsided. With a gloomy face, the middle-aged man gritted his teeth and said, "Bottleneck, bottleneck, why can't this king advance to the Emperor realm? 700 years. This king has worked hard for 700 years, but why can't I break through? Damn heaven, why are you so unfair? I refuse to accept this." After cursing for a while, he suddenly shouted angrily, "A bunch of trash. None of you can withstand the backlash of your secret art. You are not even as talented as this king. All of you are trash." While cursing, he wantonly released his power, blasting the surroundings into a mess. No one knew what was wrong with him. Chapter 2475. At a certain moment, the middle-aged man suddenly turned his head and looked in a certain direction, as if he had discovered something. His eyes widened, and his originally furious mood suddenly calmed down and was replaced by excitement. His body even began to tremble. "Ha ha ha!" He suddenly laughed loudly. "The seed has matured. Finally, a seed has matured." Who? He shouted crazily for a while, unable to control his excitement. Soon, he summoned a warship and rumbled towards the depths of the Shattered Star Sea. Judging from the direction he was flying, he was actually heading towards the Source Sea. Time continued to pass by. Although Yang Kai divided a part of his mind to pay attention to the situation around him and planned to immediately withdraw his embodiment and sealed world bead once he found someone approaching him, he did not delay his absorption and refinement at all. The sealed world bead, an embodiment, also absorbed more and more fiercely, causing Yang Kai to tremble with fear. 1 day, 2 days, 5 days, 10 days, the area of the Source Sea had shrunk significantly compared to the beginning, and not only that, but the origin energy contained in the remaining Source Sea was also countless times thinner than before. Not only did the cultivator at the edge discover the problem, but even the cultivator in the depths also discovered the problem. The deepest part of the Source Sea was the territory occupied by the Emperor realm. The red-haired young man who had attacked Yang Kai earlier suddenly frowned and looked up into the sky. He saw a man standing alone in the air, looking at him coldly. The red-haired young man grinned and looked back fearlessly. "You're not the one behind this?" The man looked at the red-haired young man for a while. He suddenly said something without rhyme or reason. The red-haired young man pondered. He said, "I also want to know who's behind this." The two looked at each other and then turned their eyes in the same direction. The red-haired young man said, "The source strength seems to be flowing in that direction." The man nodded and said with a solemn expression, "That direction is where Hyoji is." Hyoji? The red-haired young man narrowed his eyes and revealed a trace of fear. It seemed that this Hyoji had a great background. Even as the ruler of the Emperor realm, he didn't dare to treat them lightly. "Do you want to go and take a look?" the person asked. The red-haired youth smiled disdainfully and said, "So this is the reason you came to me. Are all the cultivator in your southern territory so cowardly?" The man snorted but didn't deny it. He only said, "Hyoji is the son of the great emperors after all." The red-haired youth sneered. Isn't there also a son of the great emperors in your southern territory? Why don't you look for her instead of this young master? That person said, she's not in the emperor realm yet, so it's useless to look for her. If you're scared, I'll go and check it out myself. Who says I'm scared? The red-haired youth said angrily. He stood up as he spoke. He said fiercely, how dare you steal this young master's origin power? Even if it's the son of the great emperors, I'll spit it out. He flew up and flew in the direction of Hyoji. Seeing this, the other person hurriedly followed. Not long after, the two of them suddenly discovered an unusual situation. Not far away, on a vast island, there were 3 newly ascended rulers of the Emperor realm gathered. Not only that, Hyoji, who they were looking for, was also among them. And standing in front of the 3 rulers of the Emperor realm was a young man from the Third Order Dao Source realm. It was unknown what these 4 people were doing at this moment. They were staring at each other, but they didn't seem to have any intention of attacking. And what surprised the 2 of them was that the young man from the Third Order Dao Source realm didn't change his expression when facing the 3 rulers of the Emperor realm. There was no fear at all. It's him! The red-haired youth couldn't help but exclaim softly. The other person asked in astonishment, do you know him? The red-haired youth's face darkened as he replied, this guy passed by this young master's place half a month ago and took a blow from this young master without suffering any injuries. Hearing this, the other person's face changed slightly, as if he couldn't believe it. The red-haired youth said, this young master didn't hold back. This person is quite interesting. If he can break through to the Emperor realm, his future will be limitless. I don't know which territory he is from, but he's not from my eastern territory. The other person didn't answer, but the shock in his heart couldn't be calmed down for a long time. His eyes were fixed on the young man in the Dao Source realm. Let's go down and take a look. The red-haired youth called out and took the lead to fly towards the island. On the island, Yang Kai had a look of displeasure on his face. Just as he was enjoying absorbing the source strength, he suddenly felt that someone was approaching him. In a panic, he hurriedly put away the sealed world bead and his embodiment. But before he could react, 3 people from the Emperor realm suddenly appeared in front of him, all of them staring at him with gloomy faces, as if they wanted to eat him alive. These 3 people from the Emperor realm had undoubtedly just broken through in the Shattered Star Sea, so it seemed that their realms were unstable, but in the end, they were from the Emperor realm, so they had the dignity of a master. Yang Kai could more or less guess why they came to find him. It was nothing more than him making too much of a commotion by absorbing the source strength here, so others noticed it and came to check on the situation. This was inevitable. Yang Kai didn't expect the sealed world bead and his embodiment to be able to make such a big commotion. Holding on for half a month was already beyond his expectations. In this half a month, whether it was the embodiment, the sealed world bead, or Yang Kai himself, all of them had obtained unimaginable benefits. Perhaps all the cultivator in the entire Source Sea combined would not be able to absorb as much source strength as he did. At this moment, the source strength contained in the Source Sea had also shrunk significantly and was no longer as rich as before. 2 more people flew over and landed directly on the side. Yang Kai glanced at them and his eyes suddenly lit up. He greeted one of them. Hey, Brother Wu Chang, long time no see. He had some impression of the red-haired young man. Half a month ago, he was attacked by this red-haired young man. This person seemed to be called Qi Gui, and the person who came with Qi Gui was Wu Chang of the Heavenly Martial Holy Land, one of the top rising stars in the Southern Territory. Yang Kai was not surprised that Wu Chang could advance to the Emperor realm, but he was a little surprised to meet him here. Yang Kai was a little surprised. Qi Gui immediately turned to look at Wu Chang and asked, you know this boy? I don't know him. I've never seen him before. Don't ask me. Wu Chang said with a cold face. Although he had no grudges with Yang Kai, there was no friendship between them. At this moment, Yang Kai looked like he had angered everyone. So Wu Chang did not want to have anything to do with him. Yang Kai said with a dark face, "Why is Brother Wu Chang so heartless? Back in the Four Seasons realm, we cooperated well, and the ending was a happy one. Even if Brother Wu Chang does not care about our old friendship, you don't have to be so cold." Wu Chang said angrily, "What cooperation? It was nothing more than a mutually willing transaction. Why are you making it sound so nice?" Yang Kai grinned and said, "A transaction is also a cooperation. Didn't Brother Wu Chang benefit from it? You being able to advance to the Emperor realm so quickly is more or less due to me, right?" Xia Sheng is still working hard to prepare for his breakthrough. He looked at Wu Chang with scorching eyes, implying something. Wu Chang naturally knew that he was talking about the extraordinary treasure pill, and immediately snorted coldly. "A transaction is a transaction. We have nothing to do with each other from now on. Brother Wu Chang, you might as well change your name to Wu Qing," Yang Kai said disappointedly. Qi Gui, who was standing to the side, asked in surprise, "Boy, speak clearly. What did you trade that could help someone break through to the Emperor realm?" The other three from the Emperor realm who had arrived first also showed interested looks, although they had all broken through now, and might not need that mysterious thing. How could something that could help someone break through to the Emperor realm be ordinary? If they could obtain some of it, it would be of great benefit to their sect. Which one of these people from the Emperor realm was not a descendant of a top master? Naturally, they had the support of a great sect behind them. What kind of boy is this? Yang Kai's face sank as he glared at Qi Gui. "You red-headed ghost really don't like the way you speak. You actually called me red-headed ghost?" Qi Gui's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. The others were also shocked as they looked at Yang Kai in disbelief. After all, among the 6 people here, only Yang Kai was a Dao Source realm cultivator, while the others were all Emperor realm masters. However, Yang Kai did not show the slightest fear, and instead spoke with confidence. He was not even polite when speaking to Qi Gui. This was too shocking. One of the 3 from the Emperor realm laughed and said, "Qi Gui, you are being looked down upon." Qi Gui glared at Yang Kai with an unhappy expression before snorting. "It's not that this young master is being looked down upon. It's that he doesn't look down upon himself." Everyone heard this and understood that Qi Gui was saying that Yang Kai did not feel inferior just because his cultivation was lower, so he spoke without the slightest scruple. "I heard that he took a blow from you before?" The young man in the black suit spoke again. Qi Gui snorted. "That's right. This young master's attack, with 70% of his strength, was completely blocked by him." "Oh." Another young man surrounded by black Qi raised his brow and looked at Yang Kai up and down a few times, as if he was trying to get to know him again. 70% of Qi Gui's strength was not something an ordinary Dao Source realm cultivator could take. Even the best Dao Source realm cultivators would definitely be seriously injured, but Qi Gui actually said that Yang Kai had completely blocked it. The meaning of this was intriguing. "Haha, it seems that the people from your Ahan temple are only SOSO." The young man in the black suit laughed. Qi Gui was immediately unhappy and said angrily, "You speak as if you can do anything to him. Don't tell me this little brat didn't pass through your territory." The young man in the black suit suddenly curled his lips. This person was the one from the Emperor realm who had sent a spear wave at Yang Kai. He was one of the only 2 people who had taken action against Yang Kai, and it was unknown which sect he came from. Qi Gui waved his hand and said, "If it's nothing important, let's not talk about it. I want to know, what are you guys doing here?" The last chubby, charmingly naive man from the Emperor realm asked, "Didn't you notice anything unusual about this source C?" This person was extremely fat, and the fat on his face was piled up together, almost to the point where his eyes could not be seen. Moreover, he was not tall, and if someone were to look at him from a distance, they would probably think that this person was a winter melon. However, despite his funny appearance, this person was also from the Emperor realm. Chapter 2476. As soon as Fatty asked, Chi Gui answered, "It's precisely because we noticed the abnormality that we came to check the situation." Fatty said, "So did we." Chi Gui was stunned when he heard this. He glanced at the man from the Emperor realm wrapped in black chi and asked, "Isn't this your doing, Hyoji?" The man from the Emperor realm named Hyoji coldly snorted and said, "Why do you think I did it?" "I guessed." Chi Gui sniffed. The strong young man said, "It's not Brother Hyoji's fault. The source strength in the source sea is flowing in this direction. This island seems to be the source of the problem." As soon as the statement came out, 5 pairs of eyes looked at Yang Kai. Yang Kai's face darkened and said, "Why are you all looking at me? I don't even know what you're talking about. What the hell is going on? Why aren't you staying in your own place to absorb and refine source strength? Why are you all making trouble here?" The strong young man frowned and said, "The source strength in the source sea has been greatly reduced in the past half a month, and the flow of source strength is all pointing to this place. Why do you think we're here?" Yang Kai's eyes widened as he showed a harmless expression and said in shock, "Really? That can't be, right?" This statement was as fake as it could be. After all, the decrease and flow of source strength was clearly visible, not to mention that Yang Kai was a third-order Tao source realm cultivator. Even a lower cultivation cultivator would be able to detect it. But now he looked like he didn't know anything, which was obviously a lie. But looking at his expression, it didn't seem like he was lying, especially his eyes, clear and bright, without the slightest suspicion of pretense. The 5 of them couldn't help but feel doubtful. They didn't know if they were mistaken, but the flow and decrease of source strength had strangely stopped just now. "It really has nothing to do with you?" Chi Gui frowned and asked. Yang Kai snorted, "I'm just a Tao source realm cultivator. How could I do such a thing right under your noses? If the reduction of source strength here is really due to someone's actions, then why would I do such a thing? That has nothing to do with me. It must be one of you who did something, but you want to frame me. You can't be so despicable. Who did it? Step forward." Seeing Yang Kai speak so righteously, everyone couldn't help feeling puzzled. Although everyone felt that the source of the problem was this island, what Yang Kai said wasn't wrong. He was just a Tao source realm cultivator, so how could he do such a thing? The young man said thoughtfully, "The abnormality in the source sea began half a month ago. In the beginning, it wasn't very big, but later on, it became more obvious. And you, kid, came here half a month ago." Hearing his words, the other 4 people looked at Yang Kai with strange expressions, their faces full of suspicion. After all, the timing was too coincidental. You can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. Yang Kai stared at him and said, "Friend, if you continue to talk nonsense, I'll kill you. Be careful, or I won't be polite to you." "You won't be polite to me?" The young man's eyes widened. As if he had heard the funniest joke in the world, he grinned and said, "I'd like to see how you'll be rude to me." He was a cultivator from the Emperor realm, and although Yang Kai had taken a blow from him earlier and showed his strength, he really didn't think that Yang Kai could be his enemy. If it was a life or death battle, he believed that he could take Yang Kai's life in 3 moves. Okay, since it's not the problem here, it must be something abnormal in the source sea. Wu Chang didn't know what he meant. At this time, Wu Chang actually stood up to mediate the situation, helping Yang Kai out of the situation. Yang Kai glanced at him suspiciously, but he pretended not to notice and just said, "Instead of getting entangled in this baseless matter, it's better to go back and absorb and refine it. Although the source sea has decreased a lot, it hasn't completely disappeared. I believe it's enough to meet everyone's needs. The fat man nodded and said, and you're right. The young man and Chigue didn't seem to have any good ideas. But Hyoji, the son of the great emperor, said in a deep voice, boy, regardless of whether the change in the source sea is your problem or not, you must leave this place now. This is the Emperor Realm's territory, and with your current strength, you are not qualified to set foot here. Yang Kai turned to look at him and sneered softly. Do you think I'm not qualified just because you say so? Have you asked for my opinion? Since this guy wanted to drive him away, Yang Kai naturally didn't want to cooperate. Although he had taken away most of the source strength in the source sea, there was still a lot left. The world principles in the sealed world bead hadn't been completed yet, and his embodiment showed no signs of breaking through to the Emperor Realm. He also hadn't sensed any opportunity to break through. If he left now, wouldn't all his efforts be in vain? Hyoji narrowed his eyes and said coldly, either leave or die. I'll give you 3 breaths to choose. Why don't you try? Yang Kai squinted at him. Everyone was shocked as they stared at Kai Yang in amazement. If it were any other newcomer from the Emperor Realm, it would be fine. Although Yang Kai was only from the Third Order Dao Source Realm, he seemed to be quite strong and had the right to be arrogant. But who was Hyoji? He was the son of the great emperors, the descendant of the great emperors of the Eastern Territory's serene soul. Everyone from the Emperor Realm present was afraid of him. Although they weren't timid in front of him, they still didn't dare to speak to him like this. But Yang Kai actually dared him to try. Where did this boy get the courage to speak to the son of the great emperors in such a tone? The young man was particularly stunned, thinking that this guy was a fool. Why did he have to compete with a fool just now? He slowly shook his head, feeling that Yang Kai was definitely going to die this time. If one offended him, he might not kill Yang Kai, at most teaching him a lesson, but if one offended Hyoji, how could one still be alive? Wu Chang's expression also changed slightly, but he didn't say anything. The reason he could help Yang Kai out just now was because they were both from the Southern Territory. In the Southern Territory, he could compete with Yang Kai, but that was considered an internal battle, so it didn't matter if they fought to the death. But in the Shattered Star Sea, in front of the masters from the other 3 territories, he couldn't just sit back and watch Yang Kai be bullied. But now he found that Yang Kai was simply unreasonable. Provoking the son of the great emperors like this, what good would come of it? What was hard was easy to break. This boy was still too young and impetuous. For a time, the atmosphere suddenly froze, and even the void was filled with cold, murderous intent. Hyoji looked at Yang Kai indifferently, his eyes cold, as if he was looking at a dead man. To his surprise, Yang Kai didn't show the slightest fear, and his burning gaze shook his mind slightly. Hyoji's face sank, and just as he was about to attack Yang Kai, a streak of light quickly flew over from the distance, as fast as lightning, and arrived above everyone. Everyone's eyes shrank as they looked up, wondering who this person was and why he was so arrogant. When the streak of light dissipated, a burly middle-aged man suddenly appeared. He opened his eyes wide and looked down. His expression was extremely excited. His eyes were shining like a beast that had been starving for countless years and finally saw its prey. But soon he trembled and swallowed a mouthful of saliva, his expression stiff. The 6 people below were eyeing him covetously, and 5 of them were actually from the Emperor Realm. He came here in high spirits, but he didn't expect to see such a scene as soon as he showed up. He was so scared that he almost turned around and left immediately. Although he didn't put the average the Emperor Realm in his eyes, there were as many as 5 people here. If they really fought, he would definitely not be their opponent. Ha! Yang Kai exclaimed in a low voice, looking at the newcomer in high spirits, his heart filled with surprise and joy. He was surprised because he knew this person, and he was happy because he planned to look for this person after this trip to the Shattered Star Sea. But He didn't expect him to deliver himself to his doorstep. Wu Mengchuan, the sect master of Blue Feather Sect, the descendant of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor and the Great Emperors. The heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle method was taught to Yang Kai by Wu Mengchuan, but Yang Kai didn't dare to cultivate it. So he left it to his embodiment. The embodiment was happy to cultivate it, and his cultivation increased very quickly. But recently, the embodiment felt that his cultivation had reached a bottleneck, and he guessed that it was because of his secret art. Perhaps the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle method that Wu Mengchuan taught to Yang Kai was not complete. Yang Kai wanted to find Wu Mengchuan to ask about the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle method and get the complete secret art from him. Otherwise, the embodiment's cultivation was very likely to remain stagnant. Back then, Yang Kai was only a third-order origin king and was not Wu Mengchuan's opponent. But now he was in the third-order Dao source realm, so there was naturally no need to fear him. Both of them had different thoughts, but they were extremely surprised to meet here. Why does any Tom, Dick, or Harry dare to come here? The young man curled his lips in displeasure when he found that Wu Mengchuan was also from the third-order Dao source realm. He let Yang Kai in earlier because Yang Kai had taken a blow from him. He was eager to absorb and refine the source strength here, so he didn't want to waste time and energy on Yang Kai. But now, another Dao source realm cultivator had come to the Emperor realm's territory. Just kill him, Qi Gui snorted coldly. Wu Mengchuan was shocked when he heard this. Although he did not know what the 6 people below were doing, it was obvious that the 5 Emperor realm masters were looking at him with malicious intent. He hurriedly wiped the cold sweat off his forehead and apologized. My apologies, my apologies. This one has mistakenly intruded upon your precious land. I will withdraw now. Please calm down. Saying so, he glanced over at Yang Kai, intentionally or unintentionally, with a strange expression on his face before turning around to leave. Although he recognized Yang Kai and remembered that he had taught Yang Kai the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle method in the bone prison, he couldn't detect any trace of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle method from Yang Kai at close range. This puzzled Wu Mengchuan, because he had sensed that the mature seed was emitting fluctuations from this place, but when he hurried over, the fluctuations had disappeared, and he was surprised to see Yang Kai. He was confused and didn't know what was going on. Chapter 2477. Big cousin, don't go, since you're already here. Why are you in such a hurry to leave? Yang Kai suddenly shouted towards Wu Mengchuan's position, full of enthusiasm. Wu Mengchuan staggered and almost fell from the air. He hurriedly wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and said angrily, "Who's your big cousin?" Yang Kai said sternly, "Big cousin, you're too mean. You're pretending not to know me even though you've met me here. I'll tell your mother later. Be careful that she doesn't beat you up." Wu Mengchuan was furious and said, "Boy, don't talk nonsense. He's your big cousin?" The well-dressed young man looked at Yang Kai with a strange expression and said, "Why doesn't he look like one?" Yang Kai said, "He's just like that." While speaking, he looked up at Wu Mengchuan and said, "Big cousin, someone here wants to bully me. Shouldn't you stand up for me or something?" Wu Mengchuan said with a dark face, "Boy, if you talk nonsense again, be careful that I won't be polite to you." Yang Kai immediately said angrily, "Everyone wants to be rude to me. Do you think this young master is so easy to bully? Believe it or not, I'll go up now and beat you until your mother can't recognize you." Seeing Yang Kai keep saying your mother, Wu Mengchuan was so angry that smoke came out of his body, but since there were 5 people from the Emperor realm below, he didn't dare to act rashly, so he just sneered and said, "Come here if you have the guts. Let's see who will beat who. Just you wait." After Yang Kai said this, he immediately flew up and threw a barrage of punches at Wu Mengchuan. "Boy, you've got guts." Wu Mengchuan was furious. Although he was afraid of the 5 people from the Emperor realm below, it didn't mean that he was afraid of Yang Kai. Seeing Yang Kai come up and attack without any hesitation, he immediately counterattacked. However, he couldn't figure out the relationship between Yang Kai and the 5 people below, so he didn't dare to kill him and only used 50% of his strength to defend. In an instant, there was a rumbling sound in the air as the 2 people exchanged punches and kicks. Although the scene looked very lively, in fact, no one showed their true abilities. Suddenly, Yang Kai quietly winked at Wu Mengchuan. Although Wu Mengchuan didn't know what Yang Kai meant, he had lived for so many years, so he had some understanding. While fighting Yang Kai back and forth, he cooperated with Yang Kai to quickly move the battlefield away. In a short while, the 2 of them had already left the field of vision of the 5 people from the Emperor realm. After a while, even his divine sense could no longer detect them. Humph! Hyoji snorted coldly. With a cold expression, he turned around and flew back to his original position. Although Yang Kai had annoyed him, Yang Kai was now fighting with someone. It wasn't convenient for him to chase after them. He could only ignore it. Chi Gui looked in the direction where Yang Kai disappeared and chuckled softly. This little brat found a good way out for himself. The young man nodded and said, "I'm afraid that person was his helper. He was just putting on an act to get us out of here." Although Wu Chong did not say anything, he obviously felt the same way. Although Yang Kai's attitude was tough and arrogant just now, as if he did not put anyone in his eyes, in the end, he was just a Dao Source realm cultivator. If he really fought with Hyoji, there was no way for him to survive. Now, it was just as well. If he fought with his so-called eldest cousin while escaping, Hyoji wouldn't be able to do anything to him. It was just that such a scheming person would make others look down on him. Soon, the 5 people from the Emperor realm who had gathered here dispersed, but strangely enough, in the following days, they did not encounter any significant reduction in Source strength. This made them even more convinced that the previous anomaly was caused by Yang Kai, tens of thousands of kilometers away from the Source Sea, above a broken star. 2 people stood in the air, looking at each other from a distance. One of them was burly with a strong body and a burning gaze, like a hungry wolf that had seen its prey. The other stood in the wind, his clothes fluttering in the wind, his eyes bright like the stars. These 2 were none other than Wu Mengchuan and Yang Kai. They had retreated from the Source Sea all the way to this uninhabited star, each with their own ulterior motives. I didn't expect that you could cultivate to the 3rd order Dao Source realm in such a short time. Wu Mengchuan looked at Yang Kai in surprise and said with a little excitement, "The secret art this king taught you is not bad, right?" He thought that Yang Kai could achieve such a cultivation in such a short time because of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's secret art. After all, the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's secret art was too heaven-defying. As long as one could withstand the backlash of the secret art, it was extremely easy to increase one's cultivation. This young master is talented and intelligent. What does it have to do with your bullshit secret arts? Yang Kai curled his lips. Wu Mengchuan chuckled and said, "This king was once your sect master and saved your life. Is this how you talk to this king?" Yang Kai said with a sullen face, "If I remember correctly, it was this young master who saved your life." Wu Mengchuan said, "Even so, but are you going to deny that this king taught you a secret art?" Yang Kai heard this and suddenly became angry. "You have the nerve to mention that? I have a question for you about that bullshit secret art." "What?" Wu Mengchuan raised his eyebrows. "Is the cultivation method you imparted to me incomplete?" Wu Mengchuan's eyes suddenly lit up, and his breathing quickened as he exclaimed, "You really have cultivated a secret art." His expression was like a pervert who had seen a naked beauty, his eyes shining brightly, causing Yang Kai to have goosebumps all over his body. Yang Kai said impatiently, "What does it have to do with you whether I cultivate it or not?" Wu Mengchuan smiled slightly and said, "If you didn't cultivate it, how could you have noticed this problem?" Yang Kai said with a dark face. That secret art is really incomplete. You are despicable. This young master risked a great danger to release you from the bone prison and give you back your freedom. Not only did you not know how to repay kindness, you even taught me an incomplete secret art. Where is your conscience? Where is the justice? Damn it. This young master can only blame himself for being too naive to believe you, you bastard. He cursed bitterly, beating his chest and stamping his feet. He had a regretful look on his face, almost wanting to buy some regret medicine to eat. Wu Meng Chuan's face was filled with a cheerful smile as he waited for him to finish cursing before saying, "The secret art this king taught you is not incomplete. It is complete." Bullshit. Yang Kai saw that he still did not admit it and spat at him. Wu Meng Chuan easily dodged and said lightly, "Boy, don't be so rude. Didn't your master teach you to respect the old and love the young?" "Sorry, I was born like this," Yang Kai said with an arrogant expression. Wu Meng Chuan snorted. "This king won't lower himself to your level, but about that secret art, do you want to listen to this king explain it to you?" "Speak." Yang Kai looked at him coldly. Wu Meng Chuan didn't care and said lightly, "In the past, my ancestor created the heaven-devouring great emperor's secret art, which was an extraordinary secret art. The great emperors were able to achieve supremacy in the heaven and earth and were invincible in the universe. Unfortunately, in the end, the tree that stood out from the rest was feared by the other great emperors, and they joined forces to kill it. It's really the heavens who are jealous of heroic talents." Yang Kai sneered. "How come the version I heard is different from what you said?" Wu Meng Chuan glared at him and said, "Do you still want to listen? If you don't want to listen, this king won't say it." Yang Kai shrugged his shoulders and stretched out his hand to pull his mouth, making a sewing gesture, indicating for him to continue. Wu Meng Chuan snorted unhappily and continued, "When my ancestor created the heaven-devouring great emperor's secret art, he had already noticed that there was a huge flaw in this secret art. Guess what it is?" Yang Kai pointed to his mouth and made a few ahs sound, but he didn't say anything. Wu Meng Chuan said helplessly, "Although this secret art is heaven-defying, it goes against heaven and earth, so the backlash is extremely strong. Only those with great perseverance can cultivate it and bear the backlash. Otherwise, it won't be long before they become the demon race and burn themselves to death." Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat when he heard this, knowing that Wu Meng Chuan was not lying. This was because the embodiment had once mentioned this problem, but because the embodiment was a stone mongoose, it was born with the ability to refine and expel all kinds of impurities. So this drawback of the heaven-devouring great emperor's secret art did not affect it much. In addition, when this secret art is cultivated to a certain limit, a bottleneck will appear. If this bottleneck is not broken, it will never be possible to advance. Speaking of this, Wu Meng Chuan's expression turned solemn as he stared at Yang Kai, and this bottleneck is the third-order Tao source realm, which is why and I can't break through to the Emperor realm. Yang Kai thought that his failure to break through was not because of the heaven-devouring great emperor's secret art, but he was willing to listen because he felt that Wu Meng Chuan would tell him a solution to this problem soon. This guy seemed to feel that he had already defeated him, so he was now chattering away and revealing a lot of information. "Sure enough," Wu Meng Chuan said, "in order to solve this problem, my ancestor came up with an ingenious solution. Let another person also cultivate the heaven-devouring great emperor's secret art. When this person reaches the bottleneck of the third-order Tao source realm, they can devour him and break through the bottleneck in one fell swoop, thus advancing to the Emperor realm." His tone gradually became excited, and his face became ruddy as he said excitedly, "My ancestor is truly a peerless genius. I am not as good as him." Yang Kai said in shock, "So you taught me the heaven-devouring great emperor's secret art because your ultimate goal was to devour me?" Wu Meng Chuan grinned, revealing his white fangs. "Naturally, otherwise do you think this king, as a descendant of my ancestor, would easily teach this secret art to others. Despicable, shameless, Yang Kai said angrily. Wu Mengchuan snorted coldly. You are not the only one this king has taught. Over the past few hundred years, this king has found hundreds of qualified cultivator and taught them the heaven-devouring great emperor's secret art, but you are the only one who has been able to cultivate to the third-order Tao source realm. As for the others, they are all dead. He paused for a moment before continuing. The secret art this king taught you is not incomplete. It is just a copy. Copy? Yang Kai frowned. Yes, the heaven-devouring great emperor's secret art created by my ancestor is divided into two types, the main one and the copy. This king cultivates the main one, while what I taught you is a copy. Chapter 2478. You've really played a big game of chess. Yang Kai was slightly shocked. He did not expect that Wu Mengchuan would teach so many people the heaven-devouring great emperor's battle technique. However, those who cultivated the heaven-devouring great emperor's battle technique had all died from the backlash. After all, not everyone had a body like the embodiment. He secretly rejoiced that he had resisted the temptation back then and did not cultivate the heaven-devouring great emperor's battle technique. Otherwise, he would not even know how he had died. Although he was confident in his perseverance, the heaven-devouring great emperor's battle technique was too strange. Wu Mengchuan's ability to cultivate to the third-order Tao source realm was definitely not as simple as having strong perseverance. Perhaps the heaven-devouring great emperor had left behind some cultivation experiences for him to refer to. If I can recreate the glory of my ancestors, what is a few hundred years of waiting? Wu Mengchuan's body shook as he shouted loudly. Yang Kai's expression turned ugly as he asked, I want to ask, what is the difference between the main version and the instance version? Ha. The two are basically the same, but naturally there are some differences. The cultivator who cultivates the instance version is just a seed. Once the cultivator reaches the peak of the third-order Tao source realm, the seed will mature and can be swallowed by the cultivator of the main version. That way, they will be able to advance to the emperor realm. Moreover, if the seed matures, the cultivator of the main version will be able to sense the other party from a very far distance. Wu Mengchuan's tone gradually became excited. Yang Kai suddenly understood. No wonder you could find me in the Shattered Star Sea. You could have sensed me. Previously, in the Source Sea, he had also released the embodiment, so Wu Mengchuan probably sensed it at that time. Wu Mengchuan raised his arms and shouted, This king has waited for hundreds of years for this day. Finally, this king has seen the light of day. Yang Kai nodded. He had asked what he needed to ask and understood what he needed to know. The reason why the embodiment had reached a bottleneck but could not break through was really because of the secret art. However, the secret art was not incomplete, but it had always been like this. He pondered for a moment, then said, If the person who cultivated the copy devours the person who cultivated the main copy, what should we do then? Wu Mengchuan was taken aback when he heard this, but soon understood what Yang Kai meant. He grinned and said, Young people are quite ambitious, very good. With your aptitude, if you didn't cultivate the divine technique, you would definitely become a great talent in the future. Unfortunately, you are now just a stepping stone for my advancement. You haven't answered my question yet. Yang Kai looked at him with a sullen face. Wu Mengchuan snorted, If you can really swallow this king, then you should naturally advance. What's there to ask? I see. Yang Kai nodded in satisfaction. That would be for the best. Boy, what else do you want to ask? Wu Mengchuan shouted in a low voice. Ask all at once, and then we can set off on our way. This king can't wait any longer. No more. Yang Kai grinned at him. This strange smile startled Wu Mengchuan, causing him to grit his teeth and spat. You're deliberately mystifying things. While speaking, Source Chi suddenly surged from his body. as if he was preparing to attack Yang Kai. Wait, Yang Kai suddenly raised his hand. What do you want to do? Wu Meng Chuan shouted impatiently. Yang Kai looked at him with a strange smile. He said, Aren't you going to ask? Why can't you sense the mature seed now? Wu Meng Chuan looked stunned, thinking that this was right. He was wondering why he couldn't sense the fluctuations of the mature seed before, but after being asked this, and that by Yang Kai, he had forgotten about it. Now that he was reminded by Yang Kai, he suddenly remembered. He hurriedly asked why. Heh. Yang Kai grinned, spread his hands, and said, Because this young master hasn't cultivated the heaven-devouring great emperor's battle technique at all. What? Wu Meng Chuan was shocked. Haven't cultivated it? Impossible! If Yang Kai hadn't cultivated the heaven-devouring great emperor's battle technique, how could he have been promoted to the third-order Tao source realm in such a short time? Moreover, judging from Yang Kai's expression and aura, it seemed that he had been promoted for a long time, and his cultivation was extremely dense. If Yang Kai hadn't cultivated the heaven-devouring great emperor's battle technique, then how could he explain the fluctuations of the seed he had sensed earlier? He had clearly flown over quickly after sensing the fluctuations, and then saw Yang Kai. Yang Kai said, The one who has cultivated the heaven-devouring great emperor's battle technique is someone else. Who? Wu Meng Chuan's eyes narrowed. Yang Kai waved his hand, and a behemoth suddenly descended from the sky. The huge figure suddenly blotted out all the light in the sky, casting a shadow over a large area. After it landed on the ground, the earth trembled slightly. Wu Meng Chuan opened his mouth wide and looked up at the mountain-like existence, only to feel a sense of suffocation that made him unable to breathe for a long time. When this mountain-like being appeared, the feeling that had disappeared appeared once again. This time, Wu Meng Chuan clearly sensed that this fluctuation was not coming from Yang Kai, but from this monster. Taking a closer look, Wu Meng Chuan couldn't help but gasp. This huge monster actually had hands and feet, and its entire body was covered in a thick rock armor. It looked like a huge stone man, but this stone man also had a pair of intelligent eyes that kept rolling around. In the stone man's hand was a pitch-black warhammer that was wrapped in pitch-black darkness. The warhammer was filled with an extremely uncomfortable aura, a demon armament. Wu Meng Chuan's eyes widened as he stared at the warhammer in a daze. His heart was filled with extreme shock, and he couldn't believe his eyes. This was a demon armament, a genuine demon armament. There were still demon armaments in the world today. Shouldn't this thing have disappeared long ago? Could it be that those ancient great demons and great demons had not gone extinct yet? Did you hear what this guy said just now? Yang Kai pointed to Wu Meng Chuan and asked. The embodiment waved the demon armament warhammer in his hand and said, I heard it very clearly. Devour him, and you can break through the current bottleneck. Yang Kai smiled softly. The embodiment also smiled heartily. I can't wait. Saying so, he took a step forward. Asterisk hong long long. Asterisk a loud noise rang out, and a huge footprint was left on the solid ground by the embodiment. What the hell is this? Wu Meng Chuan finally recovered and couldn't help shouting, Where did you get this thing? It was impossible for such a big monster to be taken out from a space ring. He only saw Yang Kai wave his hand, and this thing appeared on the scene. Moreover, Wu Meng Chuan didn't know whether this thing was alive or not. If he said it was dead, it could speak and communicate, but if he said it was alive, it didn't give off the slightest fluctuation of life. After living for so many years, Wu Meng Chuan never thought that he would be able to gain some insight today. Why do you care where I got this thing? Just accept your death obediently. If you don't resist, I can give you a quick death, but if you resist, humph. Yang Kai stood aside and sneered. You want this king to die? Wu Meng Chuan's eyes flashed fiercely as he said angrily, Boy, I'm afraid you haven't figured out the situation yet. Who dares act presumptuously in front of this king? Speaking of this, he suddenly opened his hand, pointed it at the embodiment, and shouted, "Heaven-devouring great emperor, devour for me!" A mysterious power suddenly spread out and enveloped the embodiment as if it was going to devour everything. The embodiment's huge body staggered and fell to his knees, a look of pain on his face as he let out a wail. Yang Kai's expression changed drastically as he exclaimed in a low voice, "What's going on?" He knew best how strong the embodiment was. The Stone Mongoose clan was born with strong bodies, and over the years, the embodiment had refined countless treasures. With the demonic warhammer in hand, he could even fight the Emperor realm head-on. If it weren't for his large body and inconvenient movements, Yang Kai wouldn't have hidden him so often. But now, such a powerful embodiment was actually knocked to the ground by Wu Mengchuan in a single exchange, and it didn't even seem to have the strength to fight back. How could Yang Kai not be shocked? How could this old thing be so powerful? Yang Kai was also dumbfounded. Die, die, die. The embodiment wailed and screamed in pain. "My power is being devoured." Ha! Wu Mengchuan laughed maniacally, his eyes filled with madness as he shouted, "How dare you be so arrogant in front of this king? Watch this king devour you." Visible to the naked eye, pure energy overflowed from the embodiment and was absorbed into Wu Mengchuan's body. Wu Mengchuan's whole body became flushed, as if he had received great nourishment. Secret art suppression. Yang Kai's face sank as he suddenly understood something. He no longer dared to let the embodiment stay outside, and waved his hand, sending it back into the sealed world bead. On the other side, Wu Mengchuan was devouring happily, but all of a sudden, the source of power disappeared, and when he looked around, his embodiment also disappeared without a trace. His face suddenly became gloomy as he gritted his teeth. "Where is that thing? Hurry up and release it, or this king will make you beg for death." Yang Kai looked at him coldly and snorted, "Old dog, you're good at scheming. Is there a natural suppression between the main and copy secret arts?" "Ooh," Wu Mengchuan said with a sullen face. "So what if there is?" Yang Kai clicked his tongue and said, "If that's the case, then no matter how strong the cultivator who cultivates the copy is, it is just a dish in front of you. Boy, don't be so long-winded. Hurry up and release that thing. After this king breaks through to the Emperor realm, this king may be able to help you a little." Wu Mengchuan shouted impatiently. The opportunity to break through to the Emperor realm was right in front of him, but Yang Kai had hidden it away. So how could Wu Mengchuan not be anxious? He didn't even know how Yang Kai had managed to summon that thing back. If he hadn't figured it out, he would have attacked Yang Kai right away instead of discussing any conditions with him. Yang Kai snorted. The heaven-devouring great emperor was heartless in the past. He slaughtered all living beings, devoured the stars, and destroyed the territory of the great emperor, provoking the wrath of the heavens. In the end, he was killed by the great emperors. Wu Mengchuan, what do you think you can do even if you break through to the Emperor realm? You will just follow in the footsteps of your ancestors. Nonsense. Wu Mengchuan's eyes were bloodshot as he shouted angrily. The great emperors were just narrow-minded people. They were jealous of my ancestors' strength and set up a trap, but unfortunately my ancestors still managed to defeat them. How could someone as powerful as my ancestors die so easily? At this point, Wu Mengchuan suddenly closed his mouth, and his originally excited mood seemed to have calmed down a little. Chapter 2479. Yang Kai's eyes suddenly widened as he stared at him in horror, asking in a trembling voice, What do you mean? You don't mean to say that the master, he's not dead yet, right?" Wu Mengchuan knew that he had a slip of the tongue due to his emotions just now, so he just stared coldly at Yang Kai with a murderous look on his face. A chill suddenly came from the soles of his feet, causing Yang Kai to shiver uncontrollably. The heaven-devouring great emperor was a legend, but this legend was killed by the joint forces of the great emperors in the Shattered Star Sea. But now Wu Mengchuan actually revealed some unusual information. If it was someone else who said this, Yang Kai might not take it seriously, but Wu Mengchuan was the descendant of the great emperors of the heaven-devouring great emperor, so his words were more or less justified. If the great emperors of the heaven-devouring great emperor were not dead, then all this was just too crazy. After tens of thousands of years of dormancy, what were the great emperors of the heaven-devouring great emperor doing? And for what? Yang Kai swallowed a mouthful of saliva. This king didn't want to kill you so easily because you are a promising talent. But now it seems that you must die. Wu Mengchuan shouted in a deep voice as he suddenly clenched his fist and blasted it in the direction of Yang Kai. The fist intent broke through the barrier and crushed the void with infinite power. His eagerness to kill made Yang Kai feel more and more uneasy, wondering if his guess just now was correct. After Wu Mengchuan made his move, Yang Kai could not help but be shocked, because this guy's strength was extremely good, definitely not something an ordinary Dao Source Realm cultivator could compare to. It could even be said that he had surpassed the level of Dao Source Realm. Even Wu Chang and Xia Sheng, who were rising stars of the younger generation, they might not necessarily have Wu Mengchuan's heritage, as expected of the descendant of the great emperors of the heaven-devouring great emperor. Even if he had been cultivating on his own all these years, he was not necessarily worse than those elites. However, although Wu Mengchuan was powerful, Yang Kai was not to be trifled with. Seeing the fist coming towards him, he did not dodge but met it with a punch of his own. Asterisk hong long 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 long. Asterisk the sound of an explosion rang out, and the chaotic energy swam between the two of them. They collided. Wu Mengchuan was taken aback and was slightly shocked. Yang Kai's strength had also surprised him. He was well aware of his own strength. Ordinary Dao Source Realm Masters were no match for him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to kill so many people in the Shattered Star Sea, snatch so many star seals, and upgrade his star seal to a 7-pointed star seal. But it was precisely because of this that Wu Mengchuan's eyes lit up as he shouted, "What kind of opportunities have you had over the years?" It's really an eye-opener for this king to grow so quickly from an origin king back then. Although he didn't know what kind of fortuitous encounter Kai Yang had, but to be able to let a person become so strong in such a short period of time, Kai Yang's luck was definitely not shallow. But no matter what kind of fortuitous encounter Kai Yang had, as long as he could kill him, everything would belong to him. While he was talking, he had already rushed in front of Yang Kai, his fists raining down like a storm, his eyes filled with a trace of clarity. Yang Kai looked solemn as he quietly circulated his 5 elements indestructible sword qi. The power of the 5 elements lingered around his body as he fought back fearlessly. Previously, in the Source Sea, the fight between the two was just for show, so neither of them used their full strength. Neither of them knew where the other's bottom line was. But now, in this life and death battle, neither of them held back. For a time, the two exchanged punches and kicks, creating a series of clanging sounds. In terms of physique and cultivation, Yang Kai was undoubtedly superior, and coupled with the 5 elements indestructible sword qi, Wu Mengchuan quickly fell into a disadvantage in this battle. Yang Kai's fists landed squarely on Wu Mengchuan's body, leaving him in a sorry state. Wu Mengchuan was also extremely shocked. He found that he had still underestimated Yang Kai's ability. In less than 30 breaths, Wu Mengchuan's body was stained with blood, looking extremely miserable, but his eyes were extremely bright. Yang Kai also faintly noticed that something was wrong, because if it were someone else being beaten by him like this, that person's aura would have already weakened, but Wu Mengchuan's aura showed no signs of weakening, and instead showed signs of increasing. In contrast, Yang Kai's consumption was not light. Suddenly, Yang Kai's eyes narrowed as he shouted, "Old dog, you're actually devouring my power?" Under his careful observation, he finally found some clues. Every time his power hit Wu Mengchuan, a part of it would strangely disappear, and this part was obviously being devoured by Wu Mengchuan. Wu Mengchuan laughed and said, "This king has cultivated the heaven-devouring great emperor's battle techniques and is invincible. Unless you can kill this king in a single blow, just accept your death obediently." Killing Wu Mengchuan in a single blow was absolutely impossible for an ordinary first-order emperor realm master. Only a master above the second-order emperor realm could do it. Yang Kai sensed that something was wrong and hurriedly tried to retreat. Wu Mengchuan's voice was fierce as he shouted, "In front of this king, you can't come and go as you please. Heaven-devouring great emperor's territory. Open for me." Kong, an invisible territory field expanded with a bang, directly wrapping Yang Kai in it. In this territory field, Yang Kai found that the power in his body was gushing out of his meridians uncontrollably, turning into a trickle of energy that flowed towards Wu Mengchuan. Not only that, his vitality was also showing signs of being devoured by Wu Mengchuan, and this speed was getting faster and faster. Yang Kai was shocked. Only now did he realize the horror of the heaven-devouring great emperor's battle techniques. Although the embodiment also cultivated the heaven-devouring great emperor's battle techniques, his secret art was undoubtedly much worse than Wu Mengchuan's, so there was no territory field that could devour everything. In this territory field, everything was the source of Wu Mengchuan's power, and it was inevitable that he would devour it. If someone fought with him, Wu Mengchuan could easily win and kill his opponent. Yang Kai was now in this awkward situation. What a rich blood qi, what a pure origin energy. Wu Mengchuan's eyes lit up as he exclaimed in surprise while fighting with Yang Kai, "Boy, you've tempered your body? Good, good, good. This is a great tonic. This king will have more confidence in breaking through to the emperor realm." Yang Kai snorted, "You really want to devour me? Be careful not to choke to death." As he spoke, he urged his space force, causing the surrounding void to tremble and become strange and unpredictable. Wu Mengchuan's eyes widened in shock. This is Space Force. It was as if he had seen a ghost in broad daylight and was shocked beyond words. But in the next moment, he was overjoyed. "You're proficient in Space Force." Seeing this, Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat. Thinking that this guy couldn't possibly, before he could finish this thought though, Yang Kai noticed that something was wrong and exclaimed in horror, "Bastard, you can even devour principal strength?" Wu Mengchuan showed a look of ecstasy on his face as he opened his mind and body to devour everything around him, constantly praising, "Wonderful, wonderful. The Space Force turns out to be so mysterious. No wonder not many people can cultivate it." By devouring Yang Kai's Space Force, he had comprehended a trace of the mysteries of Space Force. If this continued for a long time, once he really understood the mysteries of Space Force, he would definitely be able to cultivate Space Force like Yang Kai and obtain the Space Divine technique. Only now did Yang Kai truly realize the horror of the heaven-devouring great emperor's battle technique. This secret art was really a peerless secret art, capable of devouring everything. Just think about it. No matter how mysterious the principal strength was, once it was used by someone, the one who cultivated the heaven-devouring great emperor's battle technique could comprehend and cultivate it by devouring it. This was simply robbing, and the opponent could do nothing about it. It was no wonder that during the War of Emperors in the Shattered Star Sea, the heaven-devouring great emperor was able to drag 4 top great emperors to the grave with him. With a secret art like the heaven-devouring great emperor's battle technique, who in this world could be his opponent? This was simply cheating. "This king is a little reluctant to kill you." Wu Mengchuan looked at Yang Kai excitedly and shouted, "Boy, This king will give you one more chance. Stop here. Open your knowledge sea, and let this king brand his soul brand. When this king dominates the territory of the aspiring star and reproduces the glory of our ancestors, I will let you rule the world. How about it? Is there such a good thing? Yong Kai gritted his teeth and glared at him, but while speaking, his hands were not idle. With a wave of his hand, he sent 2 huge moon blades towards Wu Meng Chuan. Wu Meng Chuan's eyes lit up again as he stared at the moon blades, as if he had seen something novel. When the moon blades were about to reach him, he twisted his body to avoid them, licked his lips, and said with an impatient look, "This king likes your space, principles very much. As long as you can help this king cultivate and comprehend this principal strength, this king will not treat you unfairly." "Okay, I'll give you whatever you want. I only want one thing," Yong Kai sneered softly. Wu Meng Chuan said with a sullen face, "If it's this king's life, then forget it." Yong Kai asked, "You're so smart. Do your parents know?" Wu Meng Chuan retorted angrily, "My parents died long ago. What does it have to do with them?" Scorching flame. While shouting angrily, Wu Meng Chuan suddenly waved his hand and sent a stream of flames straight towards Yong Kai. This stream of flames contained the principle of fire and seemed to be able to burn everything. Yong Kai was shocked, knowing that this principle of fire was not something Wu Meng Chuan had comprehended on his own. He should have devoured the principal strength of others through the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle technique. But even so, this divine technique should not be underestimated. Exile. Yong Kai stretched out his hand, and a black hole immediately appeared in front of him and swallowed the stream of flames directly. Stubborn. Wu Meng Chuan's face became angry, and he suddenly spread out his hands, releasing 2 completely different principal fluctuations. His left hand was covered in flames, while his right hand was covered in ice. The principles of ice and fire spread out, but strangely, they did not cancel each other out, but instead merged perfectly. Wu Meng Chuan shouted in a low voice, "I'll let you have a taste of this king's unique 9 heavens of ice and fire." Asterisk pa. Asterisk, he clapped his hands together, and in an instant, the power of ice and fire erupted fiercely, sweeping through the void and shattering the world. Chapter 2480. A violent force swept out, and Yong Kai was the first to bear the brunt, and was immediately submerged. Asterisk, Hong, long, long. Asterisk, the ice and fire 9-layered heaven's secret technique rolled over, and gradually disappeared, its power dissipating. Wu Meng Chuan, however, stood in place with a dignified expression, staring ahead. When the dust settled, Yong Kai stood in the void in ragged clothes. Although he was in a sorry state, he was not in any danger of losing his life. His expression was solemn as he formed a series of hand seals. A mysterious aura filled the air. Wu Meng Chuan suddenly felt extremely uneasy, a feeling that made his heart beat wildly. For some reason, he had a feeling that time had slowed down, as if his perception was being suppressed. Everything around him seemed to have come to a standstill, and only Yong Kai's movements were as fast as lightning. A dazzling handprint suddenly formed, and Yong Kai stretched out his hand and clapped it towards him, shouting in a low voice, "Flowing time, great emperor, shuttle art." Wu Meng Chuan was shocked, instinctively sensing a dangerous aura. He wanted to dodge, but he could not move at all, and even his thoughts seemed to have frozen at this moment. The heaven-devouring Great Emperor's secret technique did not play any role. The dazzling handprint pressed directly towards Wu Meng Chuan. At this critical moment, Wu Meng Chuan suddenly bit the tip of his tongue, spat out a mouthful of blood essence, and with a flick of his wrist, a blood-red bottle appeared in his hand. The bottle did not look big, only about a foot tall, but as soon as it appeared, An extremely strong bloody aura filled the air. A bright red light suddenly bloomed from this bottle, and this light was so thick that it was almost tangible. Not only was the smell of blood pungent, but it also flowed out, turning into a crimson light that shrouded the front. As far as the eye could see, it was as if a blood-red sea had suddenly spread out. It filled a vast expanse of space. Asterisk, Hong Hong Hong, asterisk, the flowing time, great emperor's shuttle arc blasted into the sea of blood. Monstrous waves were set off, causing the sea of blood to roil and tumble. Wu Meng Chuan let out a muffled groan as he staggered back. Even though he had summoned this strange artifact, he was still inevitably hit by the divine technique of the flowing time great emperor, and his face rapidly aged, seemingly seriously injured. However, his expression had calmed down and was no longer as panicked as before. Gritting his teeth and glaring at Yang Kai, Wu Meng Chuan growled, "I didn't expect you to have such a divine technique." Yang Kai frowned and kept looking around. It had only been 3 breaths since Wu Meng Chuan summoned the blood-red bottle, but now the environment he was in had undergone earth-shaking changes. The surroundings were filled with the thick smell of blood, and the sea of blood below was constantly churning. Bubbles appeared, and faint cries of ghosts and wolves could be heard coming from them. The surrounding space seemed to have been isolated by this sea of blood. Even though Yang Kai was proficient in the Tao of space, he could not detect anything beyond the sea of blood. It was as if this place had suddenly become a small world similar to the sealed world bead. It was completely isolated from the outside world. What the hell was that? Yang Kai was puzzled. The only thing he was certain of was that the blood-red bottle was an emperor artifact. Moreover, it was most likely an emperor artifact left behind by the heaven-devouring great emperor, the great emperors. After all, Wu Meng Chuan was not an emperor realm master yet, so it was impossible for him to have his own emperor artifact. If it really was an emperor artifact left behind by the great emperors of the heaven-devouring great emperor, then it would be a big problem. Yang Kai's face sank for a moment. Boy, what kind of divine technique is that? It's completely different from the space principles you just used. Wu Meng Chuan shouted again. Yang Kai glanced at him coldly and snorted, "You're about to die. Why are you asking so many questions?" Wu Meng Chuan was taken aback for a moment before he burst into laughter. "Boy, your tone isn't small, but you should be proud of yourself for forcing this king to use the blood spirit bottle." Blood spirit bottle. Yang Kai raised his brow. Knowing that this was the name of the emperor artifact, "That's right," Wu Meng Chuan said triumphantly. "This is an emperor artifact left behind by our ancestor. Only those with the Wu family bloodline can use it. Others can't use it at all. Although the blood spirit bottle is not the ancestor's best work, it's enough to deal with you, boy." Sure enough, this is an emperor artifact left behind by the great emperors of the heaven-devouring great emperor for his descendants. Yang Kai was shocked. Wu Meng Chuan continued, "Inside this king's blood spirit bottle, even if you are proficient in the Tao of space, you can forget about escaping. Today, you can either submit to this king or die here." Yang Kai sneered, "You'd better worry about yourself first. After being hit by this young master's flowing time, great emperor's divine technique, how long can you live?" Although the flowing time, great emperor's shuttle seal did not have the desired effect, it did injure Wu Meng Chuan. His gradually aging face was the best proof of this, and the principles of time that had invaded his body could not be easily resolved. The principles of time would continue to corrode Wu Meng Chuan's vitality until he eventually died of old age. "What can a trivial secret technique do to me?" Wu Meng Chuan coldly snorted and stretched out his hand, causing the blood below him to rush towards him. As the blood flowed in, Wu Meng Chuan's old face quickly regained its luster, as if he was no longer eroded by the principles of time. However, Yang Kai keenly noticed that Wu Mengchuan's brow furrowed as a look of shock appeared on his face. His face, which had recovered quickly, aged once more. What kind of power is this? Wu Mengchuan finally asked in shock. His method of using the blood to restore his vitality was actually treating the symptoms but not the root cause. Unless he continued to absorb the blood here, he would eventually die. After realizing this, Wu Mengchuan finally became afraid. Yang Kai laughed and sneered. Can't you devour all things? Why don't you try devouring it yourself, and you'll know. Boy, you're courting death. I wanted to keep your life for my own use, but now it seems that I have no choice but to kill you. Wu Mengchuan was furious and waved his hand, causing the blood sea to suddenly tumble and a blood dragon to emerge from it. This blood dragon was lifelike, staring at Yang Kai with its house-sized eyes, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. To Wu Mengchuan's surprise, in the face of such a fierce attack, Yang Kai just stood in place and sneered softly. What the hell is this boy doing? Wu Mengchuan was bewildered. He didn't know what Yang Kai was planning, but in order to avoid any accidents, he suddenly took action again. Several blood dragons suddenly shot out from the blood sea and surrounded Yang Kai from all directions. Yang Kai snorted. Wu Mengchuan, your strength is also beyond this young master's expectations, but you should be proud of yourself for forcing me to use this treasure. He actually returned Wu Mengchuan's words to him. Wu Mengchuan was furious. Boy, how dare you be so arrogant? Inside this king's blood spirit bottle, what can you do? Just accept your death obediently. Yang Kai said indifferently. The one who's going to die is you. As soon as he finished speaking, he stretched out his hand and summoned the mountains and rivers bell, pouring his source chi and divine sense into it. The mountains and rivers bell rapidly grew in size, and the complex patterns on its surface suddenly came to life, constantly moving around as a wild aura filled the air. This is... Wu Mengchuan's eyes widened as he stared at the mountains and rivers bell in horror, almost biting off his tongue in shock. As a descendant of the heaven-devouring great emperor and great emperors, he was naturally more concerned about everything that had happened in the Shattered Star Sea than others. He knew which great emperors had fallen here and what kind of treasures they had left behind. So as soon as the mountains and rivers bell appeared, he immediately recognized it. This is impossible, Wu Mengchuan shouted. In any case, he could not believe that Yang Kai had subdued the mountains and rivers bell. This was the natal emperor artifact of the Yuan Ding great emperors. It was an ancient relic that the Yuan Ding great emperors brought out from the ancient wild lands. However, wasn't the mountains and rivers bell suppressing the phoenix true fire and escaping into the void? Why would it appear in Yang Kai's hands? If the mountains and rivers bell was here, then where was the phoenix true fire? If this was the real mountains and rivers bell, then his life was in danger today. Asterisk Guang. Asterisk, a melodious bell sound suddenly rang out, and shock waves visible to the naked eye spread in all directions. The sound waves were mixed with a power that seemed to be able to destroy the heavens and earth, enough to suppress everything. The blood dragons that pounced at Yang Kai suddenly disintegrated, turning back into blood and dripping down. Wu Mengchuan's whole body shook, and he could not help but take a few steps back. When he stood still again, blood was oozing out of his ears and nose. This was the real mountains and rivers bell. Wu Mengchuan only saw a snowy white in front of his eyes, and under the shock of his mind, he could no longer see anything, his head buzzing. After personally enduring the shock of the mountains and rivers bell, he no longer had any doubts. After the appearance of the mountains and rivers bell, Wu Mengchuan's body stiffened, as if he was being suppressed by an invisible force. Even the churning blood around him suddenly calmed down, no longer causing any ripples. The mountains and rivers bell's sound suppressed the mountains and rivers, and the emperor's aura changed the world. If the heaven-devouring great emperor's battle technique could devour everything, then the mountains and rivers Bell could suppress everything in this world. Pooh! Wu Mengchuan finally could not hold back and spat out a mouthful of blood, his face suddenly becoming much older. Yang Kai coldly snorted, "Wu Mengchuan, today, this place will be your burial place. Obediently accept your death." As he shouted, he suddenly waved his hand, and the mountains and rivers Bell suddenly fell down rapidly into the blood sea, disappearing without a trace. But in the next moment, the entire blood sea began to boil, and at the same time, there was a crisp, cracking sound coming from all directions. Wu Mengchuan turned pale with fright and shouted, "Stop! Stop! You will destroy this king's blood spirit bottle." This space had been sealed when he summoned the blood spirit bottle, and now that the mountains and rivers Bell was pressing down, the blood spirit bottle could not bear it at all. If this continued, this emperor artifact, left by the heaven-devouring great emperor and great emperors, would definitely be damaged. Yang Kai sneered, "You're about to die. Yet you still have the leisure to care about the bottle." If the blood spirit bottle could be used by him, Yang Kai would not be so ruthless. After all, this was a treasure left by the great emperors of the heaven-devouring great emperor, and its value was immeasurable. But Wu Mengchuan had said before that this thing could only be used by those with the Wu family bloodline, so even if Yang Kai obtained it, it would be useless. So he showed no mercy. Asterisk kacha, asterisk more, and more sounds came out. Wu Mengchuan's face was pale as he roared, "Stop, let's talk things over." Yang Kai coldly said, "It's pointless to say even half a word." Asterisk walla, asterisk with a sound. The blood sea that filled the world was suddenly broken, and the power that sealed the space suddenly disappeared. Chapter 2481. In the void, the blood sea collapsed, and blood splashed out in all directions. In the blink of an eye, the crimson light that filled heaven and earth disappeared. Wu Mengchuan stood somewhere with a pale face, as if he had lost his soul. The destruction of the blood spirit bottle had caused him to suffer a huge backlash, coupled with the fact that he had been hit by Yang Kai's flowing time, great emperor's shuttlecock seal. He was only half alive at this moment. Spitting out blood, he staggered and seemed to be unable to even stand steadily. Yang Kai was not much better off. This was the second time he had summoned the mountains and rivers Bell. After the first strike, his vision turned black, his head spun, his ears buzzed, and his heart thumped like a war drum. He gritted his teeth, and the veins on his forehead bulged. He raised his hand, and the myriad sword turned into a rainbow and shot towards Wu Mengchuan, accompanied by a soft thud. The myriad's sword directly struck Wu Mengchuan's abdomen, nailing him firmly to the ground. Blood instantly dyed the earth red. Wu Mengchuan struggled hard but was unable to break free. The next moment, Yang Kai waved his hand again and released the embodiment, saying with difficulty, "I'll leave him to you." Although the embodiment did not participate in this battle, he could clearly see what was happening outside from the sealed world bead. So as soon as he appeared, he immediately came in front of Wu Mengchuan and slapped him. Asterisk rumble. Asterisk the earth shook, and the place where Wu Mengchuan was standing was completely covered by the huge palm. The embodiment's eyes burst with light, like two bolts of lightning piercing through the past and present, and he shouted excitedly, heaven-devouring great emperor technique. The divine art was activated, and an extremely pure energy overflowed from Wu Mengchuan's old body. It was absorbed into the embodiment's body. Not long after, the embodiment let out a strange cry, which was mixed with great joy and excitement, and a mysterious power pervaded his huge body. Seeing this, Yang Kai knew that the embodiment was about to break through his bottleneck. Wu Mengchuan was right. If the embodiment could devour him, Then the embodiment could advance. This had nothing to do with who cultivated the main dungeon or who cultivated the dungeon. It was just that Wu Mengchuan had never thought that he would end up benefiting someone else. If he had known that there would be such an outcome, he probably would not have taught Yang Kai the heaven-devouring Great Emperor technique back then. But then again, who in this world could have an embodiment that could cultivate the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle techniques without suffering any backlash? And how many people in the Tao Source realm could defeat Wu Mengchuan? Just the blood spirit bottle alone was enough to make 90% of Tao Source realm cultivators retreat. Other people who practiced the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's tactics encountered Wu Mengchuan. It was just a dish. As his mind relaxed, endless exhaustion hit him. Yang Kai forced himself not to faint. He slowly sat down cross-legged, took out a large number of spirit herbs, and stuffed them into his mouth. Then he closed his eyes and began to adjust his breathing. The Dharmakaya continued to let out excited and strange cries. His voice was like thunder. As the avatar devoured, the avatar began to devour. Wu Mengchuan's aura was getting weaker and weaker, as if he could die at any time. Suddenly, the embodiment let out a cry of surprise, as if it had discovered something, and its huge palm slammed down. Accompanied by a crisp crack, Wu Mengchuan's body exploded like a watermelon, his flesh and blood mangled, and he couldn't be more dead. The Dharmakaya continued to devour. After a while, the Dharmakaya stopped and stood still. Her lively eyes flashed with a hint of thoughtfulness. She stood there quietly and did not move for a long time. His eyes became brighter and brighter, and after a flash of enlightenment, the Dharmakaya sat down cross-legged and formed a seal with his hands, motionless. Without the baptism of world energy or the gathering of world energy, the Dharmakaya seemed to have fallen into a state of deep sleep. Time passed slowly, and 2 days later, Yang Kai slowly opened his eyes. Although his body was still a little weak, it no longer hindered his movements. He first took back the mountains and river's bell and myriad sword before looking at the Dharmakaya. Although he had been adjusting his breathing before, he had also been paying attention to the situation of the Dharmakaya, so he knew exactly what was happening over there. After observing for a while, Yang Kai couldn't help frowning. This was because he noticed that the Dharmakaya's aura was constantly weakening. Not only was the aura of the Dharmakaya's body like this, but even the fluctuations of his spiritual energy were gradually becoming undetectable, as if he had really fallen asleep. Yang Kai didn't dare to rashly disturb him. After all, the Dharmakaya was not made of flesh and blood. Its promotion was very different from that of an ordinary cultivator. Without the baptism of world energy, Yang Kai didn't know if this was normal. The only thing Yang Kai could do was to provide the Dharmakaya with some source crystals so that he could have enough world energy. Thinking of this, Yang Kai quickly took out a small mountain of source crystals from his space ring and piled them up beside the Dharmakaya. But as soon as these source crystals were put down, they were swallowed by a mysterious force, and all of their world energy was drained and turned into dust. Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat when he saw this. He had taken out at least 30 million source crystals, but they were all gone in an instant. This kind of consumption was too terrifying. Fortunately, he didn't lack source crystals, so he quickly took out some more. This cycle repeated over and over again. After throwing out hundreds of millions of source crystals, all of which were high, middle, and low rank, the Dharmakaya's speed of devouring source crystals slowed down. In the following days, Yang Kai had been paying attention to the Dharmakaya's situation. Once the source crystals were consumed, he would take out some more. More than half of the wealth that Yang Kai had swindled some time ago was consumed at once. After a full month, the Dharmakaya stopped absorbing the world energy in the source crystals. At this time, no matter how many source crystals Yang Kai put around him, he stopped devouring them. Yang Kai estimated that he had reached some kind of limit. Perhaps success or failure would depend on this move. At a certain moment, Yang Kai, who was paying close attention to the Dharmakeya's movements, suddenly heard a cracking sound. He was slightly surprised, not knowing what had happened, so he quickly released his divine sense to investigate quietly. What he saw shocked Yang Kai, because a crack had appeared on the Dharmakeya's body, as if a wall that had not been repaired for many years could not bear the burden. This discovery surprised Yang Kai. Although the Dharmakeya had devoured Wu Meng Chuan, logically speaking, it should have been able to break through the bottleneck of his secret art and obtain greater power. However, the heaven-devouring great emperor's secret art was for people to cultivate, so who knew what the consequences would be if the stone mongoose cultivated it? Just as Yang Kai was feeling bewildered, the cracking sound came again, and this time it was continuous. Looking around, Yang Kai saw crisscrossing cracks all over the Dharmakeya's body. Walala star. After a while, large pieces of gravel fell from the Dharmakeya's body. Yang Kai's eyelids twitched fiercely, and he was worried. After so many years of cultivation, the Dharmakeya's body had basically taken shape. Every part of his body was as hard as an emperor artifact, and ordinary attacks could not hurt him at all. But now, the things on the surface of his body were constantly cracking and falling. What's going on? Yang Kai was very anxious in his heart, but there was nothing he could do. He did not know what he could do to help him now. The crashing sound continued. In less than 10 breaths of time, a circle of gravel had been piled up around the embodiment. However, these gravel were very strange. After falling down, they immediately disintegrated, as if they were not hard at all. After a while, Yang Kai suddenly showed a look of surprise as he stared at the Dharmakeya in a daze. He found that after peeling off the layer of gravel on the surface of his body, the Dharmakeya had shrunk a lot. Although the previous behemoth was shocking enough, it was too inconvenient to move. But now that it had shrunk a lot, the Dharmakeya would undoubtedly become more agile. Could this change be a good thing? Natural selection. The Dharmakeya was a special existence, but since it could exist in this world, it was reasonable. Its growth and evolution would definitely develop in the direction of excellence. The current situation might be the result of its evolution. Crack, another crisp sound was heard, and Yang Kai found that cracks had appeared on the shrunken Dharmakeya's body again. With his previous experience, Yang Kai didn't seem to be too nervous this time, instead quietly paying attention to the subsequent changes. As expected, after the cracks appeared to a certain extent, the layer on the surface of the Dharmakeya's body peeled off again, and his body shrank a second time. This situation lasted for several days, and the Dharmakeya had experienced 6 changes of body shrinkage. It was not until this time that it finally settled down. At the same time, the aura and spiritual energy fluctuations in his body began to rise again, eventually reaching a level that shocked even Yang Kai. This was definitely an aura and spiritual fluctuation that could only be possessed in the Emperor realm, although there was no earth-shattering promotion process, and although there was no baptism of heaven and earth energy, the Dharmakeya now undoubtedly had a powerful strength comparable to the Emperor realm. With the support of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle technique and the demonic war hammer, the Dharmakeya with a special physique could definitely unleash incredible power. At this time, the Dharmakeya suddenly opened his eyes. His lively eyes were full of spirit, and it was obvious that he had gained a lot. Although he had seen the result, Yang Kai could not help but go forward and ask, "How is it?" The Dharmakeya slowly stood up. Although the embodiment had shrunk a lot after going through 6 body transformations, it was still as tall as 3 people when it stood up. It had a huge body, an extraordinary aura, and a body as shiny as a rock that had been washed by the sea for countless years. Even Yang Kai couldn't help but feel a sense of oppression when he looked at it. It doesn't feel bad. The Dharmakaya grinned, but with the naturally chiseled face of the stone mongoose, this smile looked charmingly naive. After a pause, he continued, although I can feel that I'm many times stronger than before, but I have to familiarize myself with this lower body first. As he spoke, he reached out and clenched his fist. The Dharmakaya's body had undergone a huge change, and he could not get used to it for a while. So he had to go through a period of adjustment. Yang Kai nodded and said, "Then you should familiarize yourself with it during this period of time." Saying so, he stretched out his hand and prepared to put the Dharmakaya into the small sealed world. Chapter 2482. Before entering the sealed world bead, the embodiment suddenly threw something to Yang Kai. "Take a look at this thing. I snatched it from Wu Mengchuan before. Before he died, he seemed to want to destroy this thing, but I don't know what secret it holds." Yang Kai took it and looked at it carefully, only to find that it was just a jade slip. However, this jade slip seemed to have been passed down from a very long time ago. Moreover, there were many restrictions placed on the jade slip. Yang Kai tried to crack them, but he couldn't find a way to open it at all. The restrictions were extremely ancient and complicated. Yang Kai studied them for a while, but still couldn't figure them out. The embodiment said that he had snatched it from Wu Mengchuan, and that Wu Mengchuan wanted to destroy this jade slip before he died. It seemed that this jade slip had a great origin and should contain some secret. Wu Mengchuan didn't want Yang Kai to obtain this jade slip and unravel the secret. What kind of secret was it that Wu Mengchuan wanted to destroy it before he died and didn't want others to know about it? Wu Mengchuan was a descendant of the heaven-devouring great emperor, and this shattered star sea was the burial place of the great emperors of the heaven-devouring great emperor. Yang Kai thought about it and felt that this jade slip was related to the heaven-devouring great emperor. Solemnly putting away the jade slip, Yang Kai jumped away from this shattered stars. After Wu Mengchuan's death, his seven-pointed star seal was obtained by Yang Kai, and his space ring naturally belonged to Yang Kai. However, there was nothing good in his space ring. The only thing in his space ring was the blood spirit bottle passed down to the great emperors of the heaven-devouring great emperor, which should have been a priceless treasure. Unfortunately, it was destroyed by the mountains and river's bell. After devouring Wu Mengchuan's seven-pointed star seal, Yang Kai's star seal still showed no signs of upgrading. Rumor had it that if one could upgrade their star seal to the highest level, the nine-pointed star seal, you can find the inheritance of the great emperors of the heaven-devouring great emperor. Yang Kai estimated that this was just a rumor, not to mention how many people a person would need to kill to upgrade their star seal to the peak. The inheritance of the heaven-devouring great emperor was not something that anyone could obtain. Yang Kai had already experienced the power and terror of the heaven-devouring great emperor's battle techniques. Even if someone obtained the heaven-devouring great emperor's battle techniques here, it might not necessarily be a blessing. Therefore, Yang Kai didn't pay much attention to this matter from beginning to end. Moreover, he estimated that no one would be able to upgrade their star seal to the highest level. A day later, Yang Kai returned to the Source Sea again. Last time, he ran into Wu Mengchuan. Yang Kai was eager to find him to inquire about the heaven-devouring great emperor's battle techniques, so he left the Source Sea. But now that his embodiment had broken through the bottleneck, he naturally had to return. There was still a lot of source strength in the Source Sea that he had not absorbed and refined, and he had not seen the legendary complete source strength, so how could he miss it? But when Yang Kai came to the Source Sea, only then did he realize that time had passed, and everything was very different from before. Looking around, the area of the Source Sea had been greatly reduced, and the number of cultivator who came here had increased. He did not know what had happened in the Source Sea in the month after he left. In the sky above the Source Sea, There were countless battles of various sizes. Countless cultivator gathered here, and cultivator were constantly being killed. They fell from the sky and disappeared into the source sea. Compared with before, there were obviously a lot more battles here. Yang Kai could not help but frown. With so many people coming to the source sea, it was obvious that someone had spread the news, which was why so many cultivator rushed here. This also proved that the source sea was indeed a good place, but with so many people, there would naturally be more disputes. In such a chaotic situation, it was very precious to be able to absorb and refine the source strength in peace. Yang Kai flew all the way here. He found that the situation was worse than he had thought. Not only were there more battles between cultivator, but the entire source sea was also exuding an extremely strange aura at this moment. Yang Kai clearly noticed that the source sea was slowly flowing in a certain direction, and this movement was even bigger than the one he had caused before. Could it be that there was someone else who had a treasure like the sealed world bead? Otherwise, how could there be such an anomaly in the source sea? His heart was full of doubts. However, he did not intend to stay outside for a long time. Instead, he planned to go deeper to see the situation like last time. The source strength in the depths was richer and purer, and absorbing and refining it for a day was equivalent to absorbing and refining it for a month outside. Suddenly, Yang Kai seemed to have sensed something and looked in a certain direction. And over there, a pair of bright eyes happened to be looking in his direction. When their eyes met, Yang Kai's eyes lit up, and he immediately turned around and rushed in that direction, because the person who was looking at him was Lu Yan. A year after entering the Shattered Star Sea, Yang Kai was separated from Lu Yan and the others. Sister Hua also went out to find her own opportunities, so he had been alone and felt a little lonely from time to time. But unexpectedly, they met again in the source sea at this moment. Although it was a coincidence, it was also inevitable. At this moment, 70 to 80% of the surviving cultivator in the Shattered Star Sea had gathered in the source sea. Lu Yan and the others must have heard the news about the source sea, so they came here. The little girl from the Zhang family was also standing next to Lu Yan at this moment. She looked slender and elegant, and her complexion was good. When Yang Kai flew over, Lu Yan quietly poked Zhang Ruoxi and whispered something to her. The next moment, Zhang Ruoxi turned her head and looked at Yang Kai, her eyes suddenly shining. When Yang Kai came in front of her, she immediately shouted, "Sir!" Perhaps it was because she saw Yang Kai again, but Zhang Ruoxi's little face was flushed, and the corners of her eyes were overflowing with a cheerful smile. She seemed extremely happy. Yang Kai smiled slightly, but just as he was about to speak, his eyes suddenly widened as he swept them over Zhang Ruoxi. The little girl was embarrassed by Yang Kai's gaze. Third Order Tao Source Realm. Yang Kai sucked in a breath of cold air, almost unable to believe his eyes. In less than 2 years, Zhang Ruoxi had advanced from the First Order Tao Source Realm to the Third Order Tao Source Realm, and it was in an environment within world energy like the Shattered Star Sea. Even Yang Kai himself had to admit defeat at such a cultivation speed. Although Yang Kai had long known that Zhang Ruoxi's bloodline was special and most likely contained a shocking secret, and that as long as she had enough resources, her cultivation speed would be ridiculously fast, he still couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. On the other hand, Lu Yan's strength did not seem to have increased much. He was still in the Third Order Tao Source Realm, but his aura was undoubtedly more solid and pure. During this time, without Yang Kai's care, they seemed to be doing well. Big Sister Lu Yan gave me all the cultivation resources, so I was able to advance to the Third Order Tao Source Realm. Zhang Ruoxi explained in a low voice. This is all thanks to Big Sister Lu Yan. Lu Yan smiled softly and did not speak. Yang Kai nodded and said, "You have to have the talent first. Without talent, No matter how many resources one would not be able to achieve so much in such a short time. Yang Kai was suddenly looking forward to what kind of achievements this little girl of the Zhang family could achieve in the future. Master, have you seen Big Sister Hua during this time? Lu Yen suddenly asked. Yang Kai shook his head and said, I haven't seen her. Zhang Ruo, she was a little worried. I wonder how Big Sister Hua is doing during this time. The three girls often accompanied each other in the sealed world bead, so they had a deep relationship now that they met Yang Kai again. But without Hua Qingxi, they could not help but worry about her safety. In less than 2 years after leaving Yang Kai, Lu Yan and Zhang Ruo, she had seen too much ugliness. Many times, they had relied on Lu Yan's white tiger heaven puppet to avert danger. Especially Zhang Ruo, her naive edges had been worn away, and there was a faint hint of maturity. You don't have to worry too much about Big Sister Hua. Although Yang Kai was worried about her in his heart, he could only comfort her. Sister Hua is different from you. She's experienced in the world and is a disciple of Star Soul Palace. She also has the 5-colored spear. Most people are not her opponent. But now many people in the Shattered Star Sea have advanced to the Emperor Realm, Zhang Ruo whispered. There are Emperor Realm masters, but not many. Big Sister Hua won't be so unlucky. Moreover, those who can advance to the Emperor Realm are all elite disciples of their respective sex. They won't bully others for no reason. After comforting them for a while, Yang Kai changed the topic. What are you doing standing here? It's very dangerous up here. Go down and find a place to refine and absorb source strength. Little sister Xiao Qi is here. Lu Yan said. Xiao Qi? Which Xiao Qi? Yang Kai looked at her blankly, not understanding who she was talking about for a while. Lu Yan pointed in a certain direction. Yang Kai followed her finger and couldn't help but open his eyes wide as he exclaimed, Mo Xiao Qi? Who else could it be but Mo Xiao Qi? Who else could it be? The butterfly-shaped birthmark on her face was still as obvious as when Yang Kai first saw her. When Yang Kai first came to Maplewood City, he only made 2 friends. One was the shopkeeper of Spirit Pill Plaza, Kong Si Ran, and the other was the mischievous little girl, Mo Xiao Qi. Unfortunately, Kong Si Ran broke through to the Dao Source realm and was transferred away by Purple Source Chamber of Commerce, while Mo Xiao Qi suddenly disappeared without a trace one day, leaving only a strange message. Ani Feng is here to catch me, so I'll be leaving first. Yang Kai had seen this so-called Ani Feng before. She was a powerful third-order Emperor Realm Master, and the power of her palm had shattered Yang Kai's artifact ship without injuring him at all. The wooden boat he was using now was a gift from Ani Feng as compensation. That was also the first time Yang Kai had seen the power of a third-order Emperor Realm Master. Facing such a master, Yang Kai felt a deep sense of powerlessness. Fortunately, Ani Feng didn't have any malicious intent towards him. Otherwise, Yang Kai wouldn't be here today. Back then, Yang Kai didn't know much about Mo Xiao Qi's origins and background, only knowing that her background was definitely not small. However, after struggling and exploring the star boundary over the years, Yang Kai gradually gained a better understanding of the various great forces, allowing him to vaguely guess Mo Xiao Qi's true identity. She was the daughter of the martial beast from Spirit Beast Island in the Eastern Territory. In the Eastern Territory, there were 2 magical islands. One was Spirit Beast Island, the place where the 10 great emperors, the martial beast, lived in seclusion. Although it wasn't a sect, its name shook the entire star boundary and everyone knew about it. And the second one was the legendary Dragon Island that was elusive and traceless. It was rumored that there were many dragon race living on Dragon Island, and most people didn't know its specific location, or even if it existed. However, the name of Dragon Island was still well known. Chapter 2483. Martial Beast was one of the 10 great emperors. He had enslaved thousands of beasts and possessed extraordinary strength. However, because he was relatively low-key, very few people knew about his life's deeds. He had not established a sect like the great emperor's Bright Moon or the great emperors of Serene Soul. He had simply lived in seclusion on Spirit Beast Island. Mo Shao-Chi was Martial Beast's daughter, so her identity was extraordinary. Who would dare to fight with her here? If anything were to happen to her, wouldn't that be terrible? Even a guy like Feng Xian could use soul descent on his son. Once Mo Shao-Chi's life was in danger, the Martial Beast would also use soul descent. Who here could withstand his wrath? So when he saw Mo Shao-Chi fighting with someone, Yang Kai became anxious and said with a bitter face, "Why aren't you going to help?" Lu Yen said lightly, "We can't help." Yang Kai was stunned. Only now did he see clearly who was fighting with Mo Shao-Chi. The opponent who was fighting Mo Shao-Chi back and forth, seemingly evenly matched, was also a woman. What's more, she was radiant, her dress fluttering in the wind, giving her an extremely beautiful appearance. Yang Kai also knew this woman. She was the daughter of the great emperor's Bright Moon of Star Soul Palace in the Southern Territory, Princess Lan Sun. Yang Kai's face darkened. The identities of these two girls were very sensitive, and they were both daughters of the great emperors. Only they would dare to fight with each other. Why are they fighting? Yang Kai asked hurriedly. I don't know. They looked at each other inexplicably, and then started fighting. Lu Yen replied. Such a thing happened. Yang Kai broke out in cold sweat when he heard this. However, it seemed that the two girls knew each other. They also knew the other party's identity. Perhaps it was because of the competitive nature of the young girls, which made them, who were of similar birth and status, want to compete with each other. But even if they wanted to compete, they should at least consider the time and place, right? This was the Shattered Star Sea, not a place to compete. After not seeing each other for a few years, both Mo Shao-Chi and Lan Sun had reached the Third Order Dao Source Realm. The aptitude of these two daughters of the great emperors was obviously extraordinary, which was why they could achieve so much in such a short time. Yang Kai knew that Lan Sun had inherited the Bright Moon phantom body of the Bright Moon great emperors. Although Mo Shao-Chi didn't have a special physique, she was born with the ability to control all kinds of monster beasts to fight for her. Moreover, as the daughter of a martial beast, she had learned an extremely profound and mysterious secret technique, the divine technique, since she was young. At this moment, the two girls were engaged in a lively fight. Compared with Lan Sun's elegance and calmness, Mo Shao-Chi appeared much wilder. Yang Kai didn't know what kind of secret technique she had used, but her entire body was as agile as a leopard. Moreover, there were traces of beast-like patterns on her face, and the aura she was exuding was extremely wild. Neither of them intended to use their artifacts, simply relying on what they had learned in their lives to compete. With just a few glances, Yang Kai knew that neither of them could do anything to the other. Lan Sun's Bright Moon phantom body had some kind of magical ability that allowed her figure to change constantly. Mo Shao-Chi attacked wildly for a while, but still couldn't break through her defense. When she was exhausted, she would switch from offense to defense, and Lan Sun would take the opportunity to attack. Not far away, there was a man watching nervously, shouting from time to time, "Princess, be careful, don't get hurt." Xiao Chun, as Princess Lan Sun's escort, this guy was bound to appear wherever Lan Sun was. At this moment, he was so anxious that he was sweating profusely. If anyone else dared to fight with Lan Sun, he would have already taught them a lesson. But Mo Shao-Chi was not an ordinary person. So even though Xiao Chun had already broken through to the Emperor realm, he could only watch from the sidelines, unable to intervene at all. Just as he was feeling anxious, Xiao Chun felt someone flying towards him. When he turned his head, he saw Yang Kai standing in front of him with a smile on his face. He looked Yang Kai up and down and snorted coldly. "It's you?" He obviously remembered Yang Kai. After all, back in the Four Seasons realm, Yang Kai had refined the extraordinary treasure pill and caused a great disturbance. Of course, Xiao Chun would have a deep impression of such a person. Yang Kai chuckled and said, "Brother Xiao, long time no see. Congratulations on breaking through to the Emperor realm." Xiao Chun said proudly, "What's there to congratulate? This young master is a genius, so it's only a matter of time before I break through to the Emperor realm." His shameless boasting made Yang Kai's face turn black. But then again, although Xiao Chun was a bit arrogant and domineering, he did have some aptitude. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to break through to the Emperor realm. Xiao Chun said, "I remember that you took an extraordinary treasure pill in the Four Seasons realm, so why are you still in the Tao Source realm? TSK. Isn't your aptitude a little too lacking? You've wasted that divine pill for nothing." Yang Kai smiled indifferently and said, "Yes, if I had given that extraordinary treasure pill to Brother Xiao back then, perhaps Brother Xiao would have already broken through to the Emperor realm." "Of course," Xiao Chun said triumphantly, but soon he asked suspiciously, "Why are you looking for me?" Yang Kai's expression turned solemn as he looked at the battle between the two girls and said, "Brother Xiao, why are you standing here and watching? Princess Lan Sun's identity is so noble, yet you let her fight with someone else. If this matter reaches the ears of Bright Moon Master, how could he let you off so easily? If anything happens to you, it will be even worse. Hurry up and separate them." Xiao Chen's face turned bitter, his previous pride and smugness suddenly disappearing as he complained, "If I could separate them, I would have done so long ago. Do you know who the woman fighting with the princess is?" "Who?" Yang Kai stared at him innocently. "What a country bumpkin, you don't even know who she is." Xiao Chun curled his lips and said, "However, this young lady's identity is not something an ordinary person would know. Forget it. This young master will broaden your horizons today. Listen well. That young lady is the daughter of the martial beast, Great Emperor." "Martial beast?" Yang Kai looked surprised. Xiao Chun snorted and said, "Are you afraid? Now, you know why this young master can only watch but can't step forward to intervene, right? These two are both the princess and the master. If you offend either of them, you won't have any good consequences. Ha! Being a man is really difficult." He sighed, a bitter expression on his face. Yang Kai said, "But you can't let them fight like this anymore. Right now, the two of them are just exchanging pointers, but once they really get angry, the consequences will be very bad. You also know that little girls have a strong desire to win. If they remain in a stalemate for a long time, it may become a life and death situation." Xiao Chun trembled when he heard this, as if he had already foreseen that terrifying scene. His face turned pale as he said, "Is there really such a thing? Don't lie to me." Yang Kai said seriously, "Anything is possible. Right now, separating them is the most important thing." "Oh." Xiao Chun swallowed a mouthful of saliva and said, "How do we do that?" "Her Highness the Princess won't even listen to what I say, unless I directly intervene." "Then go directly intervene and separate them," Yang Kai said solemnly. "Brother Xiao, you are now also a strong person in the Emperor realm. How difficult would it be to separate two fighting little girls?" "Of course it won't be difficult." Xiao Chun snorted and looked at Yang Kai with deep meaning. He said, "But why do I feel like you are trying to frame me? Is it because I'm more handsome than you that you're unhappy about it?" "How could that be?" Yang Kai said righteously. "I am just considering the safety of the princess master. I am also a cultivator from the Southern Territory. Naturally, I don't want to see the princess master suffer any harm. The princess master is such a perfect person. Any harm is blasphemy to her. Xiao Chen nodded in agreement. His eyes were fiery as he said, "You are right. The princess master can't be hurt in the slightest. We must separate them quickly." "Brother Xiao, hurry up," Yang Kai urged. Xiao Chen grabbed Yang Kai's arm and said, "Since you are so enthusiastic and loyal, then come with me. I will be responsible for stopping Princess Lan Sun, and you will be responsible for stopping the other princess. It's decided." While talking, he dragged Yang Kai and flew forward. Regardless of whether Yang Kai was willing or not, his speed was as fast as lightning. Yang Kai was stunned and cursed in his heart. He originally wanted to trick Xiao Chen into intervening to solve this meaningless battle, but he didn't expect that this guy, who seemed stupid, was actually shrewd enough to drag him into the fray. But now that things had come to this, Yang Kai didn't have time to care so much. He could only cooperate with Xiao Chen, as he said. When he got close, Xiao Chen threw Yang Kai directly towards the center of the battle between the two women while shouting, "Two princesses, please stop. Let's talk things out. Don't be so violent." "Xiao Chen, your ancestor." Yang Kai cursed in his heart. He never thought that Xiao Chen would be so despicable and insidious, actually using him as a hidden weapon. This was obviously done to divert Lan Sun and Mo Xiaoqi's attention, making it much easier for Yang Kai to intervene. In midair, Yang Kai twisted his body and stabilized himself. He didn't dare to act rashly and could only urge his source chi to protect himself. In the next moment, he rushed into the center of the battle between the two women. A few rumbling sounds rang out, mixed with Yang Kai's muffled groans. Both Lan Sun and Mo Xiaoqi withdrew their hands in astonishment and retreated a few dozen meters, staring at Yang Kai in a daze. Neither of the two women were indiscriminate murderers, so when they saw someone break into the battle and accidentally injure him, they immediately stopped. Mo Xiaoqi looked at the newcomer with some uneasiness, not knowing if his life was in danger, but in the next moment, her beautiful eyes lit up and the beast tattoo on her face disappeared completely. "Big brother Yang." She looked at Yang Kai in surprise and joy and called out tenderly. Yang Kai grinned at her and rushed over while hugging her, putting some distance between him and Lan Sun. *C. On the other side, Xiao Chen, who was rushing over after Yang Kai, couldn't help but gasp when he saw this scene. He was shocked and impressed at the same time. He just wanted Yang Kai to help separate the two princesses, but he didn't expect this little brat to reach out and hug Mo Xiaoqi. Did this little brat eat a bear's heart or a leopard's gall? How dare he be so rude to a princess master? Chapter 2484. What kind of status was Marshal Beast's daughter? Even many masters from the Emperor realm had to be polite when they saw her, yet Yang Kai dared to reach out and hug her. If this matter reached Marshal Beast's ears, even if Yang Kai fled to the ends of the world, he would still be cut into pieces. Not to mention Marshal Beast. Even the princess would not let this matter rest after being molested by a man like this. That brat is dead meat. However, Xiao Chen was soon surprised to find that after being hugged by Yang Kai, the princess did not resist at all. Instead, she reached out and hugged Yang Kai's neck, pressing her tender body tightly against Yang Kai's body. Xiao Chen's eyes turned red as he felt both envy and jealousy. How could there be such a good thing in this world? Strangely, Xiao Chen grinned and showed a gentle smile. While quickly approaching Lan Sun, he stretched out his broad arms to embrace Lan Sun. But just as he approached Lan Sun, before he could make a move, Lan Sun suddenly turned around and threw a pair of pink fists at him. With a bang, even though Xiao Chen had already broken through to the Emperor realm, he was still hit in the nose by this punch. However, he did not dare to use any of his strength to resist it, so he saw stars and felt dizzy. What are you doing? Lan Sun looked at him coldly and asked with a displeased expression. Nothing, nothing. Xiao Chen stood in place awkwardly as 2 lines of blood flowed down from his nose. On the other side, after Yang Kai took Mo Xiao Qi to a safe distance from Lan Sun, he felt the amazing softness of the 2 lumps on his chest. He could not help but blush a little as he patted Mo Xiao Qi's back. He said, all right, let's talk first before others see us make a fool of ourselves. Hearing this, Mo Xiao Qi realized that something was wrong and quickly jumped down from Yang Kai, blushing slightly as she said, Big brother Yang, it's really you? Yang Kai chuckled and looked her up and down. I haven't seen you in a few years, but you've grown up a lot. Mo Xiao Qi wrinkled her nose. She said, rogue. Yang Kai wiped the cold sweat on his forehead and said, I said I've grown up. What are you thinking? Mo Xiao Qi looked at Yang Kai seriously and nodded. Big brother Yang has also become a lot stronger. When she left Maplewood City, Yang Kai was in the First Order Dao Source realm. Now, they met again. Yang Kai was already in the Third Dao Source realm, was a cultivator without a sect of his own and backing, was extremely amazing. Mo Xiao Yang Kai's of the Beast sect was of the heaven of the sect, of heaven of spirit of heaven, was of a sect, had a martial beast sect. Spirit Chi cultivator had to cultivate, martial. Yang sect Yen Yu, Lu Yen, and Zhang Ruo she also flew over. Mo Xiao Qi smiled. When I first entered the Shattered Star Sea, I thought I would meet Big Brother Yang, but I couldn't find you even after 2 years. It wasn't until I met Elder Sister Lu Yen not long ago that I realized you were really here. Lu Yen knew Mo Xiao Qi. The 2 women had also met in Maplewood City, but Lu Yen was still an artifact spirit at that time. Although she was very different from her current self, her aura had not changed much. So when they met, Mo Xiao Qi quickly recognized her. Then they came to the Source Sea together. Yang Kai also knew what happened after that. Yang Kai glanced at Lan Sun quietly and said, Xiao Qi, why are you fighting with Princess Lan Sun? Mo Xiao Qi glared at them unhappily and snorted, it's an old grudge. Yang Kai's face darkened. How old are you 2? What old grudge can there be? Although Mo Xiao Qi and Lan Sun both had powerful cultivations in the Third Order Dao Source realm, they were really young, in their early 20s at most. Only the descendants of the great emperors could achieve such cultivation at such an age. Why not? When she went to Spirit Beast Island with Master Mingyu as a guest, she snatched a very beautiful dress from me. That's it. Yang Kai's eyes widened. That's my favorite dress. Ani Feng sewed it for me personally. I cried for many days because of it. Mo Xiao Qi cried aggrievedly. Yang Kai looked helpless, thinking that he really couldn't understand this little girl's mind. While they were talking, Lan Sun and Xiao Chen slowly walked over. When they were not far away, Lan Sun looked at Mo Xiao Qi with a smile and asked, Little sister Xiao Qi, do you want to continue? Mo Xiao Qi glared at her and said, if you want to fight, I'll keep you company. Who's afraid of you? Lan Sun's beautiful eyes flashed as she smiled. It seems that little sister is not convinced. Mo Xiao Qi snorted, you speak as if you won. You're really thick-skinned. Lan Sun said, isn't that so? Elder sister beat you by half a move. Mo Xiao Qi's face flushed red as she gritted her teeth. You're older than me. When I'm your age, I will definitely not lose to you. The smile on Lan Sun's face suddenly disappeared as the temperature in the void seemed to drop sharply, chilling them to the bone. Yang Kai and Xiao Chen shuddered at the same time, both realizing that the situation was not good. Although Mo Xiao Qi and Lan Sun were basically the same age, Lan Sun should be 2 or 3 years older. A 2 or 3 year difference was actually not that big of a deal, But the word old from Mo Xiaoqi undoubtedly touched Lan Sun's sensitive nerves. The two women, who had just stopped fighting, glared at each other as sparks seemed to fly in the void. A great battle seemed to be on the verge of breaking out. Yang Kai looked at Xiao Chun and kept winking at him. Xiao Chun sniffed, wiped the blood under his nostrils, and turned his gaze to the side. Waste. Kai Yang cursed in his heart, but could only brace himself and stand up. Smiling, he said, all right, we've already fought. You two don't need to be so calculative. You two are childhood playmates. This friendship is very precious. Come, let's all shake hands. We're still good friends. Who's good friends with her? The two women gritted their teeth bitterly. Wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, Kai Yang said, even if you're not good friends, you shouldn't fight. Girls should be reserved. If you use your hands and feet, it's not proper. Mo Xiaoqi pursed her lips, an unhappy expression on her face. Lan Sun's eyes suddenly lit up as she gently opened her red lips and said, Brother Yang is right, Lan Sun was wrong. I shouldn't have been so calculative with little sister. Little sister Xiaoqi, don't be angry. Elder sister will apologize to you. Humph. Mo Xiaoqi directly turned her head to the side, looking like she was unwilling to talk to her. Lan Sun didn't care and looked at Yang Kai with a smile. Brother Yang actually knows little sister Xiaoqi. This is really surprising. Little sister Xiaoqi lives in the Eastern Territory, and even I have only met her once when I was a child. How did Brother Yang know her? He didn't know why this girl was inquiring about this, but Yang Kai could feel a sharp glint in her eyes, so he could only laugh and say, it's just a coincidence, nothing special. Mo Xiaoqi, on the other hand, glared at Lan Sun warily and said, you old woman, don't tell me you've taken a fancy to my big brother Yang? Why are you asking so many questions? As soon as this remark came out, Zhang Ruo, she couldn't help but cry out, covering her red lips with her little hand. Lan Sun also blushed slightly and frowned, but Lu Yin didn't seem to care. Lan Sun said, little girl, how dare you say anything without thinking? Mo Xiaoqi made a face at her and said, a straight foot is not afraid of a crooked shadow. Why are you so nervous? Lan Sun was angry. She was just curious about how Yang Kai knew a person like Mo Xiaoqi, and the two of them seemed to be very close, but she didn't expect to be ridiculed by Mo Xiaoqi, so she couldn't take it anymore. Annoyed, she gritted her teeth and said, yes, elder sister has taken a fancy to your big brother Yang, and is going to take him back to master so he can have a good son-in-law as soon as possible. Little sister, do you have any objections? This time, it was Mo Xiaoqi's turn to be dumbfounded. She looked at Lan Sun in amazement, then at Yang Kai, and suddenly stomped her foot and said, you bad woman, why do you always steal from me? When we were children, you stole my clothes, and now you want to steal my big brother Yang. Saying so, she hugged Yang Kai's arm. Ignoring the fact that her plump breasts were being squeezed by Yang Kai's arm, gritted her teeth, and said resolutely, if you dare steal from me, I'll fight you. Lan Sun suddenly laughed and giggled. That depends on which one your big brother Yang likes. Does he like an unreasonable little girl like you? Or does he like a knowledgeable and understanding woman like elder sister? While speaking, she used some kind of secret technique, and her whole body exuded an extremely eye-catching aura. Xiao Chun swallowed his saliva as he watched from the side, his eyes almost popping out of their sockets. He wished he could pluck his eyes out and stick them on Lan Sun's body. Mo Xiaoqi's face flushed with anxiety as she hugged Yang Kai's arm tightly, as if she would not let go until the end of time, and said angrily, what's so great about you? What's so great about you? Ani Feng is 1,000,000 times prettier than you. Senior 9 Phoenix? Lan Sun suddenly looked serious. Mo Xiaoqi raised her head and said proudly, yes. How can you compare to Ani Feng? With a snort, she said to Yang Kai, big brother Yang, don't pay attention to this old woman. If you like beautiful women, come to Spirit Beast Island someday, and I will introduce you to Ani Fong. Ooh. The corner of Yang Kai's mouth twitched. He didn't know how to respond at all. Lan Sun looked at Mo Xiaoqi in amazement. She didn't know whether to laugh or cry when she heard what she said. She knew that this girl lived on Spirit Beast Island all year round and was well protected by the master. She didn't even know about the matters between men and women. She cared so much about Yang Kai, but it was probably just an instinctive reaction to go against her. Why am I competing with her? Lan Sun suddenly felt bored and nodded. Compared to Senior 9 Phoenix, I am naturally not as good. Well, little sister Xiaoqi, you win this time. Mo Xiaoqi was overjoyed when she heard this and said happily, You are not bad, although you are a little worse than me. Lan Sun shook her head with a wry smile. Chapter 2485. Would you like to go deeper and take a look? The source strength inside is extremely rich and pure. If you can absorb and refine it, it will be of great benefit to your future cultivation. Yang Kai quickly suggested when he saw that the atmosphere had eased. Lan Sun nodded and said, I was just about to take a look. If Brother Yang doesn't mind, how about we go together? Since she had said so, how could Yang Kai refuse? He could only nod and say, It is an honor to be invited by the princess. Lan Sun smiled slightly and said, Brother Yang, just call me Lan Sun the way you call little sister Xiaoqi. There is no need to mention the word princess again. Last time in the Four Seasons realm, she had some contact with Yang Kai. At that time, she felt that this person was extremely extraordinary, and now it seemed that she was right. Although Yang Kai was now in the Third Order Dao Source realm, and his cultivation was a little behind Xiao Chen and the others, Lan Sun had a feeling that Yang Kai's future achievements would definitely be much higher than Xiao Chen's. Unlike Mo Xiaoqi, who was inexperienced, Lan Sun had an extremely accurate eye for people. Immediately, the group headed towards the depths of the Source Sea together. Not long after flying, they suddenly heard a burst of exclamations in front of them. Immediately afterward, a dazzling light slowly rose from the Source Sea, as dazzling as a bright moon. Incomparably clear fluctuations of source strength spread out all of a sudden. The source strength of the stars. Xiao Chen exclaimed. Yang Kai's eyes also lit up as he shouted in a low voice, It's the complete source strength of the stars. After entering the Shattered Star Sea for so long, although he had absorbed and refined a lot of source strength, Yang Kai had not seen the complete source strength of the stars yet. The source strength he had absorbed and refined in the past few years was all in fragments. Although it was also beneficial to him, it was undoubtedly much worse than the complete source strength of the stars. When he first came to the Source Sea, Yang Kai heard that there was a complete source strength of the stars in this Source Sea. He did not expect to see it now. As soon as this complete stars source appeared, even Lan Sun, the daughter of great emperors, breathed a little faster, and her pretty face showed a fanatical look. It was obvious how attractive this thing was to a cultivator. However, before Yang Kai and the others could fight over anything, countless cultivators flew over from all directions and locked their gazes on the complete source of the stars. Chasing, competing, fighting, the scene suddenly became bloody. In just 5 breaths, more than 20 cultivators screamed as they fell from the sky into the Source Sea. 5 breaths later, the complete source of the stars suddenly disappeared. It was unknown who had snatched it away. The remaining people felt indignant and began to curse loudly. There really is a complete source of stars here. Yang Kai couldn't help but sigh as he watched the scene from beginning to end. The Origin Sea is a very special place. How did it form and how did it contain so much origin energy? No one could say for sure. However, there has been a rumor about the Origin Sea since ancient times. Only a few people know about it. Lan Sun said with a solemn expression. What rumor? Yang Kai looked at her in surprise. She was the daughter of great Emperors Mingyu, so there should be very few things in this world that she did not know. Yang Kai had always had doubts about the Origin Sea, so when he heard her mention it, he could not help but become interested. Xiao Chen also cast an inquiring look at Lan Sun, obviously not knowing about the rumor about the Origin Sea. Lan Sun did not answer immediately. Instead, she turned to look at Mo Xiaoqi and said, "It's a rumor." Little sister Xiaoqi should have heard about it from the Beast Warrior Master, right? Mo Xiaoqi's expression also became serious, which was rare for her. She nodded and said, "Before coming to the Shattered Stars Sea, my father did tell me something. He said that the formation of the Origin Sea was directly related to the Master, who was besieged and fell here." What? Yang Kai and Xiao Chen were both shocked. Although Mo Xiaoqi did not directly say who the fallen master was, her meaning was obvious. The heaven-devouring great emperor. The great emperors. Who else could it be but him? Lan Sun said, "Back then, the master was invincible in the star boundary, acting recklessly. He even broke through the world boundary barrier and went to the territory of low-level stars. Wherever he went, the territory of those stars was destroyed, and the star sources of those cultivation stars were devoured. The territory of more than a dozen large and small stars were destroyed in his hands alone, which shows how many star sources he had devoured. Later, during the Battle of Emperors in the Shattered Star Sea, he was killed here, but after his death, the star sources he had devoured strangely remained, forming this vast Origin Sea." "Is that so?" Xiao Chen's eyes widened in disbelief. Yang Kai also turned pale when he heard this and asked in amazement, "So, the Origin Sea is actually the place where the master fell?" Lan Sun nodded. "You could say that, but the location of the Origin Sea is uncertain, and it doesn't appear every time. So no one knows where the master fell. However, the formation of the Origin Sea should be directly related to him. No wonder there is so much star sources. No wonder even complete star sources exist." Yang Kai sighed a few times, suddenly understanding the doubts that had been plaguing him for the past few days. He had been wondering how such a strange existence, like the Origin Sea, could form in such a dilapidated, shattered star sea, but after listening to Lan Sun's explanation, he understood what was going on. The heaven-devouring great emperor devoured countless star sources, but after his death, those star sources remained, and the Origin Sea appeared. In other words, everyone was enjoying the legacy of the heaven-devouring great emperor, great emperors at this moment. Lan Sun smiled slightly and said, "It was precisely because of the tyrannical actions of the master that many world passages were sealed by the great divine technique by several masters. Masters in the star boundary can no longer go to low-level stars' territory at will. If not for this, the star sources would not be so rare today." Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat when he heard this and asked, "But why do I hear that there are still masters who can go to those low-level stars' territories?" When he was in the Hung Luo star field, Yang Kai encountered a master who went down from the star boundary. Fortunately, Yang Yen was there at that time, and before that master could do anything, Yang Yen subdued him. Lan Sun nodded and said, "Although the world passages are sealed, it is not impossible to go to the low-level stars' territory. I heard from my father, the master, that every star's territory has its own guardian. These guardians guard the entire star's territory and prevent the star's territory from being disturbed by powerful external forces. These guardians can enter and leave the star's territory they guard at will. If others want to enter, they can only find those extremely dangerous passages. However, these passages are extremely rare in the entire star boundary, and most of them cannot withstand too much power and can collapse at any time. If those people want to go down, they can only cut off their cultivation. Star's territory's guardian. Yang Kai's dusty memory was opened with Lan Sun's words. He had heard Yang Yin mention this term before. Yang Kai once thought that when he cultivated, he would become a guardian of the Hung Luo star field. He quickly asked, how can one become a guardian of a star's territory? Lan Sun shook her head and said, I don't know. My father, the master, never mentioned it to me. After a pause, she looked at Yang Kai suspiciously and said, Brother Yang, did you come from one of those stars' territories? Yang Kai was so enthusiastic about this kind of thing, so it was inevitable that Lan Sun would think of something. Junior sister Lan is really smart. Yang Kai smiled slightly and did not deny it. Is Brother Yang really a cultivator from one of those stars' territory? Lan Sun was slightly surprised, and even Xiao Chen could not help glancing at him. It was rumored that the cultivator who could come to the star boundary from a low-level star's territory all had heaven-defying aptitude and a bright future. They had always been the target of competition among the major forces, although there were indeed many such people in the star boundary compared to the native cultivator of the entire star boundary. The number of these people was still small. Lan Sun had only heard of them and had never seen them. No wonder Yang Kai's cultivation speed was so fast. It seems that the rumors are true, she thought to herself. While talking, the group had already reached the depths of the Source Sea. There were only a few people from the Emperor realm here, but now there were obviously many more people. Yang Kai took everyone to the island where he had landed before, only to find that the island was already full of people and there was no place to stay. Yang Kai's face could not help but darken. At this moment, a clear ripple of origin energy suddenly appeared from a certain location. Another complete source strength of the stars has appeared, Xiao Chen exclaimed in a low voice. Everyone looked over and saw that not far away, a ray of light was slowly rising from the bottom of the sea, forming a strange scene of a bright moon on the sea. Before the source chi had fully appeared, countless cultivators had already swarmed over. This was not the end. After the complete source strength appeared, another ray of light appeared in another place, followed by a third, a fourth in an instant. The sea was densely packed with these dazzling bright moons. At a rough count, there were at least 100 of them, and more were appearing. So many! Xiao Chen's face was full of shock, but he was also extremely excited. Lan Sun, however, frowned and said with some unease, there must be something wrong. Such a situation has never happened in the Source Sea. Yang Kai also had a bad feeling, but with so many complete source strengths in front of him, who would not be tempted? Master, Lu Yen called out in a low voice. Yang Kai gritted his teeth and said, let's grab them first. While speaking, he greeted Lan Sun and said, Junior sister Lan, let's split up. Lan Sun nodded and said, Brother Yang, be careful. You too. Yang Kai nodded, then led Mo Xiaoqi, Lu Yan, and Zhang Ruoxi to rush forward. The situation in the Source Sea was extremely chaotic, and people were dying at any time. In front of them, 4 or 5 people were fighting over the source strength of the stars. These people seemed to belong to different forces and were fighting fiercely for a while. However, no one was interested in the source strength of the stars. Yang Kai moved and arrived in front of the source strength. Under the star refining art, he directly absorbed the source strength of the stars and threw it into the seal world bead. Chapter 2486. Broken star sources were already very difficult to refine and absorb, let alone complete star sources. So Yang Kai could only snatch them now and deal with them later when he had time. After succeeding, Yang Kai immediately teleported and disappeared. It was only then that the people who were fighting realized that the star sources of the stars had disappeared. Looking around, they couldn't see any trace of the thief at all. they immediately flew into a rage and cursed one after another. At this moment, Lu Yan, Zhang Ruoxi, and Mo Shaoqi had already rushed towards the other star sources of the stars. Mo Shaoqi no longer hid her strength when she fought with Lan Sun earlier. She only used the secret technique she had learned and didn't even use half of her strength. Now that she wanted to compete for the star sources of the stars, she summoned an army of monster beasts with a wave of her hand. Silver-maned lion tiger beast, heaven-escaping bat beast, red fire qilin, blue eyes black scale flood dragon. All kinds of monster beasts surrounded her, their roars rising and falling one after another as they rushed forward aggressively, scaring the cultivators in front of them into dodging again and again. Lu Yan's white tiger heaven centipede was also released. Although it might be a little inferior to the Emperor realm, it wasn't something a Tao Source realm cultivator could compete with. The unique aura of the Emperor realm made countless cultivators tremble in fear. Although Zhang Ruo, she didn't have any powerful assistance. Her aura was still extremely dense. What's more, she had used some kind of secret technique to suddenly exude an astonishing aura. This inexplicable aura gave off a strong sense of oppression that not only forced the nearby cultivators to retreat, even Mo Shaoqi's monster beasts were trembling. Mo Shaoqi glanced at Zhang Ruo, she suspiciously shocked. As the daughter of Martial Beast, Mo Shaoqi was born with the ability to communicate with Monster Beast, so at this moment, she could clearly feel the panic and fear of her pet beasts. These pet beasts of hers all had extremely noble and pure bloodlines. Many of them had the bloodline of ancient holy spirits. Although their bloodlines were thin, they were still incomparable to the average monster beast. They were all personally handpicked by the martial beast. These pet beasts could even put up a fight against the Emperor realm. There would be no fear at all. However, after Zhang Ruo, she released her unique aura. These pet beasts trembled in fear, as if they were being suppressed by some innate force. Some of them even whimpered. At Zhang Ruo, Mo Shaoqi was completely shocked because these whimpers were obviously trying to please her. Sometimes, when she threw a tantrum and deliberately ignored her pet beasts, they would make such noises to make her pity them, thus gaining her attention. This was a tried and tested method. But now, his pet beasts wouldn't cower even in the face of the Emperor realm. He was actually trying to curry favor with an inconspicuous little girl. What was going on? Mo Shaoqi didn't pay much attention to Zhang Ruo before, because the latter hadn't spoken much. She seemed to be an unknown person, but after such a commotion, Mo Shaoqi suddenly realized that Zhang Ruo, she seemed to be hiding some secret, and this secret was obviously related to Monster Beast. Her heart was full of doubts, but it was not convenient for her to ask, so she could only hide these doubts in her heart. She would find out in the future. Although the three women had different means, they were unstoppable when they joined forces. Wherever he passed, everyone retreated one after another. In a short while, they snatched a cluster of star source. Mo Shaoqi didn't know what the three of them discussed, but she put the star's source into her space ring with a smile. Yang Kai watched from the side for a while and felt that the three of them didn't need his attention, so he let go of his hands and feet to compete with others. At this moment, the source sea seemed to be boiling. Complete stars' source sources were constantly rising from below, and countless cultivators were fighting for them. Yang Kai relied on his proficiency in the Tao of space to move erratically, and with the help of the star refining art, every time a new star source appeared, he could rush to the place immediately, snatch it, and run. Those cultivators who were preparing to compete for the star's source sources didn't understand what was going on, but the source sources had already disappeared. As time passed, Yang Kai galloped alone in the source sea, obtaining more and more stars' source sources. His harvest alone was more than anyone else's. In such a chaotic place, speed was the most important thing, and he who was proficient in the Tao of space and could teleport undoubtedly had an advantage that no one else had. Half a day later, the number of stars' source sources appearing from below the source C gradually decreased. Every time a source source appeared, hundreds of cultivators rushed over. In such a situation, even Yang Kai couldn't perform well. After several attempts, he finally snatched a source from the crowd, leaving hundreds of cultivators to suspect and fight each other. After another half a day, the sea gradually calmed down. Everyone waited for a long time, but no more stars' source sources appeared. It seemed that all the complete stars' source sources had been snatched away, but the bloody battle was still going on. All the cultivator who had snatched the stars' source sources had become the target of others. For a time, screams rose one after another in the source sea, and the blood of countless elite cultivators spilled here, dyeing the source sea below red. Yang Kai's figure flickered a few times and found Lu Yan and the others above the chaotic source sea. Perhaps because they were afraid of the terrifying strength displayed by Lu Yan and the others, the three of them were safe and sound, and no one paid them any attention. After seeing Yang Kai, Mo Xiaoqi immediately greeted him with a smile and called out, "Big Brother Yang, Big Brother Yang, we got a lot of sources." As soon as these words came out, countless burning gazes were cast on them from all directions. Thousands of cultivators had gathered in the source sea now, but in comparison, only a small number of people had obtained stars' source sources. Most of them had not even seen the complete stars' source sources. So, Mo Xiaoqi's words had undoubtedly touched the sensitive nerves of these people. Mo Xiaoqi obviously knew that she had said something wrong, so she couldn't help sticking out her tongue. Yang Kai glanced around and snorted coldly. He pushed his aura without reservation, and with a bang, the void seemed to tremble. The faces of the cultivator, who was eyeing Mo Xiaoqi, changed. They weighed their own strength and looked at Yang Kai's lineup before reluctantly withdrawing their gazes. Only then did Mo Xiaoqi whisper, "Each of us got 2 or 3 star sources." She had an excited expression on her face, while Zhang Ruoxi and Lu Yan's faces were also flushed. Obviously, they were very satisfied with their harvest. "Not bad, not bad." Yang Kai smiled and nodded. Each of them had obtained 2 or 3 star sources. In other words, the 3 of them had snatched at least 7 or 8 star sources in total. Such a harvest was already very rich. If they could find time to refine them, it would be of great help to their future growth. But in comparison, Yang Kai's harvest was even greater. Although he did not count it in detail, he had snatched at least 30 star sources. A cultivation star would only give birth to 1 source. More than 30 star sources meant that there were 30 cultivation stars in total, and the number of star sources that appeared in the entire source sea in just one day was more than 300 to 400. In other words, the heaven-devouring great emperors had devoured at least 300 to 400 cultivation stars in the past to leave behind such a rich legacy after death. This kind of behavior, this kind of way of doing things, simply could not be described as heartless. "We can't stay here for long. Since there are no more stars' sources, we'd better leave first." Yang Kai glanced around and said with a frown. Mo Xiaoqi said, "I'll follow Big Brother Yang." Yang Kai nodded. Just as he was about to lead them away from this troublesome place, a strange movement suddenly came from the source sea below. The crimson seawater seemed to be attracted by something and began to slowly rotate. After a while, the entire source sea began to rotate. A subtle pulling force came, causing the faces of all the cultivator above the source sea to change. Looking over, a series of gasps could be heard. At the center of the source sea, a huge whirlpool gradually formed, and as the source sea rotated, the crimson seawater continued to pour into the whirlpool before disappearing without a trace. The vortex seemed to be able to devour the void, causing everyone who saw the scene to feel their scalps tingle and their bodies turn cold. The The seawater poured in faster and more violently. In just a few breaths, the size of the source sea had shrunk by more than half. After a while, the entire source sea disappeared. The seawater that originally filled the void disappeared, leaving only a black, hole-like existence in the center. Through the black hole, a skeleton could be vaguely seen sitting cross-legged inside. It was extremely pale, and it was obvious that this skeleton had been dead for many years. It would be fine if that was all, but there was a remnant of a space ring on one of the fingers of the skeleton. Everyone was stunned when they saw this scene. Pairs of fiery eyes stared at the space ring like locusts. Asterisk gulp gulp, asterisk swallowing sounds could be heard. What's with this skeleton? Who died here? It looks like this person has been dead for at least tens of thousands of years. Tens of thousands of years. The Battle of Emperors happened tens of thousands of years ago. A total of 5 great emperors fell in that battle. This is the skeleton of the great emperors. That ring, it's the space ring of the great emperors. Ooh. The cultivator continued to gather near the black hole. In a short while, there was a sea of people around, and bursts of discussion could be heard from all directions. Most of them were guessing which great emperors left the skeleton behind. Yang Kai, however, felt a chill in his heart. He had heard from Lan Sun that the source sea was the place where the great emperors of the heaven-devouring great emperor fell. Now that he saw a skeleton left behind tens of thousands of years ago, he could not help but speculate. Shao Qi. Yang Kai called out softly and cast an inquiring look at her. Mo Shao Qi's face turned slightly pale as she said nervously and excitedly, "I'm afraid this is really the skeleton of that master." Chapter 2487. Hearing Mo Shao Qi's words, Yang Kai's eyes lit up. Although he knew that this was not a good place to stay for long, he was reluctant to move his legs. He had gained enough benefits in the Shattered Star Sea, but when he heard that this skeleton might be the corpse of the great emperors of the heaven-devouring great emperor, he could not help but feel a little greedy. Even he was like this, let alone the other cultivator. The space ring worn on the skeleton's finger had attracted everyone's attention. "Get out of my way! Trash!" A low roar suddenly rang out as a long spear appeared out of nowhere, piercing through the void and heading straight for the crowd. The invincible spear intent covered a large area, and all the cultivator who sensed this spear intent turned pale and retreated one after another. Asterisk hong hong hong. Asterisk the long spear moved back and forth leisurely, directly clearing an extremely spacious area on one side of the black hole. Most of the cultivator had already run away when they saw that the situation was not good, but there were still a few who reacted slower and were swept by the long spear, exploding into a cloud of blood mist before they could even scream. Yang Kai's face darkened slightly as he looked over and saw a man standing there with a spear, looking majestic and insufferably awe-inspiring. This man was tall and heroic, with extremely clear fluctuations of emperor intent lingering around his body. "It's this guy." Yang Kai recognized this person at once. It was the young man with a spear he met in the depths of the source sea last time. "Liang Qiu, you bastard. What's wrong with you? Fuck your grandfather. How dare you kill my junior brother? I'll kill you." The cultivator, who had been forced to retreat, shouted. Looking at the young man in the martial arts suit, some of the people who recognized him already called out his name. There were also people who shouted that they would take revenge for their junior brother, but they were only shouting, they didn't dare to actually go forward. The other party's cultivation was in the emperor realm, so wouldn't they be courting death if they went up against him? Liang Qiu snorted coldly, rested the long spear on his shoulder, and said arrogantly, "What? Not convinced? Whoever is not convinced, I'll beat them until they're convinced." He swept an imposing glance over them. All the cultivators who looked at him could not help but look away. Only then did Liang Qiu spit to the side and said disdainfully, "A bunch of trash. How dare you covet the treasures of the great emperors? You really don't know what you're talking about. If you don't want to die so early, quickly scram." "Liang Qiu, don't be too arrogant. Even your 100 barbarian mountain can dominate the Western territory. You dare to be so arrogant in the Shattered Star Sea? Do you really think that everyone in this world is afraid of you?" A shout came from somewhere in the crowd. It was hard to tell who was sowing discord in the dark. However, this person was clearly afraid of Liang Qiu and the strength of the 100 barbarian mountain behind him, so he didn't dare to reprimand Liang Qiu directly, lest Liang Qiu settle the score with him in the future. Liang Qiu sneered softly in the Shattered Star Sea. "With so many heroes gathered, my 100 barbarian mountain alone is naturally unable to become an enemy of the entire star territory." But he raised an eyebrow and snorted, "What if we include these friends?" As soon as his voice fell, 7 or 8 people stood out from all directions and came to Liang Qiu's side. There was a burst of gasps, and everyone couldn't help but take a few steps back with a look of horror on their faces, because the 7 or 8 people who stood out were all from the Emperor realm. Moreover, each of them had a strong aura. At first glance, one could tell that they were not to be trifled with. Yang Kai frowned slightly. Glancing around, he found that he knew most of the 7 or 8 people from the Emperor realm. Qi Gui, Hyoji Wuchang, and the fat man he had seen in the Source Sea before were naturally among them. Although Yang Kai didn't know the rest, they were undoubtedly the elite disciples of the major sects in the star boundary who had obtained opportunities in the Shattered Star Sea and advanced to the Emperor realm. These people gathered together, although not many in number, had a strong deterrent force because they were from the Emperor realm. You're bullying the weak," someone shouted angrily. "Yes, treasures belong to those who are fated to obtain them. What right do you have to drive us away? We're not leaving. Kill us all if you dare. Don't be afraid of them. There are only a few of them. We have thousands of people. Martial artists of our generation should advance courageously and never back down." Shouts came one after another. Obviously, these cultivators were unwilling to retreat. Even if they were facing 7 or 8 people from the Emperor realm, they still wanted to stay here and see if there was a chance to obtain the skeleton space ring. If they were really fated to obtain the space ring, it was very likely that they would be able to make a comeback and soar to the 9th heaven. Such an opportunity was rare and was definitely worth the risk. "Since you're not retreating, then die," Hyoji suddenly said faintly. He opened his hand, and black chi suddenly filled the surface of his body. Accompanied by a burst of frightening wails, black chi shot out of his body like living creatures. As soon as the black chi left his body, it turned into ferocious-looking things that bared their fangs and claws at the surrounding cultivators. None of these cultivators were weak. Those who could enter the Shattered Star Sea were, at least from the First Order Dao source realm, and after nearly 3 years of experience. Each of them had made great progress. So when they saw Hyoji take action, they were naturally unwilling to just sit and wait for death and began to resist. For a time, the light of artifacts and secret techniques shone brightly. But what was extremely strange was that all the attacks didn't have much effect on those evil spirits. Only a few people relied on their shocking cultivations and deep foundations to block the black chi, while the others had the black chi invade their bodies as soon as they came face to face with it. In the blink of an eye, they went crazy, their eyes wide open as if they had seen something extremely terrifying, and they shouted and screamed endlessly. A moment later, these shouting cultivators fell on their backs, bleeding from their 7 orifices and their auras cut off. As soon as Hyoji took action, he directly took the lives of hundreds of cultivators, and from the looks of it, he seemed to be just testing his skills and hadn't used much strength. Everyone was aghast. If it was someone else who took action, they would have dared to curse a few times and take advantage of the situation to encourage others to fight back. But who was Hyoji? He was the son of the great emperors of serene soul. Cursing him in front of his face was the same as cursing the great emperors of serene soul. Who would dare to do that, let alone fight back? For a time, all the cultivators retreated in horror. Liang Qiu coldly snorted, "I gave you a chance, but you didn't want to leave and just had to suffer a little. What a bunch of wretches." Many cultivators were scolded with ugly expressions. Anger surged in their hearts, but they didn't dare to refute. Hyoji's action directly caused everyone to retreat dozens of meters, leaving only a few people around the black hole. Chi Gui, who had long fiery red hair and looked wild and unruly, chuckled and said, "There are still some blind fellows who stayed. Are they not going to cry until they see the coffin?" Liang Qiu snorted. "Since they dare to stay, they naturally think they have the ability. Since they have the ability, they can't blame others if they are killed by me." While speaking, his pair of hawk-like eyes looked around with a malicious look, as if he was looking for someone to kill, as an example to others. After looking for a while, he was slightly stunned and said, "Damn, they are all really capable people." He gloomily found that the cultivators who stayed here were basically from the Emperor realm or were protected by the Emperor realm. Although he was strong, he didn't want to have any conflicts with the Emperor realm. After all, his realm was not stable yet, and if he suffered a little injury, his realm might slip. Yang Kai also took the opportunity to take a glance. Soon, his eyes lit up and he looked in one direction, because he saw Xia Sheng of Azure Sun Temple over there. More than a month ago, when he came to the Source Sea, he met Xiao Bai, Yi, and Murong Xiao Xiao. From them, Yang Kai learned that Xia Sheng was advancing to the Emperor realm, but he didn't know where. Now he saw him, and Xia Sheng's aura was so strong that it was obvious that he had broken through to the Emperor realm. Xiao Bai, Yi, and Murong Xiao Xiao stood next to Xia Sheng. When there were many people before, Yang Kai didn't notice them, but now that most people had retreated, Xia Sheng and the others were extremely conspicuous. Seemingly aware of Yang Kai's gaze, Xia Sheng and the other two also looked over. When their eyes met, Xia Sheng grinned, revealing a mouthful of snow-white teeth. Murong Xiao Xiao and Xiao Bai Yi also nodded slightly at Yang Kai, but in this situation, it was not appropriate for them to greet him. In the Southern Territory, in addition to the three from Azure Sun Temple, Xiao Chun and Princess Lan Sun were among the cultivators left behind. Xiao Chun was now also in the Emperor realm, and Princess Lan Sun's identity was extraordinary, so the two of them were not afraid of Hyoji and his group. Yang Kai, however, did not see Zhuang Bufan of Orthodoxy Temple or Luo Yuan of Octagonal Door. Both of them were elites among elites in the Southern Territory. Their performance in the Four Seasons realm was extraordinary, so Yang Kai did not know why they did not come to the Source Sea. However, with their aptitude, even if they did not come to the Source Sea, their future achievements would not be too low. This was especially true for Luo Yuan. Octagonal Door was just a small sect in the Southern Territory, and was even inferior to Thousand Leaves sect. However, Luo Yuan, who came from this small sect, had heaven-defying aptitude. He was able to fight evenly with Wu Chong in the Four Seasons realm. Now that Wu Chong was an emperor realm master, Luo Yuan was not far behind. There were not many people left behind, either alone or in groups of 2 or 3. There were only a dozen or so people in total. Except for those from the Southern Territory, Yang Kai did not know the others. He also did not see Ziyu from Ice Heart Valley in the Northern Territory or Lan. He from Heavenly Wolf Valley in the Eastern Territory. Big Brother Yang. Big Brother Yang. Just as Yang Kai was looking around, Mo Xiao Qi suddenly poked Yang Kai and whispered, "Look, it's that old swindler." What? Yang Kai was stunned and looked in the direction of her finger. In the next moment, His eyes widened as he stared at the person in front of him with a look of disbelief. Am I seeing things? While speaking, he rubbed his eyes hard. Big Brother Yang, don't tell me you don't remember this old swindler? Mo Xiao Qi could not help asking in a low voice when she saw his strange reaction. I remember. Of course I remember. Yang Kai nodded quickly, slightly absent-minded. But why is he here? Chapter 2488. There was only one person who would be called an old swindler by Mo Xiao Qi. It was an old man who had cheated her of source crystals in Maplewood City. This old man had been in the black market of Maplewood City all year round and had mastered the art of swindling. When the Star Soul Palace's 5-colored treasure pagoda opened, this old swindler had also entered and sold his so-called Ancestral 9 Revolutions Soul Restoration Pill to many cultivator. As an emperor-grade alchemist, Yang Kai had never heard of the 9 Revolutions Soul Restoration Pill. Later, Yang Kai had also dealt with this old swindler several times. The most recent time was when Maplewood City was surrounded by the demonic Qi. This old swindler had come from the nearby forest city to ask for help. This old man gave Yang Kai a very strange feeling. There was something strange about him everywhere. Kai Yang had always felt that this old man was hiding some kind of secret, but this old man came and went without a trace, like a dragon showing its head but not its tail. Even if Kai Yang wanted to investigate, it was impossible. As time passed, Yang Kai gradually forgot about this old man. He never thought that he would see him again in this Source Sea. But this time, the old swindler's image was very different from before. In the past, this old swindler's clothes were ragged, his hair was dry and yellow, and his mouth was full of disgusting yellow teeth. But now, this old fellow's clothes were bright, and his hair was combed well. He wore a black robe, and coupled with his benevolent appearance and gentle gaze, he actually gave off an otherworldly aura. Yang Kai's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He never thought that a person could change so much. He also didn't know where this old swindler had made his fortune in the past few years. His face was glowing with health and vigor. What shocked Yang Kai even more was that this old swindler had already reached the third order Dao source realm, which was comparable to him. Yang Kai couldn't believe this discovery. When he was in Maplewood City, this old man was just an origin king. How could he have such a powerful cultivation in just a few years? How could his talent be so heaven-defying? If that was really the case, why did it suddenly erupt when he was old? If his aptitude was really so great, he should have revealed it when he was young. Yang Kai couldn't figure it out. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that the old man was strange. As he thought about it, Yang Kai suddenly felt a chill run down his spine as he realized a problem that he had overlooked. When Yang Kai was looking around earlier, he didn't know why he hadn't found Yang Kai's figure until Mo Xiao Qi reminded him. Or rather, he saw it. However, he didn't realize that it was someone he knew. Yang Kai found it inconceivable that such a situation would happen to him. Just when Yang Kai was wondering who this old swindler was, a loud shout suddenly came from the other side. "It's you again, you brat!" Yang Kai turned his head and saw Yang Qiu from the 100 Barbarian Mountain in the Western Territory glaring at him. He laughed coldly and said, "Where's your big cousin? He didn't come with you? Big cousin has something to do, so he left first." Yang Kai said casually, "Why are you looking for him?" Yang Qiu snorted, "Father has nothing to do with him." "But you have something to do with him." Yang Kai asked curiously, "What could possibly happen to me?" Yang Qiu said, "Boy, don't think that you can disregard all the masters in the world just because you have some ability." This young master was in a hurry to refine and absorb the source energy, so he didn't want to lower himself to your level. Now that you dare to appear here, don't blame this young master for being impolite. While speaking, he shook his spear and pointed it directly at Yang Kai. Spear intent suddenly spread out. Yang Kai sneered in his heart, knowing that this guy couldn't find the right person to attack. He could only find a pushover like him to make an example out of him. Yang Kai didn't show any fear and just looked at Liang Qiu indifferently. Why are you pointing your spear at me? Are you going to attack me? Liang Qiu said angrily. Boy, you already know the answer. This young master sees that you have good aptitude and cultivation is not easy, so I'll give you a chance. Now, take your female companions and get out of here. Otherwise, you will lose face later, and don't even think about raising your head in front of these beauties for the rest of your life. While he was shouting, he was also cursing in his heart, because at this moment, Kai Yang was surrounded by a group of beautiful women and even a 7 or 8-year-old girl. It really made him envious, jealous, and hateful. You want to bully the weak with numbers? Humph! This young master is not afraid of you. If you have the guts, come and fight me. Let's see who will be the one to lose face later. Yang Kai resisted Liang Qiu's power and shouted righteously, You want this young master to leave? Dream on. We cultivators would rather die standing than live kneeling. Well said, little brother. We support you. Little brother, don't be afraid of him. If he dares to attack you, we will go up and fight him. Yes, we are all your backup. Don't be afraid of him. The group of cultivator who had been driven away in the distance shouted. It was unknown whether they were jeering or really cheering for Yang Kai, but it was probably the former. No matter what Yang Kai's background was or what ability he had, he dared to resist Liang Qiu's atrocities, which was naturally inspiring and extremely encouraging. As for whether Yang Kai would live or die in the end, it was not something they cared about. Liang Qiu's face was gloomy and his nose was crooked from anger. He felt embarrassed in front of everyone and shouted angrily, Well, since you have such backbone, this young master will grant you your wish. His long spear shook, and a burst of light burst out. Wrapped in the light, he stabbed towards Yang Kai like a bolt of lightning, piercing through the void, as if he had come from ancient times. Xia Sheng's face changed slightly. He had now broken through to the Emperor realm, so he could naturally feel the ferocity of Liang Qiu's move. Even he himself was not 100% sure that he could take it, not to mention Yang Kai, who was only in the Tao Source realm. Moreover, Yang Kai had several female companions around him. Under this blow, Yang Kai would either die or be injured. In a flash, he was about to save him. But before he could do anything, Yang Kai had already flashed and charged towards Liang Qiu instead of retreating. The distance between the two quickly narrowed. A look of astonishment flashed across Liang Qiu's eyes as he did not know what Yang Kai was doing. Big brother Yang. Mo Shaoqi was startled and hurriedly shouted, Don't be reckless. Zhang Ruoxi's face turned pale, and her body fell limply. Lu Yan raised his hand to support her with an indifferent expression. Only she was full of confidence in Yang Kai. She did not think that Yang Kai was worse than those from the Emperor realm. Since Yang Kai dared to rush over like this, he must have something to rely on. Seeing that Yang Kai and Liang Qiu were about to collide, Mo Shaoqi immediately shouted at the top of her lungs, If you dare to hurt my big brother Yang, I will ask my father to slaughter your entire 100-barbarian mountain. Mo Shaoqi, who had always been docile, suddenly burst out with an unimaginable hostility. Her exposed skin was instantly covered with beast marks, making her look extremely wild. Liang Qiu laughed and said, Where did this little girl come from? How dare you boast so shamelessly before your hair is even fully grown? So what if this young master kills your big brother Yang today? As the chief disciple of the Western Territory's 100-barbarian mountain, he was very proud of himself. Among his peers, very few could enter his eyes. Mo Shaoqi's threat was like a breeze to him. It was nothing at all. Not only did he not fear her, he became even more ruthless. The tip of the spear was shining brightly with murderous intent. Yang Kai shouted angrily, "Eat my overlord fist!" While speaking, he threw a punch at Liang Qiu's spear. Hiss, is this boy crazy? He dares to fight against Liang Qiu's spear artifact with his flesh and blood? He's courting death. It's over, it's over. I'm afraid there won't be anything left of him this time. How pitiful. He thinks he has some ability, but he is so arrogant. He is destined to have a miserable end. Junior brother, you must remember, in the future, when you walk the star boundary, you must never be like this person. We are men. We must know when to yield and when not to. Big brother is right. Junior brother will remember. The cultivator, who had shouted in support of Yang Kai and was his strong backup, not only did not help, but also sighed in place, thinking that Yang Kai was doomed. Not only did they think so, even those from the Emperor realm thought that Yang Kai was doomed. After all, no matter how strong his flesh and blood was, how could he compete with an artifact head-on? Liang Qiu's spear was a Dao Source grade high-rank artifact and was extremely sharp. Coupled with his current powerful cultivation in the Emperor realm, he could even shatter a mountain with a single strike of his spear, let alone Yang Kai's body. Xia Sheng was anxious, but he had no chance to help because Yang Kai and Liang Qiu were too fast. There was no time for him to make a move. Ridiculous! Hyoji coldly snorted and turned his gaze away. He was too lazy to pay attention to a person who was about to die. On the other hand, Mo Shaoqi, who was in an abnormal state, made him narrow his eyes slightly as an uneasy feeling suddenly welled up in him. Boy, even if you want to die, you can't do this. Liang Qiu looked in the direction of Yang Kai in a daze and muttered. Although he was provoked by Mo Shaoqi's words and really wanted to kill Yang Kai, seeing Yang Kai's determined posture, he could not help but hold back a little. Asterisk Kong. Asterisk, there was a loud explosion as a bright light engulfed Yang Kai and Liang Qiu, making it impossible to see what was happening inside. Liang Qiu, who thought that victory was in his grasp, suddenly widened his eyes and shook his spear fiercely, creating a series of spear flowers that suddenly covered a large area in front of him. Asterisk pung pung pung. Asterisk the fist shadows that filled the sky also burst out, colliding with the countless spear shadows. Fuck! Liang Qiu cursed angrily as his face suddenly turned solemn. He desperately urged his source chi, but he still felt a huge force coming from the front and could not help but retreat more than 100 meters. Another figure also retreated quickly at the same time. By the time the dust settled, everyone in the void was staring with their eyes wide open. The scene of Yang Kai being blown to pieces as they imagined did not happen because Yang Kai was fine at the moment. Except for the bloody flesh on his fist, there were no other injuries. The wound on his fist had also healed in an extremely short amount of time. Chapter 2489. Silence. A ghostly silence. Asterisk, Walla, asterisk, the entire void burst into an uproar. Everyone was shocked, and their eyes glazed over. Was that Dao Source realm young man really fine after taking Liang Qiu's fierce blow? Wow, it can't be, right? He blocked it? My eyes have been blinded by your brilliance. Is he really a Dao Source realm cultivator? Did he hide his cultivation? Ha ha ha, Liang Qiu, you've lost a lot of face this time. Liang Qiu only felt his hand go numb, his whole body go cold, and he felt dizzy in his head. He glanced at his spear in a daze, then looked at Yang Kai, and said with difficulty, "Boy, are you human?" There was a hint of horror in his voice. Obviously, he still couldn't believe that Yang Kai could really fight back with his fist. How could he do such a thing? And he was a Dao Source realm cultivator. I don't like what you're saying. If I'm not a human, Am I a ghost? Yang Kai snorted coldly. The people of the Emperor realm around also looked at Yang Kai again at this moment, as if they wanted to know him again. A Tao Source realm cultivator could fight against the Emperor realm. They had never even heard of such a thing. Even they couldn't do what Yang Kai did when they were in the Third Order Tao Source realm. How strong was this boy's physical body? He could actually fight head-on with Liang Qiu's spear, and the speed of his recovery was a bit too amazing. Previously, his fist was clearly a bloody mess, but in the blink of an eye, it was as good as new. Moreover, the blood flowing out of this kid's body was not red, but a pale gold color. That blood contained an unimaginable vitality and blood energy fluctuation. Hyoji's eyes trembled slightly. For a long time, as the son of the great emperors, he felt that he was superior and didn't put any cultivator of the same generation in his eyes. Because whether it was aptitude, strength, or background, no one in this world could surpass him. When Liang Qiu attacked earlier, he also thought that Yang Kai would definitely die, so he didn't pay much attention to him. But now, he found that he was very wrong. There might be people in this world who couldn't surpass him in terms of background, but in terms of aptitude, in terms of strength among cultivators of the same level, he definitely couldn't look down on them. This Tao Source realm young man in front of him was the best example. You are really weird. Liang Qiu looked at Yang Kai seriously for a while, then shook his head and said. Yang Kai snorted, "Do you want to come again? If you do, this young master will accompany you to the end." No. Liang Qiu shook his head like a rattle drum. You have the right to stay here. The reason why he attacked Yang Kai earlier was because his cultivation wasn't at the Emperor realm. Everyone who remained here was either from the Emperor realm or had companions from the Emperor realm. Only Yang Kai's group of Tao Source realm cultivators stood out. Naturally, he wanted to teach Yang Kai a lesson. It was a good show for those who had been driven away, to let them know the serious consequences of staying here without strength. Who would have thought that it would fail? Instead, he was shocked by Yang Kai. If they continued to fight, and he won, it would be an unfair victory. But if he lost, he would no longer have the face to walk the star boundary in the future. Liang Qiu had no confidence in defeating Yang Kai at all. Thank you for letting me win. Yang Kai cupped his fists casually. At this moment, Lu Yan suddenly shouted, Master, there's something wrong with little sister Xiao Qi. Yang Kai hurriedly turned his head to look. He saw Mo Xiao Qi's beautiful eyes glowing with a bone-chilling light, her gaze extremely sharp. An amazing aura spread out from her tender body. This aura was somewhat similar to the mountains and rivers' bell, as if it came from the ancient wilderness. Everyone who sensed this aura had a slight change in expression, because no matter what it was, it would become extraordinary when it was related to the word ancient wilderness. At this moment, Mo Xiao Qi was staring straight at Liang Qiu, her murderous intent so thick that it was almost tangible, causing the space around her to sizzle. Her sharp eyes suddenly became indifferent, as if she was looking down on the world with indifference and disdain, making anyone who looked at her tremble in fear. At the same time, the ugly butterfly mark on her cheek fluttered, as if it was alive, flapping its wings, as if it wanted to fly away. As the butterfly wings flapped, an extremely violent aura spread out, making everyone feel suffocated, as if a mountain was pressing down on their chests. What's going on? Yang Kai was shocked. He didn't know why Mo Xiao Qi suddenly showed such an abnormality. There were no signs at all before, and he only noticed it when he heard Lu Yan's shout. Not good. Princess Lan Sun, who was standing not far away, turned pale as she looked at Mo Xiao Qi with trembling eyes, and exclaimed, Good heavens! Liang Qiu couldn't help but wipe the cold sweat on his head, as he said with a guilty conscience, Why is this girl looking at me like she wants to eat me? Even though he had advanced to the Emperor realm, He couldn't help but feel his scalp tingle and his hands and feet go cold from Mo Xiaoqi's stare. A feeling of impending death lingered in his heart, making him nervous. "It's all because you want to deal with her big brother Yang," Lan Sun shouted, gritting her teeth. "Xiaoqi must have thought that big brother Yang would be killed by you. So she became like this in a hurry." Liang Qiu swallowed his saliva and said, "It's none of my business. That little brat rushed over himself, so even if he dies, he can't blame anyone. Speaking of which, where did this little girl come from? She was so boastful before, saying that she would slaughter my 100 barbarian mountain. What a joke!" Although he was smiling, his smile was extremely stiff, and it was obvious that he was frightened. Mo Xiaoqi suddenly seemed to have become a different person, and the aura she was exuding was so amazing. Obviously, she had a great background, but he didn't know where she came from. Lan Sun glared at him bitterly and said word by word, "Her surname is Mo, and she comes from the Eastern Territory." Mo, Eastern Territory. Liang Qiu's expression changed slightly when he heard this. After muttering to himself, he suddenly understood something and exclaimed in horror, "No way could she be that master's. It's good that you understand." Lan Sun replied angrily. At this moment, she was so anxious that she felt dizzy and even the tip of her nose was covered in sweat. She looked at Mo Xiaoqi anxiously and kept calling her softly while talking to Liang Qiu, but to no avail. "Brother Hyoji, you're so mean." Liang Qiu looked at Hyoji with a sad face. "You're both from the Eastern Territory, so why didn't you warn me?" Hyoji was the son of the great emperors of Serene Soul, and Mo Xiaoqi was the daughter of Martial Beast. The two great emperors both lived in the Eastern Territory. So Liang Qiu didn't believe that Hyoji didn't know Mo Xiaoqi, but this guy didn't say anything before, and just let him ridicule Mo Xiaoqi. Remembering that he had said before that Mo Xiaoqi's hair was not even fully grown, Liang Qiu suddenly broke out in cold sweat. If these words were to reach Martial Beast's ears, he would definitely be skinned alive. If he had known that Martial Beast's daughter was in Yang Kai's camp, how could he have done such a stupid thing? Hyoji said lightly, "Although we are both from the Eastern Territory, I have never seen her, so how could I warn you?" He really didn't seem to know Mo Xiaoqi, but he knew Lan Sun. With Lan Sun's identity, it was naturally impossible for her to lie. Lan Sun called out for a while, but when she found that Mo Xiaoqi still didn't respond, she couldn't help but stomp her feet and say, "Liang Qiu, if anything happens to Xiaoqi, your 100 barbarian mountain will definitely be slaughtered." Liang Qiu's face changed, and his mood sank to the bottom. Mo Xiaoqi had said the same thing before, but he didn't take it seriously. But now that Lan Sun said it again, he had no choice but to take it seriously. It was just that this matter really had nothing to do with him. Liang Qiu felt wronged. "Junior Sister Lan, what's wrong with Xiaoqi?" Yang Kai observed for a while from the side, but he still couldn't figure out what was happening to Mo Xiaoqi. He only knew that her aura was getting more and more amazing, and the butterfly mark on her cheek was becoming more and more vivid. Moreover, the mark had already flown out of her cheek and was constantly fluttering around her delicate body. With the passage of time, the pitch-black butterfly rapidly changed. It was now the size of a person and looked extremely strange. Lan Sun said, "Little sister Xiaoqi has unlocked the Divine Soul Seal." Divine Soul Seal? A group of people looked at her curiously, wanting to know what was going on. In his early years, the Martial Beast Master accidentally obtained the soul of an ancient divine spirit, the Heavenly Illusion Butterfly. The Heavenly Illusion Butterfly's physical body had been lost, and only its soul remained intact. After experiencing the vicissitudes of the flowing time Great Emperor, it was extremely weak. The Martial Beast Master signed a soul contract with it and sealed the Heavenly Illusion Butterfly in little sister Xiaoqi's body when she was 3 years old. so that the heavenly illusion butterfly's soul could protect little sister Xiao-Qi before she grew up. As a price, the heavenly illusion butterfly's soul could devour a little of little sister Xiao-Qi's soul to survive. This is the divine soul seal, the soul of an ancient divine spirit. Liang Qiu gasped. The rest of the people's faces also changed drastically. Ancient divine spirits had always been legends, and the number of people present who had seen them with their own eyes could be counted on one hand. But now, in this void, the soul of an ancient divine spirit had appeared, and it was sealed in a person's body. No one knew how strong this soul was, but inferring from the commotion caused when it was unsealed, its strength was not something these people present could contend with. And to be able to seal this soul into his daughter's body and let it protect Mo Xiao-Qi's growth, what kind of amazing cultivation did the martial beast have? Only at the most dangerous time will little Qi unlock the seal. This should be the first time she has unlocked it, so she can't control it at all. When Lan Sun said this, she glanced at Yang Kai, intentionally or unintentionally, with a hint of blame in her voice. She was also shocked in her heart. Previously, Mo Xiao-Qi had shown great concern for Yang Kai, so she thought this little girl was simply acting against her, but now she knew that she really cared about Yang Kai, otherwise she would not have unlocked her seal. She probably thought that Yang Kai was dead for sure, so she unlocked the seal to avenge Yang Kai, but how could she have known that Yang Kai was unscathed while she herself had lost consciousness and was being controlled by the heavenly illusion butterfly's soul? Chapter 2490. What's so powerful about this heavenly illusion butterfly? Can we join forces to suppress it? Liang Qiu asked, nervously, while wiping his sweat. Lan Sun sneered. Among the ancient divine spirits, the heavenly illusion butterfly's attack power is the weakest. It can't even compare to an ordinary 10th order monster beast. Really? Liang Qiu was overjoyed when he heard this. If it couldn't even compare to an ordinary 10th order monster beast, then what was there to be afraid of? With so many powerhouses present, any one of them could suppress it. Lan Sun continued, but it is naturally proficient in illusions. When it appears in its complete form, it can turn the universe upside down. Even the great emperors would find it difficult to guard against its illusions, which ancient divine spirit is easy to deal with. Liang Qiu said with a dark face, I think I should run away. This little girl keeps staring at me, making this young master's hair stand on end. Run away? Lan Sun looked at him coldly. Where can you run to? Xiao-Qi has already identified you at this moment. Even if you run to the ends of the earth, you will still die. If I don't run away, am I supposed to wait for death? Liang Qiu said angrily. Lan Sun said, if you don't run away, you will be the only one to die. If you run away, everyone present will suffer first. Everyone's expression changed when they heard this. Xia Sheng exclaimed, Princess Lan Sun, are you serious? Lan Sun said, don't be fooled by the heavenly illusion butterfly's beautiful figure. Among the ancient divine spirits, it is also the kind that kills by nature. Then what should we do now? Hyoji asked. Although he was the son of the great emperors, he really didn't know much about the divine spirit seal. He didn't know why Lan Sun knew about this. Lan Sun was silent for a moment, then said, there may be a way to stabilize the situation. As she said this, she turned her beautiful eyes to Liang Qiu. Liang Qiu frowned. What are you looking at me for? Although her becoming like this has something to do with me, it doesn't matter much, right? Moreover, I don't have the ability to reseal the divine spirit's soul. Lan Sun smiled faintly. You don't need to reseal it. Xiao-Qi just wants you to die. If you die, maybe her emotions will calm down by themselves. You want me to die? Liang Qiu was horrified and couldn't help but take a few steps back. He stared at Lan Sun and asked, "You want me to die? Why do you want me dead?" "Ooh," Lan Sun snorted. "This is the only way I can think of," Liang Qiu said angrily. "A wasp stinger. A viper's mouth and fangs are not poisonous, but a woman's heart is the most poisonous." Lan Sun's proposal was naturally unacceptable to Yang Kai. It was not easy for him to advance to the Emperor realm in the Shattered Stars Sea. So how could he die so easily? "Brat, watch your words," Xiao Chen shouted in a deep voice. "Her Highness is giving you face by asking you to die. Don't be ungrateful." Liang Qiu sneered. "Then if she wants you dead, will you die?" Xiao Chen said, "Her Highness has always been well-educated and reasonable. She would not make such a request of me." "Avoiding the important and dwelling on the trivial. You cowardly rat. Why do you have to tell me what to do?" Liang Qiu sneered. Xiao Chen flew into a rage and swung the sword in his hand. Pointing at Liang Qiu, he said, "Today, you will die whether you want to or not. It's not up to you." Liang Qiu still wanted to say something, but Hyoji suddenly flashed, stood in front of him, and said indifferently, "Brother Liang is my friend. Whoever wants his life will have to go through me first." Liang Qiu, who was standing behind him, did not expect that Hyoji would stand up for him at this time. His heart warmed slightly, and he whispered, "Thank you, Brother Hyoji, but this matter is more or less related to me. I'd better run quickly. It would be best if I could lead this girl away, but if not, you should be careful," Hyoji said. "Although it is somewhat related to you, it is even more related to that brat, surnamed Yang." Liang Qiu was startled and said, "That's right. This girl became like this entirely because of that brat." While speaking, he shouted angrily at Yang Kai, "Brat, you can't stay out of this." Yang Kai snorted. "When did I say I was going to stay out of this?" Liang Qiu said, "Since this girl values you so much that she even unsealed her divine soul, why don't you go up and comfort her? Maybe she can recover her consciousness." Liang Qiu was just casually mentioning it, but he did not mean it. Yang Kai's expression changed as he looked at Lan Sun, "Junior sister Lan, will this method work?" Lan Sun frowned slightly. "I don't know, maybe we can give it a try, but we have to do it as soon as possible. This seal is about to be completely unsealed." "Ooh." Yang Kai nodded, and without any hesitation, flew towards Mo Xiaoqi. In the void, countless pairs of eyes were looking at Yang Kai nervously. The conversation between the crowd here naturally reached the ears of the Dao Source Realm cultivator. Although most people did not understand what was going on, it seemed to be very serious. Now that Yang Kai took the initiative to approach Mo Xiaoqi and seek a solution, it naturally attracted everyone's attention. Yang Kai called out to Mo Xiaoqi softly as he approached, but after calling out a few times, there was no response, so he immediately knew that Mo Xiaoqi should have really lost consciousness at this moment. He could only carefully release his divine sense, hoping to attract the attention of Mo Xiaoqi's consciousness. Soon, Yang Kai arrived not far from Mo Xiaoqi and stretched out his hand to touch her. In the void, silence reigned, as everyone held their breaths. Only the sound of their heartbeats could be heard as pairs of eyes stared at Yang Kai's movements, unwilling to miss a single detail. Just as Yang Kai's hand was about to touch Mo Xiaoqi's body, Mo Xiaoqi's tender body suddenly trembled. The heavenly illusion butterfly flying around her spread its wings, and an invisible force suddenly spread out. Yang Kai instantly froze in place, his eyes losing focus. "Oh no!" Lan Sun's heart sank. She could tell at a glance that Yang Kai had fallen into an illusion and was unable to extricate himself. "Waste, this young master still has to run away," Liang Qiu shouted angrily, a disappointed expression on his face. At this moment, Yang Kai's lifeless eyes suddenly moved. Immediately after, he opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. At the same time, He quickly retreated 1,000 meters away from Mo Shaoqi. After standing still again, his face was pale, and his clothes were soaked in sweat. Amazing! Yang Kai looked at Mo Shaoqi with lingering fear. He clearly did not feel anything before, but the scenery in front of him had suddenly changed. The whole world was left with a huge butterfly fluttering about, completely attracting his attention. He knew that it was the heavenly illusion butterfly's illusion technique, but he could not get rid of it. If it were not for the soul-warming lotus playing a role at the critical moment, allowing him to clear his mind, he would not have had a good end. His spiritual energy was extremely strong, even weaker than the average cultivators of the Emperor realm, but even he could not resist the heavenly illusion butterfly's illusion technique. No one present could resist it, and it seemed that Mo Shaoqi's seal had not been completely undone yet. If it was completely undone, this place would definitely be plunged into misery and suffering. If all the elites of the 4 territories of the star boundary died here, the entire star boundary would not be able to recover its yuan qi for at least 500 years. Junior Sister Lan, is there no other way to seal her? Yang Kai immediately asked Lan Sun after taking a breath. Lan Sun looked desperate and slowly shook her head. Let's run quickly. Life and death are predestined. Wealth and honor are in the hands of the heavens. Liang Qiu said with a black face. Among everyone, he was the one who wanted to escape the most. After all, Mo Shaoqi had been staring at him since the beginning. The others did not have any good ideas, so when they heard this, their expressions became solemn as they secretly circulated their source qi, preparing to flee at any time. At this moment, a voice suddenly came from afar. If you don't mind, how about letting this old master try? As soon as this statement came out, it instantly attracted everyone's attention. After seeing who the speaker was, everyone could not help showing a strange expression, because this person was actually the old swindler. Among everyone present, except for Yang Kai and Mo Shaoqi, who had dealt with this old swindler a few times, this was the first time the others had seen him. However, at this moment, he looked like a transcendent being, so he had nothing to do with being a swindler. If he had stood up and said this with his previous appearance, he would have been immediately blown to pieces. Lan Sun looked at the old swindler, a trace of doubt flashing in her beautiful eyes. She faintly felt that she seemed to have seen this person somewhere before, but when she thought about it carefully, her mind went blank. Hyoji's expression also turned solemn for an instant. Although he had a different feeling from Lan Sun, this old man gave him an extremely uneasy feeling. When he swept out with his divine sense, he was shocked to find that the old man was empty. In other words, with his cultivation in the Emperor realm, he could not detect the existence of this old man. This was even more shocking to him than Yang Kai taking Liang Qiu's blow with his physical body. Where did you pop out from, old man? Why didn't I see you before? Liang Qiu's eyes were bigger than eggs. If the old swindler had not taken the initiative to speak, Liang Qiu would not have noticed him. This old master has been here all this time. With my insignificant cultivation, I'm afraid that young master wouldn't notice me. The old swindler smiled, slightly. Strange. Liang Qiu looked puzzled. There were really strange things every year, but this year there were especially many strange things. As the old swindler spoke, he walked towards Mo Shaoqi step by step. Having learned his lesson from Yang Kai's mistake, his fearless expression was quite admirable. Yang Kai, however, asked with a sullen face, "Old sir, aren't you selling spirit pills and spirit medicines? How do you know about the divine spirit seal?" Unlike others, Yang Kai had a little understanding of this old swindler, so he was very worried about him. This old man's ability to swindle people was top-notch. Who knew what he was up to now? It didn't matter if he died or not, but if he implicated Mo Xiaoqi or even worsened her condition, it would be troublesome. The old man smiled slightly and said, "I've lived for a long time, so I've learned a little bit of everything. This old master has long sold out of spirit pills and spirit medicines, so naturally I have to change my profession." Yang Kai asked with a dark face, "Now you've changed your profession to studying seals. You know him?" Lan Sun glanced at Yang Kai in amazement. Chapter 2491. Yang Kai quickly said, "I've seen him a few times. He was active in Maplewood City before, and when your Star Soul Palace's 5-color treasure pagoda opened last time, he was selling a kind of ancestral 9 revolutions life-restoring pill that can bring the dead back to life. He even tricked Xiao Qi into giving him some source crystals." Really? Everyone was shocked at that time. Lan Sun's expression turned ugly. "Isn't he a swindler? What 9 revolutions soul return pill?" Lan Sun had never heard of it at all, let alone talk about bringing the dead back to life. Spirit medicines with this kind of effect had always been treasures of heaven and earth. She would rather hide them away. So how could she sell them to others? Originally, when this old man stood up confidently, Lan Sun thought that he had encountered some kind of extraordinary person, but after hearing Yang Kai's words, her heart sank to the bottom. Judging from this old man's previous performance, he obviously didn't have any real ability. At this moment, he was clearly just spouting nonsense. What would happen if he was allowed to get close to Mo Xiaoqi? Liang Qiu shouted angrily, "Old dog, get out of this young master's way." In any case, he had a little bit of responsibility for Mo Xiaoqi's current situation, although the responsibility wasn't great. If something really happened to Mo Xiaoqi, Marshal Beast might not listen to his explanation. So, when he saw that the old swindler was not far away from Mo Xiaoqi, he hurriedly thrust his spear, trying to force the old swindler back, lest he act recklessly and worsen Mo Xiaoqi's situation. Mo Xiaoqi was only unsealing her seal now, so there was no harm to her, but if someone tried to do something to her, she might die. This was a risk. How could Liang Qiu dare to take this risk? With a thrust of his spear, an amazing burst of power erupted, seemingly able to penetrate the void and ignore the barriers of space, instantly arriving in front of the old swindler. However, although Liang Qiu's spear was amazing, it did not contain the slightest murderous intent. He had no intention of killing the old swindler, he just wanted to force him back. But in the face of a blow from the Emperor realm, this old swindler was actually calm. As if he didn't notice the approaching danger at all, his pair of slightly narrowed eyes shone brightly as he stared straight at Mo Xiaoqi. When the spear intent arrived, he waved his hand gently. His expression was relaxed, and his movements casual, as if he was just casually swatting a mosquito. A shocking scene appeared. With a wave of the old swindler's hand, the astonishing spear light was instantly annihilated, and the powerful fluctuations of power caused by the spear style were also instantly smoothed out. It was as if Liang Qiu had not just attacked an old man from the Third Order Dao Source Realm, but a Third Order Emperor Realm Master. The old swindler's every move was filled with the demeanor of a master. It was unfathomable. The clear, visual conflict stunned everyone, and they all stared at him with wide eyes. They were shocked beyond words. Liang Qiu could not believe his eyes. After being stunned for a moment, he rubbed his eyelids hard, trying to see more clearly. But on the other side, the old man stood there unscathed. Even his clothes were not wrinkled. "What the hell?" Liang Qiu exclaimed. While he was shocked, he also felt a huge blow to his heart. Inexplicably, he felt disheartened. Previously, he had wanted to teach Yang Kai a lesson by relying on his cultivation in the Emperor realm. In the end, Yang Kai resolved his attack with a single punch. Now, he wanted to force the old man to retreat, but the old man casually dispersed the spear light. If it had not happened to him, Liang Qiu would never have believed that such a thing could happen in this world. Nowadays, a Dao Source Realm cultivator is so arrogant, he can easily resolve an attack from the Emperor Realm. If that's the case, then what's the point of everyone trying so hard to break through to the Emperor Realm? Why not just stay in the Dao Source Realm for the rest of their lives? Or is this the Emperor Realm fake? In an instant, countless thoughts flashed through Liang Qiu's mind. He no longer had the joy and enthusiasm of breaking through to the Emperor Realm. Instead, his face was ashen. Yang Kai was also shocked. Although he had blocked Liang Qiu's attack earlier, he still could not deny Liang Qiu's strength. If it was a life or death battle, even if he could win, it would not be too easy. After all, Liang Qiu also had extraordinary aptitude. He was the chief disciple of the Western Territories' 100 Barbarian Mountain, a 1 in a million genius. He more or less knew the power of that spear attack. Although it would not be too difficult for him to resolve it, he definitely could not do it as easily as the old swindler did. What's going on with this old man? Could it be that some master was hiding his cultivation? But on second thought, it was unlikely, because when the Star Soul Palace's 5-colored treasure pagoda opened, only a cultivator at the Origin King realm could enter. Since this old man could enter, it meant that he was indeed at the Origin King realm at that time. Over the years, he was able to break through to the Third Order Dao Source realm, which was already fast enough. It was basically impossible for him to hide his cultivation. However, Yang Kai did not understand how he resolved Liang Qiu's attack. Not only did Yang Kai not understand, but everyone present did as well. The shocking scene made everyone unable to calm down. But after this, no one dared to underestimate this old swindler anymore. Even if he was really a swindler, being able to resolve the Emperor Realm's attack with a wave of his hand showed that he was a capable swindler. Young man, don't be so impulsive. This old master is old and weak, and his energy is not as vigorous as yours. He can't afford to be tormented, the old man said lightly after resolving Liang Qiu's attack. Liang Qiu's face darkened when he heard this. He felt that this old man was mocking his incompetence. Senior, Lan Sun looked at the old man and shouted in a trembling voice, "Do you really have a way to solve little sister Xiao Qi's problem?" After seeing the old swindler's amazing means, Lan Sun regained some confidence in him. In this world, there were always some strange people who hid in the wilderness and hid in the city. Usually, they did not look special, but when it came to critical moments, they would bloom with amazing brilliance. Perhaps the old swindler that Yang Kai spoke of was such a strange person. In her excitement, Lan Sun changed the way she addressed him. Although they were both from the Third Order Dao Source realm, she still called him Senior. Unexpectedly, the old man accepted it with a clear conscience, smiled slightly, and said, "I can give it a try." Lan Sun's beautiful eyes lit up, and she exclaimed, "Does Senior know the Burning Moon Rainbow Flower Seal? I heard from my father, Master, that the Burning Moon Rainbow Flower Seal was the Beast Martial Master's method of sealing the heavenly illusion butterfly. It is extremely mysterious and complex. In this world, only the Burning Moon Rainbow Flower Seal can seal the divine spirit's soul." The old man shook his head and said, "The Burning Moon Rainbow Flower Seal is a secret of the Beast Martial Arts. This old master has no chance to see it." Lan Sun's expression darkened. Then, what should we do? She thought that this senior knew the method of sealing, but now that she heard him say this, she suddenly felt a chill in her heart. The great emperors of the Bright Moon continent had told her personally that there was no other way to seal the divine spirit's soul except for the Burning Moon Rainbow Flower Seal. Since this senior did not know the mysterious seal, how could he seal it? Thinking about it, the Burning Moon Rainbow Flower Seal was an original creation of the martial beast. Even when her father, the master, asked him for advice, he did not want to reveal the slightest bit. This beast, martial beast, is very stingy. The words of the great emperors of the bright moon continent echoed in Lan Sun's ears. This beast, martial beast, although his strength is good, is naturally stingy. He is even reluctant to share the good wine at home with his friends. So, how could he be willing to share the burning moon rainbow flower seal with others? The old man muttered a few times with an unhappy expression. Although his voice was soft, it was clearly heard by the people of the emperor realm nearby. With a crash, everyone fainted. The martial beast was one of the 10 great emperors. His cultivation was sky-high, and his identity was transcendent. For the entire Star Boundaries cultivator, he was a godlike existence. When his name was mentioned, no matter who it was, they would feel a sense of reverence and worship. He was almost the symbol of the Star Boundaries' supreme force, yet in this old man's mouth he had become a guy. This was too disrespectful to the great emperors. Lan Sun, on the other hand, had a strange expression, because these words were exactly the same as what her father had said. The old man seemed to realize that what he had just said was a bit too shocking and quickly changed the subject. This old master does not have the ability to reseal the divine spirit's soul. Ha! Yang Kai heard this, and his face sank as he angrily said, "If you don't have the ability, why are you acting so confident? Aren't you just deceiving this young master's feelings?" The old man grinned and said, "Although this old master doesn't have the ability, someone else does." "Who?" Yang Kai frowned and suddenly glanced around before his eyes finally fixed on Hyoji. If there was anyone here who could reseal the divine spirit soul, it would be the children of the 2 great emperors who shared the same status as Mo Shaoqi. Lan Sun definitely couldn't do it, but Hyoji didn't know if he had the ability. Seeing Yang Kai looking at him, Hyoji said lightly, "I can kill people, but saving people is not my strength. Do you want to try?" Yang Kai glared at him before turning to the old man and saying, "Don't be so fussy. Hurry up and find that person to help." The old man chuckled and said, "Young people are always impatient. Don't worry, it will take some time for this seal to be completely undone. After all, this is the first time it has been undone. So, the divine spirit's soul will need to fuse with this little girl for a while before it can move freely." Seeing Yang Kai's expression becoming more and more ugly, the old man finally stopped chattering and raised his head, looking at a certain person with a solemn expression and beckoning. "You there, little girl, come and help this old master." Following the direction he pointed, everyone turned their heads and saw a young girl standing there with a pale face, her source chi fluctuating erratically. No one knew what was wrong with her. Zhang Ruo Shi. Yang Kai turned his head in amazement, his expression extremely strange. He didn't expect that the person the old man was talking about was actually Zhang Ruo Shi. Having said that, since Mo Shaoqi's mutation, Zhang Ruo Shi's situation also seemed to be a little abnormal, but because the divine spirit's soul seal was too important, Yang Kai didn't have time to carefully investigate Zhang Ruo Shi's situation, only secretly telling Lu Yen to take good care of her, and to tell him at any time if there was anything wrong. At this moment, the old man was clearly beckoning to Zhang Ruo Shi, asking her to come over and help. What does this old man mean? Yang Kai was completely confused. Chapter 2492. Zhang Ruo Shi was stunned for a while before she realized that the old swindler was calling her. Under everyone's gaze, she couldn't help but feel a little timid. Her face became paler and paler, and the fluctuations of power in her delicate body became more and more fierce as time passed. She turned her head and looked at Yang Kai with an inquiring gaze. Yang Kai asked in a deep voice, "Old man, you're not joking, are you?" The old swindler said solemnly, "How could this old master joke about such a thing?" Then tell me clearly, how can Ruoshi help you seal the divine spirit soul? It wasn't just young Kai who had this question. Everyone had the same question. After all, Zhang Ruoshi looked unremarkable, and her cultivation was only at the third-order Tao source realm. With so many Emperor realm masters present, the old swindler wouldn't ask her for help. Unexpectedly, the old swindler shook his head. I can't say. If you believe this old master, let her come over. If you don't, this old master can't do anything. Young Kai snapped. How can I believe you if you don't explain? The old man spread his hands and said, then there's nothing you can do. When her seal is completely undone, she may have to kill in this shattered star sea for a while before the divine spirit's soul falls asleep again. At that time, you'll have to pray for yourselves. Yang Kai's expression turned ugly. This old man was deliberately mystifying, but he couldn't do anything about it. It was really annoying. At this moment, Zhang Ruoshi suddenly said, Sir, if you can help little sister Xiao Qi calm down, I'm willing to try. But your current situation. Yang Kai frowned. He didn't know what was wrong with Zhang Ruoshi, but she seemed very uneasy. The aura in her body had also become strange. Although her situation wasn't as serious as Mo Xiaoqi's, it wasn't optimistic either. I'm fine. Zhang Ruoshi pursed her red lips and said, Sir, let me go. The old swindler urged, if you hesitate any longer, you won't be able to save her once the seal is completely undone. And I might as well reveal something to you. The situation of the two girls is ultimately due to a chain reaction. Once the seal problem is solved, the other's problem will also be solved. Yang Kai listened with a confused expression. But seeing the old liar's sincere expression, he couldn't help but believe him a bit. So he asked in a deep voice, what harm will your method cause to Ruoshi? It's not life-threatening. This old man only needs a drop of her blood essence. Blood essence? Yang Kai's expression froze, and he increasingly felt that the old liar was not talking nonsense. This was because Zhang Ruoshi had a strange bloodline power in her body. Yang Kai had never figured out what that bloodline power was. Now that the old swindler said that he wanted to take a drop of Zhang Ruoshi's blood essence, it was obvious that he knew that Zhang Ruoshi's bloodline was extraordinary. Her bloodline might have some strange effect that could help him seal the divine spirit's soul. How could he see that? All right, I agree. Yang Kai responded in a deep voice and flew over with Zhang Ruoshi. A short while later, the two of them arrived before the old swindler. The old man smiled at Zhang Ruoshi and said gently, Little girl, relax, I won't hurt you. Zhang Ruoshi nodded slightly, took a deep breath, and prepared herself. The old man suddenly glanced at Zhang Ruoshi again and said in surprise, Your clothes aren't bad. Where did you get them? As soon as he said this, Yang Kai was shocked because Zhang Ruoshi was wearing a defensive emperor artifact, the Pink Cloud's Phoenix robe. This defensive emperor artifact was extremely valuable, and its defense was amazing. Zhang Ruoshi had been wearing it since she got it. When the old man said that her clothes were good, he was definitely not talking about her outer clothes, but the Pink Cloud's Phoenix robe hidden inside. What is this old man doing? How can he see through this? Yang Kai couldn't help but be vigilant. Zhang Ruoshi didn't have any vigilance and just said lightly, A friend gave it to me. A friend. The old man's mouth twitched, obviously, and he chuckled. If you see your friend next time, help this old man say hello to him. Tell him that this old man misses him very much. Zhang Ruoshi was surprised. Senior knows him? I haven't seen him in a long time, the old man replied kindly. While the two of them were chatting, Kai Yang's heart was in a perilous situation. His eyes were wide open, as if he had seen a ghost in broad daylight. He suddenly realized that this old man was definitely not as mysterious as he looked on the surface. Instead, he was somewhat unfathomable, because Zhang Ruoxi's pink cloud's phoenix robe was obtained from the Four Seasons realm, and according to her, the one who gave her this emperor artifact was the ancient divine spirit Qiongqi. Qiongqi seemed to be the mount of the flowing time great emperor, the great emperors. After the flowing time great emperor fell, Qiongqi had been sleeping in the Four Seasons realm until the appearance of the flowing time temple. After that, Qiongqi also left the Four Seasons realm, and no one knew where he went. Qiongqi was an ancient divine spirit, and killing was his second nature. When he came out of the Four Seasons realm, he scared Gao Shuiting and the others who were guarding the exit. Fortunately, Qiongqi had no intention of hurting people. Otherwise, Gao Shuiting and the others would have died. But now, this old man actually said that he knew Qiongqi. Who the hell is this old man? Yang Kai already felt that this old man was strange, but now he was even more confused. Why is such a strange person only at the Third Order Dao Source Realm? How should I address Senior? Zhang Ruoxi and the old man seemed to get along well, and her uneasy and nervous mood gradually relaxed. Yang Kai also quickly perked up his ears and listened attentively. The old man opened his mouth and spat out a few words. Yang Kai was at a loss because he didn't hear what the old man said at all. Zhang Ruoxi nodded and said, "Junior will remember. If I meet him again, I will tell him. It's just that I don't know where he went. I don't know where he went after he gave me these clothes last time." While speaking, Zhang Ruoxi suddenly swayed slightly and almost fell down. Fortunately, Kai Yang's eyes were sharp and his hands were fast enough to support her. "Okay, the blood essence has been taken. You can rest for a while," the old man said with a smile. Only now did Yang Kai notice that there was a drop of blood floating above the old man's finger. That drop of blood seemed to be alive as it danced on the old man's fingertip, appearing extremely unstable. Furthermore, there was an extremely strange aura coming from that drop of blood. Yang Kai didn't know when the old man took the blood essence. The reason why Zhang Ruoxi suddenly swayed was obviously because she had injured her Yuan Qi. However, a drop of blood essence was not a big deal, and she would recover after a few days of rest. After taking the blood essence, the old man's expression suddenly became extremely serious. The source qi in his body surged and wrapped around the blood essence. He then pointed his finger at Mo Xiaoqi's forehead as fast as lightning, asterisk Qi, asterisk the heavenly illusion butterfly's soul essence suddenly became extremely uneasy, as if it had encountered its natural enemy. It kept flapping its wings and emitting waves of illusion. Yang Kai had suffered a big loss before, so he naturally knew how powerful this illusion was. Just as he was about to hurriedly retreat, he found that the illusion was completely blocked by Zhang Ruoxi's blood essence. It didn't even cause the slightest ripple. Without encountering any resistance, the old man tapped the blood essence on Mo Xiaoqi's forehead. The blood essence burst out at once, forming a red mark on Mo Xiaoqi's forehead before it entered her body. With the disappearance of the blood essence, Mo Xiaoqi's aura quickly stabilized. The heavenly illusion butterfly was also gradually sucked into Mo Xiaoqi's body by an inexplicable suction, turning back into a brand butterfly on her cheek. With a soft groan, Mo Xiaoqi collapsed softly with her eyes closed. Yang Kai stretched out his other hand and hurriedly supported her. Looking closely, he saw that Mo Xiaoqi's breathing was stable. She should have just fallen asleep and wasn't seriously injured. A shocking crisis that came inexplicably and was solved inexplicably left everyone in a state of panic for a while. After it was resolved, everyone found that their backs were drenched in cold sweat. "Sir, I'm so sleepy," Zhang Ruoxi suddenly said before following in Mo Xiaoqi's footsteps and fainted. Boy, not bad, not bad at all. You have two beauties in your arms. You really make this old master envious. The old man looked at Yang Kai with a smile and teased. Yang Kai's face darkened as he said, "Old sir, is it really okay for you to be so disrespectful?" The old man said, "This old master was also young once. It's not a big deal." While speaking, he winked at Yang Kai. Yang Kai said in a serious tone, "Old sir, I won't beat around the bush in front of you. In the past, I misunderstood you and thought you were a swindler, but now I know that old sir really doesn't show his true colors." Ha ha! The old man laughed and said, "This old master's deception is just better than others. Don't mind it." Yang Kai nodded and said, "Old sir, since you can see that Ruashi's blood essence can suppress the divine spirit soul, you must know what kind of bloodline she has. Can you tell me?" As soon as this was said, the old man's expression suddenly became serious. After a moment of silence, he said, "I can't tell you this. Wait until she becomes stronger in the future, then she will figure it out herself. But this old master has a word of advice." "What?" "Lead her to do good. If she does evil, then the star boundary will be in chaos." The old man said solemnly. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and said, "Is it that serious?" The old man looked at the sleeping Zhang Ruoshi, his seemingly turbid eyes bursting with light as he said in a deep voice, "If she grows to her limit, the power she can summon will be even more terrifying than the Wukong." "Wukong? Which Wukong?" Yang Kai frowned and asked. The old man said one word at a time. "Heaven, devouring, great, emperor." Asterisk Gudong. Asterisk Yang Kai couldn't help but gulp and say in horror, "Old sir, you know the name of the heaven-devouring great emperor, great emperors. If this old man hadn't mentioned it, Yang Kai wouldn't have known the name of the heaven-devouring great emperor. The heaven-devouring great emperor was just a title, not a taboo name." Wu Mengchuan claimed to be a descendant of the great emperors of the heaven-devouring great emperor. Yang Kai had guessed that the surname of the heaven-devouring great emperor was Wu, but he never expected to learn the name of the great emperors of the heaven-devouring great emperor from this old man. How did he know? Yang Kai said with a bitter expression, "Old sir, who the hell are you?" Chapter 2493. This old man could see that Zhang Ruashi's bloodline was extraordinary and even used his blood essence to seal the divine spirit's soul. He also knew Cheongqi and knew the name of the great emperors of the heaven-devouring great emperor. Yang Kai would never believe that this old man was just an ordinary third-order Tao source realm cultivator. "Well, I can't tell you that either." Yang Kai was furious and shouted, "Then what can you tell me?" The old man thought for a while before reaching out and patting Yang Kai on the shoulder, saying earnestly, "Cultivate well and become an emperor realm master as soon as possible. The future of the star boundary depends on you. Get lost." The old man wasn't annoyed in the slightest and just glanced at him with a smile, then turned around with a solemn expression and said in a clear voice, "Everyone, if you can listen to this old man, please leave this place quickly. This place is very dangerous, and if you continue to stay here, your lives will be in danger." Liang Qiu smiled and said, "You're really interesting, old man. We naturally know whether it's dangerous or not. There's no need for you to remind us." Earlier, the power of his spear attack was easily neutralized by the old man, so he knew that although this old man was only a third-order Tao source realm cultivator, his strength was unfathomable, so he did not dare to underestimate him. If it were any other Tao source realm cultivator speaking like this, he would have already shot him. "You seem to be very knowledgeable. Why don't you tell us which great emperors left this skeleton behind?" Liang Qiu changed the topic and mentioned the skeleton hidden in the black hole. Previously, because of the sudden release of Mo Shaoqi's divine soul seal. Everyone's attention was drawn to it, and no one was in the mood to pay attention to the skeleton and space ring of the great emperors. But now that the crisis of the divine soul seal had been lifted, everyone's attention naturally shifted to the space ring again. Liang Qiu's question undoubtedly hit the nail on the head. Everyone looked at the old man curiously, expecting him to give an explanation. The old man's expression was solemn as he said, "No matter which great emperor left it behind, it's no longer important now. Back then, during the War of Emperors, the situation was tragic, and the sun and moon were dim. Apart from a few things that were left behind, the rest of the secret treasures were all destroyed. There can't be anything good in that space ring, so please don't worry about it." "Do you think I'll believe you?" Liang Qiu coldly snorted. "I believe you?" Lan Sun suddenly. Yang Kai stood up and shouted. Liang Qiu glanced at her and curled his lips. Lan Sun was the daughter of the Bright Moon Great Emperor. At this time, she stood up to support the old man, so he could not sing a different tune. Lan Sun asked, "Senior, what kind of dangers are there? If it's convenient, can you tell us?" The old man frowned and said, "Your life is in danger. Miss Lan, it's important to take your people and leave this place quickly." Lan Sun Master Lan nodded and nodded. "Since senior junior is senior junior, we'll leave first. Take care of yourself, senior." While speaking, she looked at Yang Kai and saw that he was indifferent, so she didn't try to persuade him. Instead, she just looked at the cultivators who were watching in the distance and shouted, "Senior brothers and senior sisters from the Southern Territory, if you believe in this Lan Sun, then I, Lan Sun, will help you. Then leave this place quickly." After saying that, she immediately flew off into the distance. Although Xiao Chen was a little unwilling, as a qualified flower protector, he naturally would not leave Lan Sun's side, and also left. As soon as she left, among the cultivator who were watching in the distance, many elites from the Southern Territory summoned their artifacts and left. It could be seen that Star Soul Palace's appeal in the Southern Territory was still very great. No one else could have such an effect. Thousands of people were reduced by a few hundred. Xia Sheng, Xiao Bai Yi, and Murong Xiao whispered to each other for a while. They seemed to feel that the old man was not deliberately mystifying them. So they secretly sent a message to Yang Kai and quickly left. If it was just Xia Sheng alone, he might not have left. After all, he was also from the Emperor realm. However, Xiao Bai Yi and Murong Xiao were with him at this moment, so he had to consider their safety and did not dare to take their lives lightly. "Hyoji, you go too." The old man turned his head, looked in the direction of Hyoji, and shouted lightly. Hyoji raised his brow and said indifferently, "This young master will go wherever he wants. No one can order me around." As the son of the great emperors, he was naturally extremely proud. Although the old man's performance before was somewhat shocking, it was still too early for him to order him around. Hearing this, the old man sighed and suddenly waved his hand, sending a stream of light towards Hyoji as fast as lightning. Hyoji's expression changed, and he hurriedly pushed his Emperor Qi, at the same time retreating quickly, trying to avoid this attack. But what shocked him the most was that this stream of light was so fast that he couldn't dodge it at all. Even his protective Emperor Qi didn't have the slightest effect on it. The stream of light blasted directly on him. Hyoji could not help but take a few steps back, his face pale. "Old man, how dare you sneak attack someone?" Liang Qiu was angry and shocked. He was angry because this old man was too shameless, attacking without any warning. He was shocked because even Hyoji could not resist his sneak attack. This kind of strength was too terrifying. Qi Gui, Wu Chang, and the others from the Emperor realm also had ugly expressions on their faces. They had broken through to the Emperor realm in this shattered star sea and thought that they would be able to roam the star boundary freely from now on. But before they could even leave the shattered star sea, their morale had been crushed by an old man one after another. If he could sneak attack Hyoji so casually, wouldn't it be easy for him to sneak attack them? In the future, when they encountered a Tao Source Realm Master, they could not underestimate him, or they would die without even knowing how. On the other side, Liang Qiu was furious and had already summoned his spear, as if he wanted to fight to the death with the old man. Earlier, Hyoji said that he was his friend, which touched Liang Qiu very much. Now that Hyoji was in trouble, he naturally would not stand by and do nothing. Before he could do anything, Hyoji suddenly stretched out his hand, stopped him, and shouted, "I'm fine. Don't be impulsive." Liang Qiu turned his head and looked at Hyoji in astonishment. Hyoji, on the other hand, looked down at his palm with a solemn expression. The next moment, his body trembled as he looked at the old man in horror, and exclaimed, "You are—" The old man raised a finger and made a soft hush sound with his mouth. Hyoji understood and quickly swallowed the rest of his words, cupped his fist solemnly, and said Hyoji did not know the immensity of heaven and earth before, and spoke without thinking. "Master, please don't lower yourself to this junior's level." As soon as these words came out, the audience was in an uproar. Everyone looked at him incredulously, shocked to the extreme. Hyoji was the son of the great emperors of Serene Soul. His aptitude was extraordinary, and now he was in the emperor realm. It could be said that in the entire star boundary, only a few people could make him bow his head and submit. Even if others were stronger than him, it was impossible for them to make him say such words. But now, when he faced this old man, his demeanor and tone were respectful and even a little humble. A son of the great emperors was humble in front of an old man from the third-order Tao Source realm, calling himself a junior. What was going on? But this way, everyone understood that the old man's previous attack was not a sneak attack, but a message to Hyoji. It was through this message that Hyoji knew his identity and became so respectful. The old man chuckled and said, "I had no choice. Young Master Hyoji, it's fine as long as you don't mind this old man acting recklessly." Hyoji said in a deep voice, "Senior is too serious." The old man nodded and said, "Well, you can take them and leave now." Hyoji said, "This junior will obey Master's order." While speaking, he glanced up and said lightly, "If you don't want to die, come with me." Liang Qiu said unwillingly, "Do you really want to leave? There is still a—" Before he could finish speaking, he found that Hyoji was staring at him with a pair of cold eyes. The coldness in his eyes was bone-chilling and without the slightest emotion, causing Liang Qiu's heart to skip a beat. The corners of his mouth twitched as he said, "Let's go, let's go." Hyoji withdrew his gaze and his figure flickered as he rushed off into the distance. Although Qi Gui and the others were full of doubts, they had no choice but to follow. If they stayed at this time, they would not be giving face to Hyoji. Qi Gui's Ahan Temple was also in the Eastern Territory, so if they offended Hyoji, they would definitely not have a good time in the future. After a while, almost all the people from the Emperor realm left. Wu Cheng thought about it for a long time before finally leaving as well. After all, even the descendants of the two great emperors, Lan Sun and Hyoji, were persuaded to leave by this old man. And judging from Hyoji's reaction, this old man was probably an extraordinary existence. There was no need for people like him to be alarmist. If they stayed, their lives might really be in danger. Not only did the people from the Emperor realm leave, but a large number of the remaining Tao Source realm masters also left. In the blink of an eye, there were less than 1,000 Tao Source realm masters left. These Tao Source realm masters probably did not get many benefits in the Shattered Star Sea, so despite the old man's earnest persuasion, they still could not leave. the skeletons of the great emperors and space rings in the black hole were what attracted them the most. "You're not leaving?" The old man saw Yang Kai still standing in place and could not help but frown. Yang Kai quickly said, "Tell me first, what is the situation with Ruoshi's bloodline? And I will leave immediately." The old man said, "You will find out in the future. If you don't tell me, I'll follow you." Yang Kai looked like a rascal. The old man looked him up and down a few times and grinned. "Boy, you're really thick-skinned." "How did Wen Zishan accept a disciple like you?" Yang Kai's face changed slightly and said, "How do you know I am from Azure Sun Temple?" Ever since he arrived here, he had never divulged this piece of information. The old man chuckled and pointed to a certain place on his body. Yang Kai suddenly understood that it was the Azure Sun golden token he kept close to him that revealed this secret. Previously, in order to conveniently sense the information of Xiaobai, Murong Xiao Xiao, and the others, he took out the Azure Sun golden token from his space ring and kept it close to him. He did not expect that even such a small detail would be noticed by the old man. The old man shook his head and said, "If the upper beam is not straight, the lower beam will be crooked. If this old master meets Wen Zishan someday, he will definitely expel you." Chapter 2494. The old man's tone was louder than the sky, as if Wen Zishan was under his command. Yang Kai snorted, "You speak as if you are the great emperors of the secular world." Temple Master, Wen Zishan seemed to have been brought up by the great emperors of the secular world. If there was anyone in this world who could order him around at will, it was undoubtedly the great emperors of the secular world. However, the great emperors of the secular world were people who played around and wandered the world. They came and went without a trace, and no one knew where they were. There had been no news of them in the star boundary for a long time. The old man's eyes widened as he exclaimed, "How do you know this?" Yang Kai said contemptuously, "You're so full of yourself. This old swindler might really be an extraordinary person. He knew so many secrets, knew so many people, and even made Hyoji treat him with respect. He was definitely not an ordinary person." But Yang Kai would never believe that he was one of the great emperors of the secular world. There was no other reason, because this was the Shattered Star Sea. Only a Dao Source Realm cultivator could enter the Shattered Star Sea, and the Emperor Realm could not enter at all. With the amazing cultivation of the great emperors of the secular world, it was impossible for them to come here. If they forcibly broke through the barrier and entered, it would only make the Shattered Star Sea unstable and collapse. The old man smiled slightly and no longer paid attention to Yang Kai. Instead, he turned his head to look at the remaining Dao Source Realm cultivator and sighed. "Men die in pursuit of wealth, just as birds die in pursuit of food." The reason why these people still stayed here was obviously to get some benefits, especially now that the Emperor Realm cultivators had all left. They had lost many strong competitors, so they were a little excited. They were eager to try. After pondering for a while, the old man said loudly, "You all stayed because you wanted to get that space ring. In that case, this old master will fulfill your wish." When everyone heard this, they looked at him suspiciously, not knowing what this old man meant. At this moment, the old man suddenly walked directly in front of the black hole and made some mysterious seals, causing one of his hands to shine brightly. He reached his hand directly into the black hole. This old man, what is he doing? He's not trying to take out the space ring, is he? He has such ability. His hand really reached in. What's going on inside? Wow, the light is so dazzling, I can't see what's going on inside. Everyone stared at the old man's actions with their eyes wide open. Yang Kai was especially shocked, ever since the black space ring. In other words, There was another strange space inside the black hole, but this space was extremely unstable. So even a master of the Tao of space like Yang Kai did not dare to casually intrude. But this old man was actually able to reach his hand into that space. Was he too space? Space was space. Space, then the space. After taking a closer look, Yang Kai's expression suddenly became strange. After a short while, the old man suddenly let out a low shout and abruptly withdrew his hand. When the light dissipated, there was an ancient space ring in his hand. Everyone was in an uproar, staring at the ring with fiery eyes. Swallowing sounds could be heard one after another. Looking around, there was nothing on the finger of the skeleton in the black hole. He really took out the ring. He can do this. It's amazing. What's in the ring? Old man, hand over the space ring, and we'll spare your life. After the old man took out the space ring, the crowd suddenly went into an uproar. While shouting, they silently urged their source chi, ready to pounce and snatch it at any time. Yang Kai wiped the cold sweat on his forehead and said, "Old man, you've gone too far. Let's see how you're going to deal with this." Although he was strong now, facing thousands of Tao Source realm cultivators, he couldn't help but feel a little guilty. If so many people pounced on him, he could only run away. Although the old man was unfathomable, Yang Kai didn't think he could fight thousands alone. The old man smiled slightly and said, "They only have eyes for this ring. Since that's the case, I'll give it to them." Give it to them? Yang Kai was stunned. Before he could react, the old man had already thrown the space ring into the void and shouted, "If you want it, go grab it yourself." Yang Kai didn't know what method the old man used, but the space ring burst into light and flew off into the distance with the force of thunder. "Old man, you're courting death. You threw the ring away. Just you wait. This young master will deal with you when he gets the space ring." "What are you talking about?" "Hurry up and chase after him. You can save 500 years of cultivation with this space ring." Asterisk, schwa, schwa, schwa. Asterisk rays of light bloomed as all the cultivators turned into streams of light and chased after the space ring. In the blink of an eye, all the thousands of cultivators had disappeared. The old man looked at the backs of those people and clicked his tongue. If I had known this method would work so well, this old master wouldn't have spent so much effort. With a chagrined look, he turned his head and looked at Yang Kai. "Boy, aren't you going to chase? That's the space ring of the great emperors. There are countless emperor artifacts and pills inside. If you can get it, breaking through to the emperor realm is just around the corner." His tone was full of bewitchment, obviously trying to get Yang Kai to leave here as well. Yang Kai sneered. "Old sir, you said before that during the Battle of Emperors, except for a few things, everything else was smashed. There is nothing good in that ring, so why should I chase after it?" After a pause, he smiled slyly. "What's more, the space ring is still here, and the one that flew out is just a fake. Why should I chase after it?" The old man stared at Yang Kai. "How did you see through it?" "This old master's camouflage shouldn't have been seen through by you." Yang Kai nodded. "Old sir's camouflage is indeed superb, but you didn't even put your hand into the black hole. So how could you take out the ring? What's more, the skeleton and the ring seem to be right in front of us, but in fact, they are far away from us. How can you reach out and take them? What seems to be right in front of us is just an illusion caused by the superposition of space." The old man was surprised. "You have good eyesight. So you're still here because you want the ring?" Yang Kai said, "I just want to know what Ruo Shi's bloodline power is like. I really can't tell you this. You will understand in the future." Yang Kai didn't know why, but when it came to Zhang Ruoshi's bloodline power, the old man kept his mouth shut. "This old master is going to do something. You should leave this place quickly. It's really dangerous here. It doesn't matter if you die or not. but the two girls in your arms can't have the slightest accident. Do something? What do you want me to do? Yang Kai was stunned. The old man had already rushed straight towards the black hole with a solemn expression. Yang Kai didn't know if it was an illusion or not, but he actually saw a trace of determination and tragedy in the old man's eyes, even a hint of disregard for life and death. When he arrived in front of the black hole, he quickly formed a seal with his hands and slammed it towards the black hole. A layer of ripples spread out in front of the black hole, as if an invisible door had been opened. The old man directly passed through the door and rushed into the black hole. After the ripples passed, the old man's figure disappeared, and the skeleton also disappeared strangely. Looking around, only the black hole remained in place. A different kind of power fluctuation came from the black hole, one that Yang Kai was somewhat familiar with. Yang Kai's heart stirred, and he quickly took out a jade slip from his space ring. This jade slip was snatched from Wu Mengchuan's hands by the embodiment when he killed him. According to the embodiment, Wu Mengchuan seemed to want to destroy this jade slip before he died. And Yang Kai didn't know what secrets were hidden in it. There was a mysterious barrier on the jade slip, and Yang Kai had tried to crack it before, but to no avail. At this moment, Yang Kai was surprised to find that the power fluctuations coming from the black hole were exactly the same as the aura on the jade slip, as if they had been left behind by the same person. The moment Yang Kai took out the jade slip, it bloomed with light, and then the barrier on the jade slip opened on its own, forming a strange resonance with the power fluctuations coming from the black hole. An extremely powerful suction force suddenly came from the black hole, trying to swallow him. Yang Kai was shocked, and his face changed wildly as he tried to leave this place. But to his horror, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't move an inch. The black hole was like the open maw of a beast at this moment, trying to swallow him in one gulp. After only holding on for a few breaths, Yang Kai was powerless. Just before he was swallowed, he waved his hand, and threw the unconscious Zhang Ruoxi and Mo Shaoqi into the sealed world bead. At the same time, he also took in Lu Yen. After doing this, Yang Kai's vision went dark, as if he had fallen into a bottomless abyss. He kept falling with no light around him and no end under his feet. After an unknown amount of time, Yang Kai suddenly felt pain all over his body, as if he had stepped on something solid under his feet. With a bang, he found himself falling into an inexplicable world. In this world, there was no sun, moon, or stars, and even the world energy was extremely thin, but the whole world was a strange red color. As far as the eye could see, there was blood flowing on the ground under his feet. This blood was extremely fresh, exuding a strong bloody smell, and was slowly converging in a certain direction. On the ground around him, there were countless broken limbs and corpses. It was a horrifying sight. These are... Yang Kai looked around for a while, and his face changed as he whispered, "The cultivator who died in the Source Sea?" The blood and broken limbs he saw were obviously left behind by the cultivator who had died not long ago, because all the broken limbs and corpses were very fresh and showed no signs of decay. They were all swallowed here. Yang Kai's face turned ugly as he found it hard to believe. You're tuning in to the Mystic Fist YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.